Welcome to the Paradise Games Pioneer 1K. I'm Alex. Joining me is Dylan.
Hey.
And we've got a little bit of Pioneer action to bring you today. We're going to be playing 5 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8 today. So we're going to be playing a lot of Magics. It's going to be 8 total rounds. We should have all of them on camera. And it's going to be awesome. So we got Simic, just aggro mostly. It's just blue-green aggro against blue-red Phoenix. And it looks like we have Greg on the play, currently mulliganing. Is that a mulligan to 5 now?
5.
Oh boy, that's not a great way to start your tournament.
No, it really isn't.
Yeah, that one's rough.
And Ian's hand looks rather good. We see, it looks like, is that a prize amalgam I see in his hand? Anyway,
that's pretty sick if it is.
There's an Archetype Phoenix and thing in the ice, and it is a charm, and I think there's a prize amalgam.
I see Bedlam Reveler. That's one of them. Shock.
What is that card?
I don't think it's prized amalgam.
What is it?
I think it's the Royal Scions.
Oh, that would make more sense.
Yeah.
But I really like this prize amalgam tech, and now I want it to exist.
Prized amalgam seems pretty questionable, to be honest. That's pretty all in on this whole Phoenix strategy, so... But I don't know. Maybe you were right. Maybe it is a sick prized amalgam, but
Well, if there's a prize amalgam, there's 2 of them.
Oh, gosh. There's definitely not 2. I recognize every other card. It's Bedlam Reveler and the Royal Scions, I believe.
Well, I'm upset.
Not that. Although that is a sweet one, so... All right. So here we have Greg taking a look at his 5. He'll go ahead and keep this one. He's got a Forest into a Llanowar Elves, so a pretty reasonable start from him. I expect that we're just going to see Ian just shock that thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
not close.
Your opponent mulled to 5. Get that thing out of here. So there's the shock. Gonna put Ian down to 18, then we'll send it back over to Greg. Let's see what he finds off the top of his deck. Got a Breeding Pool in his hand. I think a Stubborn Denial is another feature. Gilded Goose as well.
Land Goose, and there's 2 Brazen Borrowers in his hand now.
2 Brazen Borrowers?
I'm not super sure.
I didn't get a good look at that. I thought I saw a Stubborn Denial, but
Got it.
Whatever. We'll take a closer look again on his next turn. Here comes a Shivan Reef from Ian. Mana base looks pretty painful. Now he's got the choice to potentially just Izzet Charm down this Goose as well. And if he does that, he's going to be slowing his opponent down a lot. But it looks like he just wants to develop the thing in the ice on this turn. This makes sense to me. Get some extra value out of your Izzet Charms on later streets. Give your opponent access to the mana, at least for
really
a turn.
Scary if your opponent plays an Oko.
Yeah, it's not going to be great if opponent plays Oko here, but opponent could theoretically play Oko regardless. If they just have land Oko, then we're kind of in for it, so... Here comes an untapped Breeding Pool. Is this a Scavenging Ooze? It is. That's a pretty good one against these Phoenix stacks. Unfortunately, only the Llanowar Elves in Greg's graveyard is the creature, but that does mean that Ian's going to be unable to Izzet Charm down this Scavenging Ooze, so
yeah,
it's a pretty big deal. Ooh, he drew a Shock for the turn as well, so he could theoretically Shock and Izzet Charm. He could like Shock and Izzet Charm the Scavenging Ooze to take it out, which would be certainly subpar, but it is an option you have. So let's see now how things progressed. Ian's just elected to pass with his mana up. Here comes Steel Leaf Champion.
That card's big.
Yeah, it's really big. So I expect that this will probably prompt some sort of response from Ian. Unfortunately, Greg does still have mana up because he has the Gilded Goose, so...
And if this resolves, Ferocious is online.
Ferocious is online as well. Notably, I think that now is a pretty good time for Ian to just shock Gilded Goose. And then that might prompt Greg to respond by eating his own Scavenging Ooze, which will open the opportunity for us to Izzet Charm the Scavenging Ooze. And that seems pretty good to me, if we can end up navigating that exact sequence to end up.
Yeah.
So
it looks like he's casting Izzet Charm to loot.
Looks like this is probably loot. Yeah, so he's going to draw 2, discard 2. I assume that this is still with the Steel Leaf Champion on the stack. So.
Yeah.
Draw 2.
Finds another Bedlam Reveler, which feels bad.
Yeah, I assume we're going to have to discard one of those because you can't ever end up with 2 of them in your hand at one point. So that seems like a pretty automatic discard here. Yeah, looks like Ian agrees. The second one's a little harder. I kind of like the opt. We can cast it this turn and try and turbo flip our thing in the ice. And it looks like Ian maybe disagrees as he puts the opt in the graveyard. It looks like he just untaps.
No. He did untap it. Now he's playing
Shock. He's going to shock on end step.
Got it.
Shock Scavenging Ooze. So this is just
worse
than this is just making Greg tap his mana, but Greg just doesn't. That's got to be a huge tell for the Stubborn Denial in Greg's hand, right?
Yeah.
It's tough, but I think you just have to eat the Llanowar in your graveyard there, right? Like,
his Bedlam Reveler.
Or his Bedlam Reveler. That's certainly better. But like, you're just playing with your hand face up at that point, right? Like, I don't think you can really do that. And then you just Stubborn Denials and opt here. And then Ian's just going to flip his thing in the ice. He's going to have a clean attack for 7 here, while Ian draws 2 and discards 2. Strategic Planning and Island, the cards he sees. He looks like he's happy to get rid of both of them.
Crunch.
Greg going all the way down to 9 here.
Yeah, feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it doesn't look great for him.
He has to draw Oko to kill this thing?
Yeah, more or less. Looks like Llanowar Elf was the draw, so that one does not look super good. So his hand, Gilded Goose, Llanowar Elf, and a Steel Leaf Champion. So now he's got the choice whether he wants to develop his mana or develop a threat this turn. Looks like he's going to elect to develop mana.
Yeah, I think I'm a big fan of this play.
Yeah.
This lets him fog a couple turns and be relatively fine, and gives him Oko as an out.
Yeah, the ability to block looks pretty good on this board, but he doesn't know about the Royal Scions. Yeah.
Fuck his day up.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. So we've got Royal Scions crushing in here. So this is an attack with Trample now. So Greg forced to block. So +2/+0 first strike and trample means that Greg's going to go down to 2, take a draw step, and I don't think there were really any outs in his deck at that point.
Even Elkin win there.
Yeah, because now it's just a 5/3 with first strike and trample. So
man,
that's no good. Means that we're going to see a game number 2 here out of these players. So let's take a look at the sideboards for the players. Over on Ian's side with Blue-Red Phoenix, we've got 2 Entrancing Melody, 2 Ashiok Dream Render, 1 Dispel, 1 Ral Is It Viceroy, 1 Chandra Torch of Defiance, 2 Abrade, 1 Sweltering Suns, 1 Fry, 3 Glory Bringer, and a Brazen Borrower. What sounds good here?
Okay. So I'm pretty in on, I guess. From what we saw, Sweltering Sun seemed fine.
It looks good, yeah.
Abrade probably in the same boat as a 3 damage spell. Though I personally want to go absurdly big here, and I want to play Glorybringers and Chandras.
Really?
Though this could be wrong because you just think you can just like Phoenix your opponent normally, and you don't want to play these 4 and 5 mana permanents.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine going over the top of this blue-green devotion. I suppose this isn't really in a devotion deck. It's more of just a blue-green aggro deck. And in that sense, the Chandras and Glorybringers look okay. I mean, we saw Steel Leaf Champion. Those pretty cleanly deal with those, so that seems reasonable.
Steel Leaf is something I really want to see.
Yeah, I'm also really into Entrancing Melody. Entrancing Melody is traditionally excellent.
We can assume that your opponent's playing Questing Beast and Chandra and Glorybringer.
Yeah, for sure. Well. Yeah, but anyways, I was going to mention that Entrancing Melody is traditionally excellent in this style of matchup. These sort of like blue-red spells decks versus the like green creatures decks. Entrancing Melody is just always great.
That's fair.
I think so. I'm pretty about Entrancing Melody. I'm pretty about the Sweltering Suns, and then I think if we have some room, I'm buying this Chandra and Glorybringer plan. But let's take a look at Greg's sideboard here. He's got 1 Heroic Intervention, 1 Hunt the Hunger, 1 Feed the Clan, 1 Pulse of Marasa, 1 Prey Upon, 1 Entrancing Melody, 1 Aether Gust, 2 Icy Blast, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Mystical Dispute, and 2 Reclamation Shield.
What is that?
I assume that's Reclamation Sage.
Got it.
I assume that's just a typo, that's Reclamation Sage. I don't know what Reclamation Shield is, if that's even a card, and the fact that I've never heard of it means that it's probably less playable than Reclamation Sage. Yeah, looks like it is Reclamation Sage.
So here I'm super in on the disputes and the Aether Gust. I kind of am looking at Prey Upon, but I think that's probably too cute.
We definitely need ways to deal with Thing in the Ice in general.
Yeah.
So we probably have to bring in some answers to that. Looking at
Yeah.
Prey Upon's probably the best one, I guess, but it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
The Heroic Intervention could come in if you're expecting
power or CMC.
CMC. Yeah,
so do we bring this to Transmelody to take our opponent's thing in the ices?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, great.
More than likely, yeah. 4 mana, take your thing in the ice. It's kind of rough to jam that into the blue-red spells deck that you expect it's just going to have mana open.
But
but
to take their 7/8, you're out to take their 7/8.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Ian's going to have a lot of post-board cards that are meant to deal with cards like Intrinsic Melody. He's not going to have Dispel, Negate, anything like that in his deck post-board. He's probably the only real target for something like that is like maybe a Nissa who shakes the world, which Ian probably isn't confident that Greg's playing. I'm not even confident that Greg is playing that card. I would assume so, just because the card's raw power level, even though it does cost 5 mana, and you're playing all the dorks, so you probably get to free roll a turn 3 Nissa every now and again and try and win a game with that, but once again, not confident on that. So, taking a look at the player's hands here, once again, that was a mulligan to 5 from Greg in the first game, so no real surprise that Ian managed to clean that one up pretty cleanly. So let's take a look at game number 2. Both players kept a 7-card hand this time, so hopefully we see a little bit more of a high-octane second game.
And Ian with a Bedlam Reveler off the top. Feels bad.
Speak of the devil. Oh boy, that's a big one. That's going to be really hard for Ian to deal with. Turn 2 Steel Leaf Champion. Here's a Crash Through off the top for Ian. Looks fine, but I'm not certain he's going to have all this much time to spend cycling. Looks like he's just going to go for a main phase Is It Charm to loot 2. Oh, looks like it's just going to be Is It Charm to kill Llanowar Elf. I buy that. That seems pretty good to me.
We're not beating your opponent if he keeps playing on curve like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if our opponent just slammed like a Questing Beast next turn or something, oh gosh, yeah, that's brutal. So here's an attack for 5, puts Ian down to 15, a Shocked in Breeding Pool, and a Scavenging Ooze.
Okay, well, threats don't stop coming.
Yeah, this Scavenging Ooze is another... It's immediately less of a problem than the Steel Leaf Champion, but it is absolutely something that is going to have to be dealt with sooner rather than later from Ian.
Ian cast his Crash Through, which I think was objectively not exactly it. I was hoping that he found a Phoenix off the top and would just try to turb out his Phoenix and see what that can do this game, because that card can block Steel Leaf Champion pretty well.
I mean, that's just not...
as long as you can recur it. Also, he's got, we just don't... to, help finish it off, but he did rip Shock off the top.
He just doesn't really have a way of recurring the Phoenix currently, so... Looks like Greg went for the end step activation on Scavenging Ooze. So he went to exile the Elvish Mystic. Ian took that opportunity to shock the Scavenging Ooze down, so... Pretty favorable exchange there for Ian. I mean, he gets to trade a Shock for Scavenging Ooze. Greg gains a life in the process, but, I mean, Ian's going to be pretty happy about that, all things considered. So,
we got
Lovestruck Beast. And then, interestingly enough, Greg plays tapped Breeding Pool Go. So this is going to be another Stubborn Denial. Really, really telegraphed Stubborn Denial that Ian's going to see. So
I'm much rather to play a Shock, play my 5/5.
I tend to agree. But
I guess his hand might just not have any 1/1s in it, and he really needs to protect this 1/1 token. But I don't like that world at all. So if your opponent has a removal spell, it doesn't have a removal spell for your 5/4, you're just winning this game no matter what.
All right. So here we see Crackling Drake.
It's
currently a 3/4. So we've got a profitable block on the 1/1, but more than likely plan is just to go to 5 here. And Ian successfully stiffed out the Stubborn Denial. I think great play here by Ian. I mean, this is... Greg definitely played with his hand face up right now, so
this can't be right.
Yeah, I don't like the block here. I think that this is going to need to trade with this Steel Leaf Champion. I think we're just going to have to go to 4 in the meantime while that happens. So,
your opponent.
It's certainly not ideal, but I think that is where we're at.
Yeah, our opponent, at least from what we can see.
Yeah, and we can hope to shock a 1/1, right? I mean, it's rough because we're so confident.
So we can definitely shock the 1/1.
I mean, we're so confident our opponent has a Stubborn Denial that it's rough, but I think we're just trying to...
We've got the
2 Is It Charms. We're going to trade an Is It Charm for the first Stubborn Denial, and then probably an Is It Charm's going to take out a 1/1. At least that's the ideal.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. 2 1/1s, though, is a bigger problem. No. Okay. Yeah, he's going to cast one of the Lovestruck Beasts. Yeah, I almost missed the cast on the Lovestruck Beast there. That would have been quite bad, actually, I think. So now we see Ian's probably... going to have to try and jam the Sweltering Suns.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to work. He's got the Is It Charm to counter. Yeah.
Okay.
This looks great, actually.
Yeah, this
is a well-played sequence by Ian. I think. He's very effectively playing around the incredibly telegraphed Stubborn Denial out of Greg's hand. So here comes that Stubborn Denial, and nobody's surprised. Here's the Is It Charm, so he'll counter the Stubborn Denial. Kill all of the 1/1 tokens, and now Greg has no cards in hand. Ian has a block that he can line up on the Steel Leaf Champion.
Yep.
Greg does still have plenty of outs. I mean, any creature is going to be really good for him. Even Elvish Mystic looks like lethal. So,
oh,
looks like Prey Upon will be good enough. So, yeah, we mentioned that Prey Upon in the sideboard. Looks like Greg did decide that he needed that one. So that means that we'll see Greg take the second game, and I think Ian played that one pretty well. To be honest, he was quite behind, I think, from the get-go. It's really hard to beat turn 2 Steel Leaf Champion on the draw, and I think that he navigated that quite well. He recognized the threats that were happening, and it's definitely worth talking about that when your opponent's makes a play like Lovestruck Beast, make a 1/1, pass with 3 mana up, right? Like,
yeah.
That's one of those things where you just your red flags just have to be like the alarms have to be blaring in your head. That just for a fact that your opponent has something that they could have done and didn't. So like they have to have something, right? Like you just can't do that if you don't have anything.
I wasn't really a fan of that play. It's telegraphing yourself now that much.
I think I agree. We've seen twice now in both games that Greg has essentially just flipped his Stubborn Denial face up for Ian to see, and Ian's been able to play around it expertly both times because of how telegraphed it was. And I think that maybe Greg needs to take a slight adaptation to that and just say, like, my opponent's got 6 cards in hand, like, I'm sure that some of them are bad for me, but you probably need to give your opponent a little bit more credit there, that they're going to be able to surmise that that's what's going on and devise a plan to beat it. Because Ian, we saw Ian play around him quite well there, and I think that pretty much all the players in the room are really consistently going to be able to do something like that. So maybe a little bit of an adaptation needs to be made from Greg on that front there. So regardless, it's all close, so we'll see. Looks like players are shuffling up. A few quick sideboard changes look like they may have been made between play and the draw. That makes sense.
So after seeing Steel Leaf Champion beat and we're on the play now, do these 4 damage haymakers seem any more attractive than they might have been?
Yeah, it looks like on the play they're certainly more attractive because we can try and slow our opponent down, but I still think our most important cards are like Shock. We really want to be able to shoot the first dork that Greg plays, I think, on the play. And it was important on the draw too, but maybe Ian should have mulliganed his hand and looked for like a Shock or something to try and be able to deal with
his hand looks pretty slow, things. But also his draws of Bedlam Reveler
didn't line up super well. Yeah, for sure.
Like, he had 2 Is It Charms drew into the third, so he's got a lot of looting. So like I don't think his hand was even bad. It just didn't beat turn 2 Steel Leaf Champion, but that's okay. Not a lot of hands do.
Yeah, for sure.
And he actually almost did it. He was
close. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he was really. He certainly hadn't stable. Like he was technically stabilized that game, but your opponent was going to have 2 5/5s in play and just be looking for like any creature to kill you essentially. So there weren't a whole lot of spells that weren't killing him on that turn. So here we see a turn 1 Llanowar Elf gets shocked. Yeah, everybody knows what's going on here. And I'm big fan of this Shock out of Ian here. These Shocks are, I think, probably the best card in this matchup. Just the 1 mana removal spell, being able to trade for the 1 mana dork.
Something awkward we see here is Ian only has 2 Shivan Reefs as his lands.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a little bit of damage in the meantime, but yeah, it is what it is. It should be mostly fine. He's got, I see a Lava Axe, another Is It Charm, another Thing in the Ice is a card in his hand, and there's another blue spell, but I didn't get a great look at that one. So here comes Elvish Mystic and Heart's Desire from Greg. We've got a second copy of Thing in the Ice from Ian, who'll go down to 17 off the Shivan Reef and ship to turn no land.
Yeah, his 2 Shivan Reef openers, I think, should just be fine though. He's got plenty of spells, and clock your opponent for 14 is
good enough usually. Yeah, and Greg probably has the tools to deal with.
Oh, never mind.
I was gonna say probably has the tools to deal with a single thing in the ice, but I'm not confident he has the tools to deal with two. But Oko answers that problem right away. He's got the tools to deal with it. So it looks like Greg debating if he needs to elk this turn, or
think
if
he can pretty safely make a food.
I don't know. Your opponent's obviously only spells in hand, right? So
well, he's not casting 4 spells, and
well, not next turn. But the problem is we do need to be able to elk both Thing in the Ices before either flip, right?
I guess that's fair.
All right. So looks like Greg decided to make a food though. So totally reasonable, absolutely defensible. I think I would have elked one, but it's pretty close. So
Ian has a Dispel in his hand.
I do believe that's true. Dispel, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Trying to fight over the Stubborn Denials, presumably. So here comes Opt. I assume that Ian's really just looking for more lands here. So send a card to the bottom. He'll take a draw. It is not a land. The Royal Silence. That one's not even castable. I think he's just going to have to ship the turn back with... I suppose he has a Lightning Axe
in his hand.
Yeah, you don't feel great about it, but
no,
it
we're
is an
passing.
option you have at least. So here's the Avamaya Coast from Greg. He's got a Wicked Wolf in his hand now. That makes a lot more sense with the food token from last turn.
So Wicked Wolf enter, try to fight a dude.
And then get Love Axed.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Because he has to sack the food first, so it's 4 damage to kill it.
Could be getting Stubborn Denialed here, which would be pretty bad for Ian, but I think we're just going to have to play into it, and it looks like Greg has it, unfortunately for Ian. So here's the Stubborn Denial.
Geez.
That's going to counter that. So the Wicked Wolf's going to get to 4/4. It's going to fight down a Thing in the Ice. The other Thing in the Ice is probably going to turn into an Elk. Yep, looks like that is an Elk now, and now Ian looking down the barrel of a loaded gun. Another thing in the ice. Oh, no. Boy, Oko is pretty absurd. Yeah, I mean, we've seen 2 games here without Oko, and it's looked much more reasonable from Ian's side, where he can, try and play an effective game, trade some cards 1 for 1. And now that Oko's come down, the dynamic is entirely different, and he's going to be really struggling to keep up. Another Thing in the Ice. I mean, you're essentially casting a 2-mana 3/3 here, which is, it's fine. Greg may not even feel pressured into making that an Elk this turn. It's got 4 counters on it still. Ian with 2 lands and 2 cards 2 or 3 cards in hand.
Lovestruck Beast.
Yeah, Lovestruck Beast is not the biggest problem, but it looks like Greg is going to go ahead and use the Elk.
Yeah, you've got a 5/5. Opponent can't beat it.
Sounds about right. All right, here's an attack for 4. Looks like
Ian's down to 12 now after all these pain lands.
Yeah, no good blocks, obviously. Botanical Sanctum enters tapped.
We found his 3rd land, but it's his 3rd Shivan Reef.
Well, we'll take it.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll take it for sure. So, Chart of Course, is it Charm?
Oof.
Ian's actually at 10, not 12, from a couple of Reef pings that production just updated. So that's definitely a large difference. I mean, this attack leaves us dead, so we can't make that one. This is not good. I mean, even an attack with 1 will leave Oko in a position where he can trade like an Elvish Mystic for the 3/3 or something, and then that's really, really effective.
Yeah.
And then Ian's gonna have to chump with the 1/1 he's given. It doesn't look particularly good.
Why is this card up to -5?
It's, it does what it is what it is. So here comes an attack for 3. Greg goes ahead and makes the block. So now we'll see, is it Charm be able to finish off the Lovestruck Beast that made the block. So here's Chart of Course. Ooh, Ian's getting a little greedy here. He's looking for a land. It's okay. I like this choice. Ian has to get a little greedy, I think. Here's the land.
Didn't he just play his Shivan Reef this turn? Yeah.
Did he play a Shivan Reef this turn?
He played this.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. You're right. Yeah. Oh, well, that's fine. I don't think that
that game was ending.
I don't think that Ian was going to find himself a way out of that. So, yeah, he was like, yeah, I've played land this turn, so whatever. He's mostly just dead on board at that point, I think. So, he's going to go ahead and pack him up. So, overall, we see Greg take the match 2-1. So, congratulations to Greg for starting off his tournament pretty strong. It was a nice recovery from that Mold 5 there.
Yeah.
Where he ended up, being able to clean up both the post board games. So let's go ahead and take a moment to thank our first sponsor for the night. We have Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice is the absolute best in basically just dice. They make awesome metal dice, they make awesome plastic dice, they make the best dice in the business. And if you are interested in winning any Die Hard dice, well then you're in luck. So we have some trivia. I mentioned that we'll be doing giveaways all day today, and we're going to be giving away a set of Die Hard dice if you can answer the following trivia questions. So we have 4 pictures on the screen, and we're asking, who is the artist that painted all of these pictures? If you think you know, go ahead and email it to promotions@paradise.games with the subject title Angel Giveaway, and we'll be able to give it away. But in case you don't know just from this, I've got a little bit of lore, and I think the story's pretty awesome, actually, so I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a hint here, and let's see if anybody can figure it out. All right, so from the artist, this is the story of this iconic Innistrad plane. It has taken 6 years and a lot of luck and patience to tell the story, says the artist. The image contains 4 paintings done for Magic the Gathering. Angel of Flight Alabaster in the upper left is where we first find Isabel. It depicts the angel lamenting the loss of so many souls. Angel of Finality in the upper right is next. Isabel is now gone on the defensive, protecting the souls that have been lost from returning from the grave. She stands above the cemetery, a spell cast and sword in hand to defend. Flamebait Angel in the bottom left is next. The brilliant creature has gone on a rampage, taking vengeance on the world for the sorrows caused by evil and corruption. And in the bottom right, we have Clip Wings. It shows the poor creature trapped, bound, and wounded by a group of hunters who are trying to put an end to the killing. So once again, if you think you know this artist, and if you want to win a set of Die Hard dice, you can see them in the corner there. They're awesome, they're green, they look super cool. Then all you have to do is email promotions@paradise.games with the subject title Angel Giveaway, and you can be entered to win this free stuff. We'll ship anywhere in the US, so make sure you go ahead and send in your answers. And yeah, with that, we will be going away for a little bit. We're going to have some previous matches from the stream playing during the break, and we will be back for round number 2. We will not be gone very long, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
And don't forget, guys, that we stream 3 times a week. We have Monday Night Modern.
Yes.
We have got Thursday Night Pioneer, and we have Friday Night Magic Standard.
Yeah. So if you're interested in checking out more of us, we've got all of our past broadcasts up on YouTube. You can search them up with the title PodVod, and basically, you can, if you want to see us more live, we're live Monday, Thursday, and Friday at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So anyway, yeah, thanks for getting that little plug in there at the last second, Dylan. So, like I said, we'll be back with round number 2 very shortly, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back everyone to round number 2 here, Monday Night Modern at Paradise Games. Joining me now is James.
Hello.
Thank you for joining me, James.
Hey, welcome. You looked lonely.
I feel lonely. No longer lonely. So, we've got a little bit of Blue Moon Mirror.
Great.
Here, you showed up just in time for the Blue Moon Mirror.
I can't wait for these fellas to board out their blood moons.
Yeah, no joke, yeah. All right, so got a little bit of Blue Moon versus Fairy Moon. So there are some differences here in these 2 decks. We got a bunch of fairies, and in fact, the Kiki Jiki combo kill on John's side, whereas Nathan's just playing the more traditional controlling build with, like, Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, I mean, like, it could go either way. I'm more inclined to say that, I don't know, maybe John has more of a chance. I think he has more creatures inside of his deck.
He has significantly more creatures, yeah.
So I feel like he's more at an advantage now.
I think
with
I
his
tend to
flash
agree.
fairies and everything.
The flash fairies seem quite good in this matchup. And look, James, the chat loves you.
Everyone loves me.
Yeah. So
I'm like Raymond.
I think you're like Ross from Friends.
Oh my god, I love David Schwimmer.
Yeah,
Have you seen that schnoz, my dude?
He's great. Yeah, exactly. You're like the Bellingham.
It's like a built-in motorboat.
You're the Bellingham David Schwimmer. He's not that cool.
David Schwimmer?
Or James.
No, definitely David Schwimmer.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
not
amazing.
as cool as James. All right, a little bit of action going on here. We got just a couple of Serum Visions over from John, and Nathan's doing a whole lot of nothing so far. James is not as cool as David Schwimmer.
I hope he's.
What do you have to say to Queen Elsa of Arendelle?
I hope he's
Who says
referencing
that-
David Schwimmer and not David Pierce.
All right. So,
Who is this woman?
who is this woman? I don't know.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Looks like we're resolving a fetch on the end step here.
Yeah, and just spending 8 years shuffling. Come on, Nathan. We had an entire rant about David Schwimmer in the time it took you to shuffle your deck.
All right, moving on. Looks like he drew Island.
Oh yeah, we know who Blonde and Bougie is. That could be none other than Danielle.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's obvious.
None other than Eye Candy herself.
Oh, the one. All right.
And you. That's the mystery woman.
I don't know who Queen Elsa of Arendelle is. Yeah, I'm not certain.
I haven't even seen Frozen.
You haven't seen Frozen?
No.
What? I know what we're doing after this.
Going home.
Also Danielle. All right, got it. Got it. So we've got Danielle and Danielle.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say the chat will no longer like me.
Yeah, I think we should watch Frozen so that we can go see Frozen 2 together. Because Frozen 1 is phenomenal. It's like really actually very good.
I hear that.
Yeah,
I just
it's-
don't watch movies that often.
It's very, very good. All right. So
100% honest review by Wandering Venser himself.
I was
Like we're cracking this bed.
the Frozen movie party. Everyone in chat's invited to James's Frozen baptism.
Yo, who has Disney Plus?
We're gonna dunk him in some Idina Menzel. It's gonna be great.
What's been Cass's game? Like Serum Visions?
Yeah, and I got Nubtub the God has Disney Plus. Paradise Games has Disney Plus. Okay,
my
okay.
God.
Frozen chocolate chip cookies? Man, I'm excited for this. This looks great.
You know, I'm okay with people not liking me because this party sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like not watching Frozen for 6 years is about to finally pay off in chocolate chip cookies. So like,
In 6 years?
sounds legendary.
my-
Easily.
I am so old.
Yeah, I know, right? Same. I was working at Kohl's in high school when Frozen came. It might be like more like 5, but you know,
Probably wearing these same shorts.
let's go. Alex, this is Maine. Clearly, Wandering Venser's paying more attention to this game than I am. I'm not entirely certain what's been happening so far. We've been
playing
commenting.
lands.
Yeah, I think some spells have gone slinged back and forth.
Ever since Serum Visions, we've seen lands.
Really? Is that?
Yeah.
All right. If you say so. Let's see. It looks like Nathan's presumably shipping the turn over to John, who's cracking a fetch. If I had to
Nathan
guess,
has
that's where
2
we're
cards
at.
in his graveyard and has
They've got to both be
18.
fetch lands. Yeah.
Well, he's at 18.
Why the hell did Nathan fetch Basic Mountain in this matchup? I think I saw him fetch Basic Mountain. That's puzzling.
Got to play around Blood Moon.
Yeah. Like, I just can't imagine fetching a Basic Mountain and like maybe he needs red, but I just get a Steam Vents, right? Like, it's not like our life total's really under any duress. Ooh, she's gonna turn your basics into snowlands.
That sounds great.
Yeah, that's definite financial upgrade.
That's an upgrade.
Yeah, you can make a business out of that. Here we see Nathan playing with some phenomenal Die Hard dice, which, if you missed our giveaway earlier, don't be scared. We will be going over the giveaway once more after round 3, so just hang on. You got plenty of time for giveaway later. So
You really had to do your promotion during Lightning Bolt?
all right, well, it was Lightning Bolt you. I mean, like, I don't know.
Snap Lightning Bolt?
Bolt, snap, bolt. Here we go. The Nathan Classic. All right. So this is pretty much the Nathan special
Yeah,
in these mirrors. He is about lightning bolt you.
He is aggressively bolting.
He does it every time. Wandering Venser. I'm talking to our floor reporter who's telling me we have no less than 4 lands controlled by each player. More than 11. So here is the classic Bolt Snap Bolt. John's going to go ahead and Spell Stutter Sprite that second Bolt. I'm feeling all right about that one. I mean, the Spell Stutter Sprite's basically just going to trade 1 for 1 with a Snapcaster Mage. That doesn't happen very often.
And then we're back exactly where we were.
No, and then John's winning because Nathan lightning bolted him.
Yeah.
I believe. Until
there's
John
another
dies.
lightning
Yeah.
bolt. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Is this upstairs? Or is this at...
This has
I
gotta
assume
be
this has
at
got to be at
Spellstutter
Spellstutter
Sprite.
Sprite. Oh my gosh, that's a Kiki Jiki in hand. He's got the nuts.
Oh my god, does John
He
have a lightning bolt in his hand?
does, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Update from the floor. I'm hearing something from the floor. Kiki Jiki is the mirror breaker. So...
The mirror breaker?
So yeah, so he's got to
How
be good
does
in the
he
mirror.
lose?
He's got to be good in the mirror.
Alright, just bolt each other's creatures, move on.
Yeah. Good talk. Good talk. Ships in the night. Bolt your spell starter sprite. Bolt your Snapcaster Mage. All right, go.
You think next round we could get a green-black rock mirror?
We could have had a Grixis Death Shadow versus black-white Pox, I think. This round. I'm not certain it's Pox. It's one of black, white Pox or like Esper Control. All I saw was Thoughtseize, Lingering Souls, and some black and white lands. So like,
Man, I love Lingering Souls.
yeah, I'm about Lingering Souls for sure. All right, looks like end step Archmage's Charm here. The Fairy Seer went ahead and did some digging for John. He's got a Kiki Jiki, a Brazen Borrower in his hand. One other card. I didn't get a good look at the other card, fortunately.
Let me tell you, John loves his Fairy Seer.
Oh yeah, John is about Fairy Seer. Oh, Mistbind Click. Hello. Champion of Fairy. We're gonna need to get this one on camera, or we're gonna need to get this one pulled up for the people at home.
Yes,
in
please.
case you're unaware what
Maybe
Mistbind Click
also
does.
for the people here.
Yeah, you tell me you don't know what Mistbind Click does?
I'm not a fairy professional, will not touch the card.
Will not touch Mistbind Click. All right, well, I'll give you a hint. It says Champion of Fairy.
I
on
saw
it.
that.
Yeah, Fairy has been officially
He
championed.
taps the lands. It's like a Time Walker, yeah?
Yeah, so Mistbind Click is a 4-mana 4/4 with flash and flying and Champion of Fairy, which champion, of course, means when it enters the battlefield, you have to sacrifice it unless you remove another fairy you control from the game. And when Mistbind Click leaves play, you get the fairy back. So
Oh, that's
nice. But when a fairy is championed with Mistbind Click, tap all lands target player controls. So I think John just kind of took the opportunity on Nathan's end step when
throw in a
Nathan
4/4.
tapped out to just cast a 4/4 flyer.
Doesn't
make
die to
sure,
bolt.
yeah, make sure you get it through the removal spells. Looks like Nathan went ahead and cast Archmage's Charm, untap, and then went ahead and fetched with his Scalding Tarn to find Mystic Sanctuary to put Archmage's Charm back on top of his deck. So now Nathan's been able to effectively redraw his instant speed Divination Plus. Talking about Disney Plus, I got Divination Plus.
Both D+.
D plus,
Double D+.
also known as James's grade in algebra, more at 11.
Nah, I had like a solid C.
Ah, solid C. Good job, man. Good job. Nowhere near the D plus range. Nice unwavering 75.
Don't do homework ace a test. That's the mood.
That's the classic. Yeah.
And apparently,
right.
quoting John, a word from our producer, Fairy Seer is the best creature in his deck.
that's. I think John firmly believes that.
Yeah, and let's throw this 4/4 with flying onto the battlefield and
Yeah. So, what happened to Fairy Seer? The Mistbind Click has left has left the premises. I think Mistbind Click might be being harassed by the IRS right now. Oh, it looks like it's just a judge question here. So, I think perhaps we needed the judge to read the Mistbind Click. Yeah, judge. Got a question with my Mistbind Click. Yeah, that's good. Okay, can I read it?
I'm gonna go do a gatherer search.
You're either doing something very wrong or very right when the judge has to read your card when they ask you a question. Usually they know what's going on. All right. So here's attack for 4. Nathan's gonna go ahead and Brazen Borrower to return Mistbind Click to John's hand. Let's see if John has anything he wants to say about this.
He's gonna have 2 counter spells because Nathan has
The Archmage's Charm
up and ready.
Yeah. And notably, John has his own Brazen Borrower in his hand, but probably that's no good. So Mistbind Click will leave. Fairy Seer's gonna re-enter. He'll get to Scry 2 once more.
Value.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah.
I'm pretty into that. Taking a think on the Scry 2. think John also has an Abrade in his hand currently. Now, that's an interesting choice. Abrade is definitely one of those removal spells that you are allowed to main deck in Modern, for sure.
Oh, he's
but
main decking.
yeah, most people definitely don't have the gusto or really the room to do it, but it looks like with John's build, he's elected to sneak those Abrades into his main deck, so...
He's really scared of Chalice on one.
Yeah, I'm scared of Chalice the Void. Eldrazi-tron's been tearing it up lately,
Yeah,
man.
I would not want to play against Chalice on one.
Yeah.
Actually, my deck's fine against Chalice on one.
But it's still, I don't like playing against
I
Chalice
still
the Void.
don't like it.
I wonder if John's tempted to just, like, jam out a Kiki-Jiki here sometime soon.
Maybe if he attempts to tap lands for this Mistbind click, and Nathan goes for the Archmage's Charm.
Yeah.
He has free reign to cast this Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, that could absolutely work. Notably, he doesn't have enough mana to do anything like that, so we'll have to see what happens. I expect that John's just going to go ahead and send the turn back over to Nathan, and Nathan probably isn't going to be able to cast the Divination mode on Archmage's Charm, because if he were to, then John could just cast his Mistbind click again.
Yeah.
So it looks like Nathan agrees. Nathan just takes the untap. He's going to draw a spell. I think Remand was the draw there for Nathan. Nathan with plenty of cards in hand, little lacking on the lands though, so he's just going to send the turn back, not willing to dig for lands on his main phase, not willing to tap down low. It's very important to keep your mana resources available to you, and I think Remand was the draw there for John as well. So now we got a couple of dueling Remands. John could have tried to end step Mistbind click there and, force Nathan to deal with it, especially knowing that he has, like, the Kiki-Jiki in hand, but just playing a dry Kiki-Jiki is not particularly effective here. Mm-hmm. It would, like, copy a Fairy Seer and
it would deal
deal a point of damage or whatever, and then probably just die to a Lightning Bolt. Pretty underwhelming. So, looks like John's just gonna go ahead and take advantage of his current position. He's got a 1/1 on board. He's winning. He's got more lands than his opponent, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about that. So.
That creature has power?
Yeah. All right, here comes Brazen Borrower on John's end step from Nathan. We'll see if John wants to do anything about that. Looks like he's going to go ahead and fire off the Abrade to deal 3 damage to the Brazen Borrower. We'll see if Nathan wants to do anything about that. Nathan giving it a good think. He's got the Remand in his hand, but he elects to save that one for later. Of course, John could just recast the Abrade. Notably, John could have done something pretty cute there where he, like, remanded his own Abrade. Alrighty, welcome back for round number 2 here. We've got Jason versus, I believe that this is John on the left here. So, got a little bit of Grixis Whales, which I think we saw a little bit of on Thursday. It's a Grixis Artifacts deck, and I'm not entirely certain behind the title Whales, but I know that it's a lot of artifacts, and it's trying to basically use that synergies to drive forward a powerful plan. And Jason over on the other side is playing Blue-Green Devotion. Pretty on brand. I think it's probably just the best deck in the format. It's like that, Nexus, whatever. I mean, it feels like right now if you aren't playing Oko, you're probably doing something wrong. But here is a turn 2 Voracious Hydra. It's going to have 2 counters on it, so it's going to presumably just go ahead and double its counters. I don't think Fight Land or Elves is the mode we're looking for here. So, I mean, here we just see... I mean, we watched a turn 2 Steel Leaf Champion take over one of the games in our last match, and here Jason's just going to do a very similar thing here by just casting the Voracious Hydra for 2. He's going to double the counters on it, or for 1, and then double the counters on it. So, just a nice 3 mana 2/3. With trample. Yeah. It's fine. Nothing too crazy, Presumably he's, ramping out his devotion. Theoretically, that's pretty important in these decks to be able to make sure you have enough green symbols on the battlefield that you can really go off with your Walking Ballistas, your Hydroid Gracis, and your later Voracious Hydras. So it makes a lot of sense to see this play, and it's not a super common one that a lot of people would make, because a lot of people just see these Voracious Hydras and they're like, oh, I want to cast them for like 10, right? But usually this is a generally good play. It's a form of mana development early on, despite it only being a 2/3. So here we see Servo Schematic from John. So This is definitely one of the interesting ones. We saw Servo Schematic come out from John on Thursday, and we didn't see any particularly exciting ways that we want to be sacrificing the Servo Schematics to get the extra value yet, so I'm definitely curious to see
he gets
if
to
we see
sacrifice
that.
them with Demon of Dark Schemes.
Oof, Herald of Anguish
Yeah,
apparently
that
is
thing.
another one.
That thing.
Holy.
Not
That's a big
Demon
one.
of Dark Schemes, Herald
That's a
of
big one.
Anguish.
All right. So here is that Nykthos I talked about. So now we've got the Nykthos. Here comes Gilded Goose. So now we've managed to get up to 4 devotion. So now our Nykthos is a little bit of plus mana. So that's very nice. So we got 4 green floating currently. We'll see what Jason decides to do with it. He's only got 2 cards in his hand. So with only 2 cards, John's really just hoping to fade some really big threat. I mean, with 4 mana, it looks like Jason's going to be casting something. So probably fading a Nissa of some sort. And then we just hope that the last card in Jason's hand isn't
Another
huge.
Voracious Hydra.
Another Voracious Hydra. So this will enter with 2 counters on it. I'm assuming that we'll just see another double here.
Yeah, so
Doesn't seem relevant to fight a Servo.
We've got a 4/5 and a 2/3.
Yeah, seems pretty good. So here's an attack for 2. That'll put John down to 16, and then he'll ship the turn back over. Ooh, I think Jason's last card in hand is Nissa. So now Jason's really just in the big threat waiting room. I think if he manages to find any X spell, he's going to be able to dump a bunch of mana into it.
Bunch of mana.
Notably, he actually doesn't have any forests. Yeah, I suppose I said
just
that a little too early, maybe, but still.
Activate Nykthos, untap my Nykthos.
Just activate Nykthos is very good, very good. Yeah, so
Might as well just be 3 forests in play.
yeah. All right, so here comes Darksteel Citadel.
So what do we hope from John's side?
I mean, we're looking for something along the lines of, like, shock some Gilded Goose, shock a Llanowar Elf, something along those lines. Removal spell. I think he's playing Yahini's Expertise on Thursday. Maybe something like that would be pretty effective.
Bastion or Battle at the Bridge would be all right.
Yeah, Battle at the Bridge would be pretty good here. We're looking for removal spells to deal with the mana generation that Jason's creating. I mean, he only has 3 lands in play, and one of them's Nykthos. If Jason managed to, if John managed to effectively kill like a Llanowar Elf and a Gilded Goose on this turn, it would have been very, very good. But here we see Nissa come down, and ooh, here comes Metallic Rebuke on the Nissa. Looks like Jason only had 2 floating, but he manages to make a mana with the Gilded Goose to pay for it. So
This is unfortunate.
yeah, John could have another Metallic Rebuke here, so because he can tap his Servo to pay the mana for it, because it's an artifact, obviously. So hopefully that we have that. But I mean, otherwise, I guess it's probably fine. I mean, Metallic Rebuke is like not really getting any better than Destroy Target Food, to be honest. So like, if that's all we've got going on, I just don't hate it. But
It's a lot better against the I'm gonna tap out for this big X spell thing.
yeah,
But I guess if we have it, we have it.
looks like we've got a quick judge question going on here. A little bit of confusion, but I do believe that Jason has the requisite mana, so he casts the Elvish Mystic and then has devotion of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, the Gilded Goose making the mana will be the 8th mana that he needs to pay for the Metallic Rebuke. So looks like the Nissa is going to resolve, and then no mana floating means that Jason's just going to be able to get in a pretty good attack here, I think. So we've got a couple Voracious Hydras and a Botanical Sanctum entering the red zone this turn, and now John looks like he needs something pretty miraculous to be able to come back from this game. I mean, I'm looking at a couple mediocre lands and
Oh, that's cute. Make another Servo.
oh, that's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of Shrapnel Blast action. I'm pretty about that. You make a Servo with a Shrapnel Blast, get to gun down a Voracious Hydra.
And then we make a Servo, and we get to
Yeah, we get to make some pretty subpar blocks. Yeah, probably just take the 5 here. So go down to 11 would be my choice. It's pretty unfortunate if we have to just like chump away with these things. And I could see throw 1 Servo in front of Botanical Sanctum, but obviously,
I'm off it.
yeah, I think we're at 16. We got plenty of life to spare, so we'll see what John ends up doing. But looks like we're currently thinking in John's declare block steps, if I had to assume what's going on here.
Yeah.
So
John trying its best to understand the board state and know what to do with these blockers. It's pretty hard. There's a lot.
There's a lot
and
going
just
on.
like
Yeah,
it's going
yeah,
down
these,
to 11 if he takes this.
Yeah, these green ramp decks with Nissa get real cluttered real fast.
Yeah,
it looks
real,
like
real out of hand. Looks like he double jumps.
that looks like that is what happened. So presumably that will have him taking 1 down to 15, assuming you put 1 blocker on each creature because of the trample from Voracious Hydro. Looks like he double blocked a Botanical Sanctum. Huh. All right. So
Like he double
blocked the 2/3 because he thought it. Oh no.
Oh, he thought it was a 2/2.
Oh
That's
no, you hate to see it. That's unfortunate.
This Hydra having a point of toughness for no reason really does.
Definitely matters. So he ends up taking 3 from the Botanical Sanctum.
What is this? Oh, is this Insult Artifact? The blue-black Tezzeret one?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm not entirely certain. I'm not entirely certain. I don't immediately recognize the art, but it looks like it must be an Insult Artifact of some kind.
Tezzeret's Touch.
Yeah,
Insult Artifact. When it's put into the graveyard, return it to its owner's hand.
Excellent. So yeah, looks like he's going to turn his Darksteel Citadel into a 5/5. So now he's just gonna have a 5/5 back to block with. Looks like that's his decision. This makes enough sense to me. We don't have a particularly good attack. We're probably just jamming our 5/5 into getting, blocked by a Llanowar Elf, although the Llanowar Elf is somewhat reasonable. All right, so now we'll see what Jason elects to do. Looks like just another elf off the top, if that was the correct look I got with that flash. So I expect that we'll see Jason just cast it and then untap his Botanical Sanctum and go to combat again. I mean, Jason's a little light on mana sources with this Nissa going off here, but I mean, looks like he's probably got plenty to try and just power through enough attackers this game. So looks like he's going to start by making a food. Interesting choice.
Looks like he wants to make a food, play this Llanowar Elf.
I buy that. Seems pretty believable to me. Looks like he's going to plus on the Nykthos. That makes sense. We've got the ability to activate it.
Yeah, I guess we.
Oh, although this mana does not work out. Yeah. We need
to untap the Sanctum, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to tap a Llanowar Elf.
Because we need to tap a Llanowar Elf to make this happen, but that will work because obviously Botanical Sanctum, not a forest, does not make an extra mana with Nissa.
Yeah.
So you can tap 2 mana to, use the Goose activation, but then after you untap Nykthos, we don't have green mana to cast Llanowar Elf, so that's not going to work. So here comes combat. He's going to send in with the team. This makes a lot of sense to me. Obviously we're going to be chump attacking with one of our creatures here. Presumably this Nykthos is just going to get eaten right now.
Then our opponent's going to take 5, 6.
Yeah, they're going to take 6 down to 5, and then, roughly the same again next turn. So
I think exactly the same next turn.
Yeah, so I think that blocking this Nykthos is probably what we have to do. It's definitely going to hamstring Jason's mana pretty bad, although he's still going to be left with like 6 mana next turn if he wants it between the 3 Llanowar Elves. All right, so that is exactly what happens. John's going to take the 6 down to 5, but manages to get the Nykthos out of there. I mean, John's one, pretty reasonable removal spell away from being pretty in this game, actually. Surprisingly, I would say.
This Nissa's at 8 now.
Oh, Nissa's at 8 now? Oh, maybe not.
It was played on turn 3. It's made... Is it made 2 or 3 dudes? It's at 7.
I think it's only made 2 dudes, so I think it's at 7. So he's got a little bit of time to try and figure out a way to deal with it, but not too much before Jason ends up getting all of his indestructible lands.
What is this card?
Is that the 1X that makes an artifact a 5/5? The Master Transmuter guy?
Yeah, Skilled
Animator. Yeah, the 1/3 that makes a 5/5. Yes. So now he's got another 5/5. All right. Feeling okay. Yeah. If Jason attacks with everything next turn, that's still exactly lethal. Whoops. Rats.
All right.
Well, darn, we tried.
Is it still we untap draw? We make this 3/3.
Yeah, and then he blocks 2 3/3s and takes 5.
He can block 3 things. He'll land are 1/3.
Oh, you're right. Okay. So we've got John being able to survive at 1 theoretically here, unless he finds something that is able to kill him here on Jason's side. But there aren't too many of that effect in Jason's deck. The only one that kind of stands out to me would be like Voracious
if he
Hydra
gets rid of
or
the
Wicked
skilled
Wolf.
animator, then he has
Oh
lethal.
yeah, the skilled animator dying is the easiest way. Wicked Wolf really stands out to me as the one that would be most likely to be able to do that. So let's see how this goes now for Jason. Didn't get a good look at the card he drew this turn, unfortunately. It's a Gilded Goose. Okay. Well, Gilded Goose is mediocre, but fine. Admittedly,
Looks like we're
so
tapping our elf to play his goose.
so it looks like Jason has decided he does not have a lethal attack. So maybe reconsidering here. So he's gonna tap a land and then plus the Nissa on the land, presumably, up to 8. So Nissa at 8 is a very big threat, admittedly.
Yeah.
So.
Getting all his forests out of his deck with this Nissa Old is...
he hasn't drawn any forests yet.
Yeah, leads him to draw only spells for the rest of this game, really.
Yeah, and it looks like he just elects to make no attacks. He doesn't want to jump attack with all of his things. He's got all of his things blocked back to defend the Nissa that he can emblem next turn, and then he can just start jamming his...
Do we want to be greedy and make our Nissa go to 9 before ulting her?
I don't think so. I think we're just getting enough value here from getting every forest in our deck into play. Plus, we're going to make our 2/3/3s indestructible that we already have.
Indestructible.
Yeah.
How could I forget that word?
Yeah. So I think I'm pretty into just ult this Nissa. We've got so many huge hits with that much mana in our deck. And it makes the probability that you're going to hit any of those things just so much higher when you take every forest out of your deck. I mean, he's going to be taking out probably
15 cards.
Probably like 15 lands or something along those lines. It's pretty similar to that. So looks like we're now in John's turn. I missed what his card for turn was, unfortunately. So we'll see what he manages to find.
Looks like Jason got some questions about skilled animator.
Yeah, looks like a judge question.
But that's all getting figured out. Ask the judge about elking the skilled animator.
Yes, that's a classic. So the skilled animator does not leave the battlefield, so the 5/5 will stay on the battlefield. And then if the skilled animator leaves the battlefield,
the 5/5 will stay.
The 5/5 will then still leave, I believe.
Will it still leave?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but I am certain that the 5/5
I had this
remains.
judge question a week ago.
Okay,
though I
then
did not ask an actual L2 like Steven.
The
answer I got was the 5/5 stays around.
Okay, that makes sense.
But I don't know how Layering works.
that makes sense. I could easily buy either of those being true, but I am certain that the 5/5 stays around at the very least until the skilled animator goes away. So here's Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot. It's going to draw John another card. So now he's down to 4, which actually is the lethal number, ironically. So looks like end step. Jason's going to go ahead and make an extra food.
John says, I'm helping you a lot this game as he slams his puzzle knot and loses a life.
Yeah, that's... so if Jason draws a land here, he's got lethal, right? Assuming that John has nothing in his hand, because he can just play it, plus it with Nissa attack.
Well, he's got... yep.
Also, assuming John has nothing, he has lethal anyway now, I believe. Right? Because...
No, his board state has the same power as it did last turn.
Yeah, but John lost a life. Oh, no, not quite. We can put him to 1. Yeah, so not quite lethal. So yeah, I think if Jason didn't draw a land this turn, I'm a pretty big fan of just ultimate.
An attack here put you to 1 also kills a skilled animator, making his witching well no longer a 5.
That's very true, yeah, which is pretty relevant. But it does get to eat, you do get to eat 2 lands in the process, and then that's pretty rough, so...
Oh, never mind. He can block the Hydra with the skilled animator.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, how could we forget?
Okay, so it looks like Jason's going to activate Gilded Goose twice.
Activate both geese.
And then plus the Nissa and cast a walk. Oh, we're just casting a walking ballista, so this
dope.
Is not quite going to be lethal, I don't think.
It's a 3/3.
Oh, it's a 3/3. We might be able to ping down the skilled animator.
But it's
still not a good attack, yeah. So it looks like Jason did elect to plus the Nissa this turn to be able to make this into a 3/3 walking ballista. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this is 4 counters, I assume.
Yeah.
It should be, right? Because
this is
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And then the Nissa. Untap. Nissa can't make mana.
Yeah.
Lol. You're right. Yeah. Okay. So it is.
It is just for 3.
It is just 3. unfortunate
And he ticked up his
with
Nissa
on
this
that.
turn. His Nissa
Yeah.
is at 9.
Granted, I mean, if Jason untaps, he's just gonna put a counter on the Walking Ballista here, right, and then just shoot him all at John. So we don't have to get too fancy. All we have to do is
at
untap.
9 now or 8 now?
It's at 9 now.
It's at 9 now?
Yeah.
Why didn't we just ult our Nissa and then next turn just have all the forests in play to cast our Ballista for actually lethal?
I don't know.
Because now we get
This is probably better if the Walking Ballista like.
I get if our opponent
yeah.
has kill spell, like we'd like ping them down to 1 and then untap and like crack them for lethal or.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think that Ultimate Nissa next turn Walking Ballista was a little bit better, but I also think it's pretty marginal that we're super gonna win.
Insanely
Yeah,
marginal.
yeah.
But this play also plays around Metallic Rebuke, which we've seen.
That's very true. Metallic Rebuke definitely could have been a card in John's hand, so that definitely matters.
Tezzeret the Schemer.
I believe that is Tezzeret the Schemer. So this one I'm gonna have to take a reread of.
Well, it's minus gains you life.
Okay, well that's probably what we're using.
I think
if that's an option,
I'm
we
pretty
have
sure it's
available
minus
to
is battle at
us.
the bridge.
Yeah, target creature
no.
gets plus X minus X until end of turn, where X is the number of artifacts you control.
Right.
Plus 1, create a colorless artifact token named
create a
Ethereum.
gold token, basically.
Okay.
And then it's in soul artifact a lot. Okay, so I guess this minus 2 does not gain us life, so I'm pretty sure we're just muffed.
Yeah, we've
But
got
he
to
does
be
get
dead.
to kill.
I mean, we could kill
Oh,
Walking Ballista,
He
right?
does not kill the Ballista.
Okay. Minus on 4 or on Botanical Sanctum, which is tempting, but the Ballista is just gonna kill us when Jason untaps. So if we don't have an answer to this Ballista, we're gonna die. So yeah, it looks like that is the goings-ons of things, and we see Jason take game number 1. It looked pretty one-sided for most of that game. We were mostly talking about, how maybe John has the ability to potentially have a comeback here, but at the end of the day, it just didn't end up happening, and Jason was ahead and stayed ahead for the entire story of it. So let's take a look at the sideboard, see if John can turn this around. Over in the sideboard, John's got 3 Duress, 3 Negate, 3 Yahenni's Expertise, 2 Brazen Borrower, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, and 2 Abrade. What sounds good here?
All right, so there's 3 Henny's Expertise and 2 Abrades and nothing else I want to consider.
All right. You don't want the Brazen Borrowers, potentially?
I get it can pick up his Nissas, but his Nissa is going to enter the battlefield and he's going to make it 3-3, and you're going to make him pick it up, and then his Nissa is going to enter the battlefield and he's going to make it 3-3, and then you're still probably muffed.
Yeah, I mean, we've got... that's not definitely not the only mode. On the play, we can bounce a Llanowar Elf, and that's pretty reasonable.
Oh, that's kind of fair.
Yeah.
Bounce a food token is super cute.
Yeah. I think that they're... I'm not opposed to the Brazen Borrowers if John has things to take out. And
that makes sense.
Similarly, if we need to end up with a Duress or some Duress or Negate in our deck to deal with Oko and Nissa, then that's totally reasonable as well. So I think if John feels that he cannot really beat Oko, Nissa, those type of cards, that we could see some copies of Duress and Negate enter the battlefield. But yeah, the Henny's Expertise are really the ones that stand out to me as very good. So let's take a look at Jason's sideboard here. We've got 3 Heroic Intervention, 2 Lifecrafter's Bestiary, 3 Thrashing Brontodon, 2 Questing Beast, 1 Shifting Ceratops, and 4 Negates. What sounds good here?
Oh, well, the sideboard seems packed full of things you'd bring in here. I'm not sure. I don't think we want Thrashing Brontodons. I don't think our opponent played any artifacts that we seem to care about as much. But
in the artifact deck, I mean, I think you just have to bring in Thrashing Brontodon, right? We saw the Tezzerets, the 3-mana Tezzeret and Soul Artifact. We saw
Skilled Animator.
Even if the artifact itself we don't really care about, we're more than happy to kill it when it's a 5/5. Also, I'm pretty into the Questing Beasts. They look pretty good. And the Shifting Ceratops seems like a slam dunk as well.
Yeah.
I could buy some copies of Lifecrafter's Bestiary as well if you're assuming that your Grixis Colors opponent can sideboard into a more controlling version of their deck, which I think is a totally reasonable assumption. Then your Lifecrafter's Bestiaries probably look pretty appealing in that world. And maybe Jason's going to leave them where they are for game 2, but I think if we see John win this game number 2, I wouldn't be surprised to see Lifecrafter's Bestiary in game 3 after he gets rocked by Yahenni's Expertise.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just bring in Questing Beast, Shifting Ceratops, and then I'm pretty just down on 4 Negates.
4 Negates?
Yeah, I want to bring all 4 of them.
Wow.
I want all 4 of those things in our deck. and I want to pub stomp my opponent playing non-creature spells.
I don't think I even want any of that card. Negate is like really aggressive, but maybe
So aggressive, and I like it.
Maybe. All right, we'll have to see. So, looks like players have decided their sideboard configurations here. So we'll take a look at game number 2. We're gonna have John on the play this time. So hopefully things go a little bit better for him in this second match here.
Also, no, Henny's expertise kills indestructible Nissa lands.
Yeah, but also just kills Nissa lands,
Yeah.
regardless of indestructibility. All right, so let's take a look here. I see an Soul Artifact in John's hand. Looks like missing lands. Oh, there's one, but I'm probably going to need a second one to be able to make this hand reasonable. Jason's hand, on the other side, looks... Well, I can't really get a good look at it, unfortunately. So, looks like John's giving a think about his hand. Looks like he is going to keep it. Play a tap land, send the turn back. Jason keeping his 7-card hand as well, so... Alright, he's got an Elvish Mystic. Send the turn back over to John, who just drew a Darksteel Citadel, so that's pretty good.
Yep. And then we get to play this Puzzle Knot.
Yeah, Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot looks great here. Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot into Soul Artifact looks like a curve I am very happy to run out, so here comes the Puzzle Knot. It'll put John down to 19. He'll find another card off the top of his deck. Let's see what he's got. Steam Vents. Cool, that's a good one. Quickly solving our mana problems. We've got the access to all of our colors now, so no worries here on John's side of the battlefield. Here's another Botanical Sanctum from Jason. He's a real big fan of these Botanical Sanctums. He's really doing it.
Yeah, his Nissa deck really likes his not forest
Yeah,
cards. He's
yeah.
like, what, the only, 5 not in his deck?
Yeah, basically.
4 Sanctums and Island.
Attack for 1 with Elvish Mystic. That is not it.
Yeah, that's really... Oh,
and then
attack
send
go?
the turn. Yeah, I mean...
He's holding up the negate.
Maybe. He could be, but...
I don't know what he wants to negate on turn 3, but he's doing it.
Exactly. I mean, it's Soul Artifact, right? Like, that's the goal here, I think. And there's another land off the top for John, so he's really dug himself out of the potential mana issues he could be having, but now his hand's just stacked with ways to make artifacts 5/5, so he only has 1 or 2 artifacts in play currently. I think he might have another Darksteel Citadel in his hand there at the back that'll be able to turn into a 5/5 at some point, but no, this isn't Soul Artifact. So he's going to Soul Artifact his Darksteel Citadel, and yeah, here comes probably the negate. So yeah.
Look at that. My man. Brought him in.
Hey, who knows if it's 4? Let's calm down. Here comes Nykthos. Nykthos looks not incredible here, so he'll make 3 mana. Let's see what his play is this turn. It looks like it's going to be Thrashing Brontodon, leaving up a mana, so... And, yeah, John's probably just going to be happy enough to just, slap another Soul Artifact on Darksteel Citadel.
Yeah,
and
it's indestructible.
Yeah, and then, well, I mean, the Thrashing Brontodon will probably take out the Soul Artifact itself. But, that's fine. That's a nice 1-for-1. We're essentially paying 2 mana to kill target Thrashing Brontodon that our opponent will spend 4 mana on, so that's not the end of the world or anything.
He shocks this in.
Alright, so...
Since the Tezzeret the Schemer.
That would be sick.
Does not kill Thrashing Brontodon quite yet.
Yeah, only 2 artifacts in play currently, so Tezzeret the Schemer's no good for taking out Thrashing Brontodon. He could plus to make an Ethereum cell, though, so hey. Feeling alright about that.
Oh, he's not doing that.
Alright, here comes Witching Well. Witching Well looks pretty good here. He's going to scry 2.
John notorious for liking his 1-mana things that scry 2.
Oh yeah, John's all about 1-mana scry 2. He's a big fan of Fairy Seer in Modern, this John, so...
He said it's his favorite, it's the best card in his deck, and he's playing Blood Moons and Kiki Jikis.
Yeah. Remand,
Fairy
Lightning
Seer.
Bolt. He's playing Lightning Bolt.
Nope, Fairy Seer. Not close.
Alright, so here's another Soul Artifact on the Darksteel Citadel. He'll go to combat. We'll see if Jason wants to pop this Soul Artifact, or if he just elects to leave John with the 5/5. Notably, he let him attack so that he gets to end up with the tapped Darksteel Citadel. So definitely correct there.
All right, destroys the Soul Artifact.
Yep.
Sick.
Hit a quick sweat moment and make sure you don't target the Darksteel Citadel. Alright, looks like we got lands. I still can't really spot any of the cards in Jason's hand. Well,
Yeah,
that's a foil breeding pool, so I approve of that one.
Yeah. Doing a really good job at keeping his hand hidden.
yeah, hiding it
five
from
mana.
us as well.
Is it Nissa?
If this is Nissa, nope, it's just Voracious Hydra. So
Oh, just Voracious Hydra.
Voracious Hydra.
6/7.
yeah, it's huge. All right, no, this is much bigger than any of the creatures that John is even hoping to assemble at this point. You know, John's all about just like getting out these cheap 5/5s. Well, Jason's just got a 6/7 now. I mean, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's giant. It's
yeah,
way bigger than these 5/5s
yeah, it's way bigger than the
John's
5/5s.
been trying to make all game.
It's pretty worrisome for John's position.
Another 5/5.
Yeah, so now we've got a 5/5 again, and well, if our Darksteel Citadel ever dies, we'll
And
get it back.
6/7 tramples over for one every turn.
Yeah, it definitely does, but that's not really a race-winning plan. But you know, it's still pretty good. Here's Castle Garenbrig. That one's going to be pretty effective if Jason ever finds another X creature spell to be able to sink all the mana into. And you know, he's got a Nykthos. He's only got 3 devotion currently, unfortunately, though. So, all right, let's see what we've got now from
So
Jason.
what do we expect
He's certainly
Jason-
thinking.
What can Jason slam here that's like backbreaking?
Well, I mean, I think we would have seen the like really good ones, the Hydrate Craces, the Nissas already come down, right? So I think we can solidly assume that we
That's
don't
a
have any
Wicked
of
Wolf in
those.
hand.
So yeah, I see a Wicked Wolf though. Wicked Wolf certainly not great. You can just play it as a 4-mana 3/3 on this board, but I'm not happy with that outcome. Obviously,
Yeah, really. Oh, he's going for it.
looks like we're tapping 4 here, so maybe 4-mana 3/3 is just the best thing we can do on this turn. If that's the case, then that's somewhat unfortunate,
Oh,
but
it looks like actually Castle.
presumably. So we've got 7 mana. And it looks like yeah, we'll just see what Jason goes. I think the speculation here is probably not super useful. So this is definitely activate Castle. So we've got 6 mana floating. Botanical Sanctum will make it to 7.
Oh.
And here's the Hydroid Krasis for 5. Okay, so Krasis for 5, I think that's quite good. I definitely see the hesitation here from Jason. Getting the Krasis up to 6 would be great, obviously, against the opponent who's trying to make a bunch of 5/5s. But Krasis for 5, I think, is quite good. It's got a large
Our
clock.
opponent's now on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, so
And we don't need to swing in with our 6/7 anymore.
he-
so we have a point of damage.
he attacked for 1, and
Yeah.
John made the obvious block, and then we
There's
moved on there.
another oh man,
Oh,
he's seen
boy.
4 this game.
Yeah, I mean those were the keystones
just
of his
passed.
hand. Yeah, I think I would have liked the attack for 5 or for 10 there.
I
Yeah.
would've loved
Jam
Smack
for 10 seems pretty sick. And I don't know, it's rough because with the Hydrate Krasis that can attack for 5 in the air that we don't have a way to deal with, it's going to be pretty easy for our opponent to just, beat us down in the air after getting us down to like 10 or whatever. So let's see.
So he plays
Gilded
Goose,
Goose.
Llanowar Elves.
Yeah. Couple subpar.
He's got Wicked Wolf still in hand and Mystery card. Is Wicked Wolf still doing Stone Cold Nothing?
Yeah.
It's pretty neat that you can play it and like block a 5/5 if he tries to attack with it, but he's clearly not doing that. He can attack last turn. He's not doing it this turn.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the only thing that this Wicked Wolf probably has going for it. So I think you should cast it. I mean, it's not like we're really planning on having other targets. So here comes a Nykthos activation. Wicked Wolf will enter the battlefield. No fight from Jason. It's just going to be a 3/3, which I'm pretty happy with. And then a nice attack for 5 in the air. And notably, the attack last turn put John from 16 down to 15,
Yeah,
which
that
is a
was a
very
big,
notable
big hit.
1 point. So
And it's a good thing he did it there because now he can no longer.
absolutely. He
He
doesn't have that option anymore. So definitely a heads up attack from Jason there. I like that one quite a bit. Let's see what John's got now.
Hopefully,
Looks
it's Henny's expertise.
5. Oh, reverse engineering.
Oh,
So this
we're
is
to Ancestral Recall here.
draw 3 cards. So with improvise, it's 5 mana, draw 3 cards with improvise. So pretty good. Hopefully John manages to find some answers. Yeah, we're really looking for Yahenni's expertise right now. I mean, Yahenni's expertise would do a pretty good job clearing up this board, though it admittedly would not answer the Hydrate Krasis. So that's no good. A Battle at Bridge would answer the Hydrate Krasis as well if he manages to find that. So really John's just trying to find answer to Hydrate Krasis to be able to stabilize the board, because he's certainly got the ground more or less locked up. The 2 indestructible 5/5s do a really good job of making sure the ground is okay, but he's definitely going to die to these to this hydrate crisis if he doesn't keep it up. And even now, Jason can just start attacking with everything, getting in some extra chip damage.
Like John's dead.
Walking ballista though. Yeah, that's certainly lethal.
Because we get to get in for 5 in the air and play this 10 mana.
Yeah,
5/5
so here's the
ballista.
attack for 5, and that is plenty for John to pick up his cards. The Walking Ballista ends up finishing him off in both games, and that's the usual fashion for these
exactly
blue-green
what this deck wants
devotion
to do.
decks. They are almost always just, all right, well, what are you at? 7? Here's Ballista. You're dead, right? And the answer is always yes. You're just always dead to it. It's pretty ridiculous. So, anyways, we've got a little bit of time here to thank our second sponsor for the night. I would like to talk about Tabletop. Tabletop is the absolute best in board game apparel. If you are interested in board games and if you are into clothes, then Tabletop is where you should be. They make excellent clothes, they're high quality, and the holidays are coming up, so if you are looking for anything to gift your fellow nerd board game players, look no further than tabletop.com, and I bet if you order it now, they'll be here in time for Christmas. So, but I'm sure that you're running out of time on that. So make sure you do it sooner rather than later, and I think that you will be very, very happy with your Tabletop merch. And if you are interested in the holiday seasons, like I just mentioned, well, we've got some holiday dragon shields to give away. So I mentioned that we're going to be doing giveaways all day. That's still true. This is the second of many giveaways that we will be doing today. So if you want to win a set of Christmas dragon shields, the holiday dragon shields you see on the bottom right corner there, all you have to do is name the Naya dragon that is missing from this cycle of dragons before you. Email the answer to promotions@paradise.games and use the subject heading dragon shield giveaway, and we will ship you a set of dragon shields anywhere in the US if you win. And now let's get a little bit into the lore behind these dragons, because this one's pretty interesting too. So the 5 primeval dragons are supposedly the second generation after the elder dragons. They were self-proclaimed gods and once ruled Dominaria until the Numena managed to imprison them and steal their power. The primevals were ordinary dragons until all of them were awakened, when their combined magic unlocked their magnificent powers. Their names had a special meaning in Old Draconic, describing the stages of a dragon's life. The first primeval was Daragaz, conception. The third was Treva, youth. The fourth, Dromar, adulthood. And the last was Croesus, death. The second dragon, the Naya one that we're looking for the name of, translates to childhood. What is that dragon? If you think you know the answer, once again, email us that answer at promotions@paradise.games with the subject title Dragon Giveaway, and you can win this fresh pack of Dragon Shield sleeves. So thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be doing more giveaways later, and we're going to get you guys some Time Machine matches here for the break. We'll be back with round number 3 here very shortly, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Here's a little bit of Hot Damn Scandal. Alrighty, welcome back everyone to round number 2.
Hello everybody and welcome to
Modern
Paradise
Games Thursday Night Pioneer. I'm Alex and I'm going to be bringing you 3 rounds of Pioneer tonight. We have a little bit of Sam versus James, Abzan mid-range versus James on Eldrazi. It's a little bit of blue-green Eldrazi, the usual suspects you would expect to see, the classic Battery Shaper, Thought Nazi, Reality Smasher. We got some Okos in there as well, so this Abzan mid-range deck, though, is definitely starting things off a little interestingly with double Stitcher Supplier, and there's the Rally the Ancestors. I was about to say that this looks quite a bit more like a Rally the Ancestors deck than a mid-range deck, and sure enough, my suspicions are confirmed here. And here's a nice turn 2 Oko from James. This is pretty format defining as per usual here with Oko. He'll make a food, send it on back to Sam. Definitely interesting what Sam's supposed to do. It largely depends on the quality of his hand. He had a few relevant mills there. I believe he milled a Cruel Celebrant, although I'm not certain what the other notable hits are. I do see the Rally in his hand, so that's certainly worth noting. Nice Elvish Visionary as well, so that's certainly a good one. Nice one to bring back as well. Usually these Rally decks in Pioneer are hoping to be able to rally for 2 instead of the 3 that we saw in Standard with the Nantuko Husks, but I think rally for 2 usually is the goal of these Pioneer Rally decks. But so 4 mana, looks like we could see Sam potentially cast a Rally next turn to try and get a bunch of value, especially if he has a second one. So well, it looks like there's a Cartel Aristocrat that got milled as well, so that seems really good actually. Sam might be able to do a lot of work with the first Rally here. And James kind of looks like he recognizes the position he's in. Opponent's been setting up really well. Ooh, Thought Nazi though. That'll be able to take the Rally out of Sam's hand probably. And that's going to be very, very good. All right, so let's get a good look here. I see a Nantuko Husk. Oh, it looks like so Sam must actually be planning on Rally for 3, because he does have a Nantuko Husk in here. I believe his hand is Zulaport Cutthroat, Nantuko Husk, and Forest. So 3 pretty good cards here. Oh, that is not a Zulaport Cutthroat. Excuse me. I'm not actually certain what the card in front is there. Looks like James giving it a read as well. Hopefully we'll get production to keep me updated on what that one is, but the fact that Sam is including the Nantuko Husk in his build tells me that he is planning on doing rallies for 3 as opposed to doing rallies for 2, which is a pretty big difference, I would see. And here we see a Zulaport Cutthroat get milled over. So James is certainly in danger here. If Sam just rips a Rally here, I think James is pretty likely to die. Just from 20, actually. So, pretty scary. It looks like Mogus's Marauder was the card in Sam's hand there. So, when it's the battlefield, up to X target creatures gain Intimidate and Haste until end of turn. Makes a lot of sense, where X is your devotion to black. Yeah, totally buy that. Looks pretty good. All right. Stubborn Denial. Ooh, that's a good one for James. Stubborn Denial is probably one of the better cards in his deck right now. The Nantuko Husk makes things a little bit awkward for James with the attacking and all that. I honestly think that he should just Elk the Nantuko Husk, and then he'll be able to pretty much attack more or less freely. I mean, looks like Sam could have a potential double block on the Thought Nazi by doing that, but we'll see how this goes. Here, this is interesting. I don't really like this block here from Sam. I mean, Sam could have blocked with the Nantuko Husk and then sacked those creatures, and he could have eaten the Thought Nazi instead of what ended up happening, so I think I would have preferred to see that from Sam. So here's another Thought Nazi. It's going to go ahead and eat the Mogus's Marauder out of Sam's hand. So now just single planes left for Sam, and now we're going to see James really try and take over the game here. He's basically got this one locked up. Sam's going to need a couple of runners here to be able to actually pack this one in. Here's another Mogus's Marauder off the top. So Sam will go ahead and play it, give itself Haste and Intimidate, but that's not really going to do anything. It's still going to stay back to defend. James, Tireless Tracker off the top. Ooh, he's got a Reality Smasher as well. I bet we'll see that one come down. He's still going to want to hold up his Stubborn Denial, of course. I just don't think he's ever going to let Stubborn Denial down. He's in such a commanding position right now that if he just doesn't tap out, he's certainly going to be winning. So here's the Reality Smasher I mentioned. I expect we'll see a land as well to be able to enable the Stubborn Denial, but it looks like James is just going to go ahead and attack first. He's not scared of any instants. We might actually be missing the land to be able to cast the Stubborn Denial. He is, so that's definitely an interesting decision. James elected to take himself out of Stubborn Denial in order to apply a lot of pressure here. This is dangerous. I mean, Sam's going to get 2 looks at a Rally the Ancestors here, and I think it's going to be lethal if Sam finds it, so he'll get the draw off the Thought-Knot Seer plus the draw for turn. It's basically Rally or nothing, so he definitely needs to find the Rally. He's only at 5, so looks like a couple of lands. That is not going to be it, so we'll see James take game number 1 here. Things looked pretty good there for Sam early, but the Thought-Knot Seers managed to take the Rallies out of his hand, and he just ended up kind of bricking off after that, so that's going to be James up 1-0. Let's take a look at the sideboards here for people. Over on Sam's side, we got 2 Voice of Resurgence, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Sin Collector, 1 Plague Crafter, 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 1 Remorseful Cleric, 1 Vraska Golgari Queen, 2 Knight of Autumn, 1 Assassin's Trophy, and 2 Thoughtseize. So we're obviously trying to get our creature package a little bigger and have some more resilience here. So Fatal Push, pretty good, assuming that we can reliably trigger Revolts, which our deck definitely can. Plague Crafter seems quite good as well, so I'm pretty into that. Have them sacrifice one of their big creatures. The 2 Knight of Autumns are mediocre. The 1 Assassin's Trophy seems pretty good to me as well. And I quite like the Thoughtseize in this matchup as well. I think that if Sam is uninterrupted and has a proactive and effective start like he did in that first game there, I think that he's going to be ahead most of the time. If he can prevent himself from getting his hand stripped and interacted with, I think that the Thoughtseizes are going to be pretty good in kind of enabling that sort of plan. They're sort of like defensive Thoughtseizes. They're protecting your hand by disenabling James from interacting with you in that fashion. So I think I like those as well. Let's take a look at James's board. He's got 3 Reclamation Sage, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Mystical Dispute, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Negate, 1 Scavenging Ooze, and 2 Feed the Clan. So off the top of my head, 2 Grafdigger's Cage are slam dunks. The 2 Negates, the 2 Disdainful Stroke, and the Scavenging Ooze also seem pretty appealing to me. We're really just trying to prevent Rally the Ancestors from resolving. That's kind of the whole idea here. So we probably want all of the interaction that we have in order to deal with that. So, and also now notably seeing the Grafdigger's Cage in James's sideboard, that definitely brings to my head that Sam should be bringing in some way of dealing with that, be it, I guess the Knight of Autumn stand out to me is probably the best plan for that. So Sam should probably also be bringing in Knight of Autumns, assuming he's got Grafdigger's Cage on his mind, which admittedly I forgot about, but I would hope that Sam has on the front of his mind playing the deck. So that's what I do. More interaction from James, a little bit more interaction from Sam, the usual post-board stuff. So looks like we got both players shuffling it up here for the second game. Like I said, I feel like if the game goes on in a way where neither player really interacts with each other, I feel like Sam should be able to find a combo kill before James is able to, find the last point of damage. But I could also actually see, a game progressing in such a way where Sam ends up with just a better board state than James between, Cartel Aristocrat and Antuco Husk and like a Zulaport Cutthroat or something like that. Just being able to sacrifice multiple dumb dudes, block sack, make profitable exchanges with cards like Elvish Visionary, Stitcher Supplier, the likes, where you don't mind sacrificing them to a Nantuko Husk. You get to eat a larger creature like a Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher and whatnot. So let's see how the game plays out. Oko is relatively good in this matchup, though I will admit I don't think it's at its best, so we'll see if James decided to trim any number of that. Of course, Oko is just so inherently powerful that I can't say I would be particularly surprised if they're just still all in the deck. That might just be a card you just never touch while sideboarding, and I wouldn't be shocked, but it looks like both players down to 6 here, so We'll have to see if hopefully these players can find a better 6. Mulligans are obviously no fun. Looks like just a little land light on James's side. I didn't get a great look at Sam's hand before he shipped it back, but from a glance, I think it was a little land heavy, so obviously not the hands these players are looking for. Sam definitely wants and needs to hit his 4th land at some point, but he's certainly looking for more hands, like the 2 lands, Elvish Visionary, Double Stitcher Supplier, like the last hand. Like, those are the hands you're really trying to find, and, it'd be nice if we can slap a Thoughtseize or something along in there as well, so. Ooh. Alright, let's see if Sam can piece James's deck back together. Alright. Take a look here. Sam draws 7 cards here. I see Elvish Visionary, Rally the Ancestors, a few lands, Cruel Celebrant. That looks like a keep to me if I'm Sam. Interesting choice on what's going on the bottom here. It could be the 3rd land, but it's more likely just one of the creatures. It is. I think that might have been a Tassiger that went back. I'm not certain if I saw that right. That would be a kind of odd inclusion, but all right. Looks like James will keep his hand as well. All right, we've got Taps Temple Garden Go from Sam. James will lead off with a untapped Breeding Pool and an Elvish Mystic. All right, Stitcher's Supplier off the top. That's definitely the best enabler that the Pioneer rally decks really have to offer. So I think Sam's probably pretty happy to see that one. It's a turn late, but I'm sure he'll be able to find a point on his curve where he's able to weave that one in. He drew another Rally the Ancestors here, and oh boy, here's another turn 2 Oko. So turn 2 Oko is like very, very good in pretty much every matchup. I can't imagine that Sam's going to be happy to see this. And I mentioned potentially trimming a couple, but obviously when you're able to do this consistently, it's just absurd. So here is Satyr Wayfinder into Stitcher Supplier. Sam working on filling up his graveyard, though I think that was largely a bunch of misses. No real relevant creatures, just a bunch of lands and a rally. He might have hit something, but overall not the mills he's looking for, so we'll see if James is able to capitalize. So Oko to 7. He'll go ahead and attack for 3 with the Elk. Sam makes the easy block. He's going to slap that Stitcher Supplier in front of it. There's some more action that we're looking for. Plague Crafter, Mogus's Marauder, and I believe that is... Oh, I'm not certain what the last one is, but... Oh, Nantuko Husk, I think. So some 3 CMC spells got milled. Here's another Elvish Visionary. He'll go ahead and draw another card. He's looking to hit his land drops. He's still got the Cruel Celebrant in his hand. Okay, Thought-Knot Seer the draw from James. James has got to be pretty happy to see that one. Here comes a food token. If he has another land here, I expect that we're going to see this Thought-Knot Seer come down. James has got to be worried about the Rally the Ancestors coming, and these are autopilot blocks for Sam here. He's more than happy to just put his creatures into the graveyard to be able to get them back with Rally, and ooh, there's another good one off the top. Sam's missing the land to be able to rally for 3, though, so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and cast Vraska Golgari Queen. That gets Stubborn Denial, just the Force Spike mode on that, but it's plenty good. And, Sam's probably fine with this. He's got the 2 rallies in his hand. He's going to want to be able to make sure that those get through on the next couple turns, so I expect that as soon as Sam draws a land, we're going to see Rally the Ancestors for 3. And even if he misses on a land, I would kind of be surprised if we don't see Rally the Ancestors for 2 next turn. I'm a little surprised at the no double block here from Sam. He elects to keep an Elvish Visionary around. That makes sense. He does have Aristocrats in his hand, so I buy that. Here is Nantuko Husk off the top, and now Sam's just got to be thinking about whether or not he wants to rally for 2. Looks like no is the answer, just missing his land drops. He's got to be feeling pretty bad about this now. I mean, if James has any form of interaction again, he's just going to wait for a land and then jam a 5 CMC spell into what could be a negate or something. So here's a land. Here comes Thought-Knot Seer. James leaving up blue mana, very notably. Matters quite a bit. All right, looks like now Sam's going to go ahead and fire off the rally for 2. I'd be surprised if James does not counter this with the Stubborn Denial. He does. So Rally for 2 is going to get countered, and here is Sam's hand. We got the Rally, the double Aristocrats, and a Nantuko Husk. So it looks like the rally's going to go away, surprising nobody. That leaves Sam with a pretty mundane hand here. He does have a super stacked graveyard still, but the hand is not super powerful, so James is going to go ahead and make another food. Just going to slide in for 6. Sam will make a block. He's only got a single rally left in his deck, I think. I think one got milled, one got countered, that one's get exiled, so that's not a good place to be if you're Sam. This looks very rough position. He's going to have to try and win this game with combat. Ugh. So here comes Nantuko Husk and the Aristocrat. And yeah, it looks like Sam's pretty solidly on plan. Just try and recover from this miserable board state, because the combo kill just looks increasingly unlikely. He's got multiple outs, but with only single rally, it's going to be tough. There are additional rally effects, notably in the format, but I'm not certain how many Sam is playing. Usually it's somewhere around like 6, but obviously rally's the best one. You mostly just play the 4 rallies because it's great. So we'll see how James ends up navigating this situation. I think if he just turns all of his creatures sideways, he's got to be really close to lethal here. He can make another elk out of the food. He does just that. Oh, it looks like he's electing to trade Nantuko Husk for his food token. It's not like Sam can really do anything about that. Oh. Alrighty, welcome back here for round number 3 of the Paradise Games Pioneer 1K. We got Greg versus Patrick. We watched Greg play in round number 1. He managed to take down his second round as well. So we got a little bit of Mono Red versus Simic Aggro. That seems pretty exciting to me. I'm looking forward to this one.
So in this match, Greg's just going to try to play his turn 2 Oko, which should never happen because shocks. Yeah. And Patrick's going to try to stop him from playing his turn 2 Oko.
Yeah. Pretty much. Turn 3 Oko is going to be good enough a lot of the time.
Yeah, probably.
Also, accelerated Steel Leaf champions are going to be really hard for Mono Red to beat. In that, you can deal with it. You're probably just going to attack into it and then block and lightning bolt the thing, which is going to be subpar, but you got to do what you got to do, really. So
it's actually you actually can't block that card.
Yeah. All right. It's true. We really can't. So let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like Greg on the play. He'll take the mole again to start things off. Patrick taking a look at his hand. It looks great. Yeah, at a glance. I saw lands, Wizard's Lightning. I think I saw Viashino Pyromancer as well. So looks pretty good at a glance. So we'll have to see if Greg can find something better here on the mulligan. Greg been mulliganing quite a bit today. Not certain whether or not he's just mulliganing aggressively or whether he's just seeing miserable hands, but regardless, good looking out on Greg's side. Yeah, Patrick's hand looks great. I saw Bomat Courier in there as well.
3 lands, 4 spells.
Yeah, it looks excellent. Yeah. So Patrick certainly going to be a little ahead starting things off. He's on the draw, though. I think if Patrick were on the play, I might favor him a little bit. But I think that in general, I would take Greg's seat in this matchup over Patrick's. But
yeah, but
Oko is so powerful.
Yeah,
it's largely just entirely because Oko. Oko is just absurd. It gains so much life. When you just cast it on turn 3, your opponent
So this hand was a snap.
Just gains you 10.
I see a Heart of Kiernan. I see
Botanical Sanctum.
Elf.
Looks great. Well, there's a Monastery Swift Spear. Gitu Lava Runner off the top.
Looks like Patrick's just munching.
Yeah, so now
Greg
gets the option to block. Depending on Greg's hand, he could just take this option. But it looks like he does not. He'll take the 1, go to 19. He needs his Llanowar Elf
in his hand.
Yeah. So I assume we're going to see a powerful 3-drop this turn because Greg elected not to block here.
Love Struck Beasts. Oh. Yeah, I would have taken this block. I would have taken that block last turn.
Yeah, certainly. If this was our play, I think we were supposed to block.
But here we are.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Another land for Patrick.
His Love Struck Beast to be able to attack, but
yeah, I think we got to do what we got to do. Here's 2 more 1-drops. So 1-drop into 1-drop from Patrick, and this is going to be a snap block from Greg, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that one's an easy block. So Greg's going to take 1 down to 18. He's got his mana online now. He's got a 5/5 hanging out in Adventure. So Patrick's got to be pretty worried about that. Here's a land from Greg.
Yeah,
He's
he
got a
found
Heart
his
of Kieran.
creature heavy hand and into the creature heavy deck.
Yeah.
Which is
Looks pretty good here.
Yeah.
Looks like Greg's deciding if he wants to.
crunch.
Well,
Which-
Crunch is certainly bad into the 1/2 Soulscar Mage hanging out on defense there, but cast Heart of Kieran is certainly an option. And yeah, he goes ahead and takes that choice. He doesn't have too many walkers in his deck. It's mostly just Oko that you're really looking to crew with the Heart of Kieran, so it's kind of just hanging out, taking the spot of Smuggler's Copter, who was kind of like the natural transition from the Smuggler's Copter ban for this deck, so makes quite a bit of sense. Patrick has a Lightning Strike in his hand, so he can go ahead and attack here into the Lovestruck Beast, and he's actually going to get favorable trades here because of the Soulscar Mage, so
he gets
looks like Greg actually elects to crew and then block, so he's willing to risk the Heart of Kieran instead of the Lovestruck Beast, so he's going to Lightning Strike it. That'll end up dying 3
-1/-1 counters on it.
Yeah, so then
his 2/3 Soulscour Mage.
A-okay, and then Greg will take 2. Ooh, Greg flooding out a little bit here. No attack for 5 either. Means that Greg's not willing to opt into this race quite yet either.
But Patrick off Bomat Courier leaves him without a late game.
Yeah, well, speaking of Bomat Courier.
Patrick back on Bomat Courier with a late game.
Good news for Greg, though, is that Patrick basically with no extra blocks. Yeah, so here's the easy block. Patrick just cashes in the Bomat Courier for a single card here. Finds a shock, not the end of the world.
Yeah, shocks especially good with the Soulscour Mage in play.
Yeah,
looks
most
like
definitely.
Greg just keeps flooding.
So many lands over
If you guys
on Greg's
watched
side.
yesterday,
Greg draws
all
lands.
Greg did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Greg knows how to draw lands for sure. There's a Lightning Strike off the top for Patrick, so now these attacks look quite good. So Greg makes the obvious blocks. Here's the Lightning Strike that'll take down the Lovestruck Beast. Once again, these are -1/-1 counters going on the Beast because of the Soulscar Mage. So this means that now the damage is going to be not enough to take out the creature after it gets the Prowess trigger. So Soulscar Mage doing a lot of work
and
here.
Shock Face, it looks like.
Yeah, this looks like Shock Face for an extra point of damage from the Monastery Swift Spear. I don't think I like this Shock Face. I think that we're going to get an extra point of damage out of Shock Face next turn, almost certainly, with the Soulscar Mage attacking, but still, Greg down to a very low life total.
Where else would have been preferred.
I was into Shock Land or Elves too, but
here's a Wicked
Wolf looks good though. Okay, Wicked Wolf. We're at 7.
Bigger.
Patrick has no cards in hand. He has a Ramanap Ruins in play, I think, though, so that's pretty important.
Reading Soulscour Mage for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not certain why. Does it get a -1/-1 counter?
Oh.
Wait, really?
And shock off the top. Wow.
Wow, I actually didn't know that. I would have to reread Soulscar Mage again, but
non-combat
damage. Wow, that's sick.
That's neat.
Oh, I actually had no idea. That's really sweet. I'd never had that interaction come up before. That's pretty cool. All right, so that's a big deal.
Again.
Yeah, the 1/-1/-1 counter and then flood.
Oh, he did it.
That's gonna do it.
That was a tie. Wow.
Yikes.
I thought that Wicked Wolf really did it.
Yeah, I thought I was all in.
Down.
I was all in on that Wicked Wolf thing, and then that just got the bad news real quick, especially with the shock on top for perfect.
Oh man.
So all right. Well, let's take a look here at the sideboard for Patrick. He's got 2 Smash Smithereens, 4 Searing Blood, 2 Scavenger Grounds, 2 Goblin Chain Whirler, 3 Glorybringer, and 2 Chandra Torch of Defiance. What do you like here?
Okay. Well, 4 Searing Blood, not close.
Oh yeah.
And he's on the draw.
Goblin Chain Whirler.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
Goblin Chain Whirler
that
for
card just
sure.
wipes your opponent's board. And I'm off the Glorybringers and Chandras in this matchup. Since Patrick wants to kill his opponent really fast. And I'm pretty sure once you bring in 6 cards, there's no more you can trim for these 5
I think I tend to agree. I think the Searing Bloods and the Goblin Chain Whirlers are excellent, and they need to come in. After that, I don't think we have enough room for Glorybringer and Chandra. And the Chandra is pretty interesting in the Glorybringer too, because like they fly, which is very tempting. Like the Glorybringer flying is super big in this matchup. Most of Greg's creatures have 4 toughness. So
main, which
I think there's 1 Hazoret main. Yeah, but still, we don't have too much ability to go that much bigger. You know, we can only bring in so many cards, and by the time we're doing that, we've got to bring in Scavenger Grounds too, and then we're ending up looking at taking out like 10 cards or something, and that's pretty unreasonable. So, a little bit of gonna bring in some haymakers from Patrick's side. Let's take a look at Greg. Greg's got 1 Heroic Invention, 1 Hunt the Hunter, 1 Feed the Clan, 1 Pulse of Marasa, 1 Prey Upon, 1 Entrancing Melody, 1 Aether Gust, 2 Icy Blast, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Mystical Dispute, and 2 Reclamation Sage. What sounds good here?
All right, so Feed the Clan, Impulse of Marasa, not close.
Oh yeah, those are great.
It's possible we're getting some Prey Upon again.
Oh, Prey Upon looks excellent to me as well.
Aether Gust, snap that off.
Yeah, the Entrancing Melody looks potentially good to me as well.
I'm pretty off the... I guess it only costs 3 mana in this matchup.
3 mana.
It feels really bad to cast your Entrancing Melody and have your opponent cast like a shock and have their Powers creature get out of reach now. And
well, that does not
it's
do the thing. It's CMC.
Never mind.
It's
okay.
CMC, so...
I guess...
You can almost always spend 3 mana to steal a 1-drop. And that's usually just going to be a 2-for-1, especially on the play. If you just like do that on the play, just like Llanowar Elf, untap, steal your Soulscar Mage, go. It seems very, very, very good. But regardless, I think the
what is Hunt the Hunter?
Hunt the Hunter is probably not for this matchup. Okay, that's what it is.
And does Heroic Invention say you and a creature you control, or just creatures you control? Because if you gain hexproof, that card would come in.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I think
Sure
regardless, it should come in. Is where I land. So.
I'm pretty scared of playing it against Soulscar Mage, though.
Well, it doesn't actually matter because the damage.
Oh, it's hexproof. Yeah,
the damage gets prevented, so it's kind of whatever. So, I think a little bit less consistent bombs, but Greg's sideboarding in one-ofs that are very good in the matchup as well.
Yeah.
That I expect to be key parts of his game plan. So, I think all things considered, I like Patrick's sideboard a little bit more suited for the matchup. But I actually still think I favor Greg's main deck plan a little bit over the mono red deck. I mean, we saw that matchup go really poorly for Greg, like in terms of how many lands he drew, and he was still almost kind of close to coming back. I mean,
yeah, he just drew like 8 lands.
And if he didn't have the Soulscar Mage, he would have 2-for-1 Patrick every time with that Lovestruck Beasts and the Heart of Kiran. So that would have been really, really good. So let's take a look here. Looks like Greg got a much more reasonable hand this time. I see Stubborn Denial, Breeding Pool. It looks like he's going to have to ship it regardless. Patrick taking a look at his hand, I see...
It looks like we have Land, Viashino, Bomat Courier...
Chandra. Looks like the Chandra must have come in. I see Light Up the Stage, at least 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, I think his hand looks great.
I don't think he has a 1-drop.
Oh, is that not Bomat Courier?
I don't think there are any Bomat Couriers, no.
Okay.
I believe that's a red card, I think... Looks like Patrick is really thinking about it, yeah.
Oh.
2 land.
Oh, the Ramanap.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you can take some damage off of him.
Yeah, so I guess he just doesn't want him to not be able to bolt the bird.
Yeah, that hand looked pretty mediocre to me. It didn't have any 1-mana spells. It didn't have like a shock. Yeah, it has Chandra. And like having shock is really important in this matchup to be able to make sure that your opponent doesn't do something quite as absurd as turn 2 Oko or whatever, especially on the draw, when shock's kind of your only answer to like the Llanowar Elf type threats that Greg's really looking for. So I think a disciplined mulligan from Patrick there and a good one. So I don't really like mulliganing a lot with Burn. I've been pretty public about my opinions on whether you should mulligan your hand with Burn. But this is definitely a slightly different feel, a different format, and I think adapting to make sure you have mulligans to powerful cards that interact with your opponent in the matchup is very important in Pioneer. So I like the aggressive mulligan here from Patrick. So let's see what he decides to find now. All right, so taking a look at Greg's hand, I see a Gilded Goose, a couple Yavimaya Coasts. This one looks pretty reasonable. We got some acceleration, some lands. I don't see really, haven't got a good look at any of the other ones. Patrick looks like he's elected to keep his hand.
Yeah,
I see
he
Wizard's Lightning.
Skewer. He has Skewer, Wizard's Lightning, Land, Searing Blood? Or is that Searing Blade, Wizard's Lightning?
I can't quite see.
Nonetheless, it's full of burn spells.
Yeah, no shock, notably, means that Greg's going to get to go ham here on turn number 2 with the 3 mana he has available to him. He'll get to play one of his really, really powerful 3 mana spells, assuming he has one. I see a Wicked Wolf in Greg's hand. Of course, that can't come down until next turn. Or the turn after, theoretically.
No Oko, so Patrick's not just dead.
Yeah, I think if Greg played Oko this turn, we would see a concession.
Yeah, I would be absolutely on that page, not close.
Pretty legitimately. So here comes Searing Blood on Gilded Goose. I expect that we'll see Greg make a food in response, assuming that's what he passed intending to do. And these foods are pretty relevant. I mean, like, we kind of forget that you could just pay 2 mana and sacrifice a food to gain 3 life.
Absolutely never forget.
Yeah, and that's like really, really good, especially in this matchup. So
Counter target spell.
yeah, it's basically, yeah. So here is Heart's Desire off the Lovestruck Beast, followed by another Heart's Desire. I wonder if Greg has a third land. Looks like he doesn't, so missing the third mana
flooding
source.
out a little bit. He's drawn land the last 2 draw steps.
That's pretty unfortunate for him. But speaking, we're gonna have a little Flood versus Mana Screw game. These are the classics
So
in Magic.
does Patrick want a Searing Blood, one of those tokens?
I don't know. We'll see. It seems pretty reasonable to me if you want to do it, but I don't love it or anything. It spends our mana, and we could probably also just like pass the turn here.
Hold up this Wizard's
Lightning. Wizard's Lightning. We've got to skewer the critics. I'm not particularly inclined to just jam at any point, so looks like Patrick agrees. He's gonna pass the turn. He's got his mana active. Greg gonna attack for 2 here, and I think
It's free beats.
Yeah, I think Patrick could get rewarded for his patience here if Greg plays a smallish creature into it. And Scavenging Ooze is a delicious target for Searing Blood. So I think we're definitely going to see that. So here's the Searing Blood. It gets a little awkward now with the Skewer the Critics in our hand. We don't have a way to turn it on currently. But surely we'll find some way to do that. So here comes a Soulscar Mage. And that's just the way we needed, because now we can Wizard's Lightning plus Skewer the Critics to be able to turn it on. So feeling pretty good about that. And notably, Patrick has found all of the requisite lands he'll need to be able to cast any of his bigger spells. We saw Chandra in his first hand, so if he manages to find a Chandra Glorybringer off the top now, he'll be looking very good. So here is attack for 1.
I missed that.
And I expect that we're just going to see the stack block. Yeah, so here's the stack block on the Soulscar Mage. And this makes a lot of sense to me. So this means that Patrick's going to kill the Lovestruck Beast
and do nothing else.
And he'll be able to castle, I believe.
Castle and kill a 1/1 as well.
To be able to kill a 1/1, so seems pretty good. So we have a 3-power Soulscar Mage, so we'll get to kill a 1/1, and then the Soulscar Mage will, of course, die, unfortunately, because it only has 3 toughness.
This game looking pretty good for Greg.
It does. Greg managed to find a third land. He's got another 5/5 over there on the adventure. Yeah, he still has a Wicked Wolf if Patrick manages to find another creature. And this is, I think, going to be a game that's heavily in Greg's favor. Greg's still at 14.
Yeah,
Patrick only with 3 cards in hand.
Patrick drew
Lightning Strike.
Off
yeah,
the
so
top.
Patrick has 6 points of burn in his hand.
But
it's not very good.
That's not 20. Greg is
yeah, it's
20
far from 20. I think Patrick might have had to have just double burn spelled that Lovestruck Beast on this turn. I guess you can just Lightning Strike the 1/1. So
yeah, that
makes sense.
I think I actually like killing the beast.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to get through it eventually, theoretically, right? Like, I mean, we're going to need to do a lot of damage to Greg this team, and, like, we're going to have to attack through this Lovestruck Beast, I think, in any reasonable world.
Man.
Oh, here's Feed the Clan.
Game 10.
So Greg's going to go up to
23.
23. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I think at this point, that's a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
Soulscar Mage is one of the better ones. It's going to get Wicked Wolfed for sure this turn, though, from
close.
Greg.
But, no, Wicked Wolf will be at 2/2.
Yep.
Not like it matters. Greg has 2 foods.
Well, it looks like we're actually just going to cast Prey Upon here instead of the Wicked Wolf. So, Prey Upon, of course, will still put a -1/-1 counter
and then he
on it.
the
And
wolf.
then, no, that's Steel Leaf Champion,
Steel Leaf
dude.
Champion?
Yeah.
Oh, missed that.
Yeah, Steel Leaf Champion
man.
is pretty absurd. It's huge. It's a 5/4, and Patrick basically can't block it. He's going to need to find... I think Patrick pretty much has to find a Chandra to find himself back into this game, and probably not 1 but like 2. And like we mentioned, Glorybringers being somewhat probably don't have room for him or whatever, but I think that Glorybringer is one of the few cards that can get him back into this game in any amount of time. So
here Patrick can smack. And Greg should just not block, but he will.
Oh, I think Greg should block for sure.
I don't.
Why?
I wouldn't care.
Why not?
You're at 29.
Yeah, but like, what's your opponent really gonna do? Like, 2 for 1
exactly
themselves?
this. Yeah.
Yeah. Who cares?
This
is great. We just traded our 4/4 that can't attack for a burn spell plus a creature.
Magic card can't attack.
Yeah, like if it could attack, I'd be off it. But mean, it looks like Patrick just sent the Skewer upstairs. Oh my, that's very aggressive. Here comes Wicked Wolf. It'll take out the G2 Lava Runner, and yeah, I think we've reached the point of no return here. Patrick
Yeah.
takes a draw step, picks him up, so that was quite the route there from Greg after he manages to find his third land. And that usually is how these Mana Screw versus Mana Flood games go. Usually the Mana Screw player will draw out of it and then just have so much more action than the Mana Flood player does, because every time that Mana Flood player just hits another land, they're essentially just going down a card, down a card, down a card. So assuming that if you get Mana Screwed and you manage to draw out of it in time, you're almost always going to be advantaged, because usually the Mana Flood player doesn't have that much going on, so they give you enough time to find your way out.
Yeah.
So now we'll see Patrick on the play. Do you think we should make any sideboard adjustments for Patrick being on the play? We saw Chandra.
On the play, I like Glorybringer a lot more.
Really interesting.
So I understand that the card costs 5 mana, but on the draw, there's no way that that's ever being relevant. Or at least, I guess it was that game, exactly that game. But I actually like Glorybringer a lot more when you're on the play. I understand that you're like, well, I could burn my opponent out a little bit faster, but also you can play your 5-drop after he plays his Lovestruck Beast or his Steel Leaf Champion or whatever.
Cool. Interesting.
I also just really like that Magic card, so I'm just be biased.
Real big fan of Glorybringer.
Yeah, it does the thing, RARs, and we like it. Also, it's just
Fair play.
Flies.
Fair play.
Greg can't beat that.
Yeah, I'm pretty about flying. I think I'm less into Chandra on the play. I think I don't want that one. I could be convinced of Glorybringer, though I'm not sold on that one yet either. I think our plan on the play should be Searing Bloods, Goblin Chain Whirlers, and Beats, and just try and, have our answers line up to his Mana Dorks in such a way, and then just be ahead enough on board by the time Greg starts deploying relevant things that we can just not care and just go face.
Yeah.
And notably, I'm a little worried about Oko in this world as well still. I'm not certain how well our deck's going to be able to handle with turn 3 Oko in any reasonable fashion, and we haven't seen Oko yet if
Greg's
we're Patrick.
good at drawing lands and bad at drawing Oko, so...
Yeah, that's something we've learned so far. So I think that Greg, is probably going to have to mulligan a little aggressively on the draw here, try and find an effective hand for the matchup, one that particularly contains the card Oko, Thief of Crowns. It's certainly his best card. He's got relevant sideboard cards as well. If he's potentially looking for those, I'd be happy to settle for a Feed the Clan and an Aether Gust or whatever. But I think you have to expect that your first Mana Dork is going to get bolted, right? Your second Mana Dork is probably not really going to do anything or be irrelevant or get bolted, and then if not the Nightmare World where it gets Goblin Chain Whirlered or whatever. But after that, you're probably planning on starting the game on turn 3 behind on board at like 10 or 12, and you're going to have to try and win a game from there. So I think Oko, Thief of Crowns is easily your best card at winning you a game from there.
What, tick up, make a food, your opponent has to send 6 at it, or else you get done.
Oko just gains you like 10 life. It's absurd. It +2s to 6 and then sacrifices the food to gain 3 life. It's insane. All right, so let's take a look here at the opening hands for the players. Patrick's got, I think this is a 1-lander. Looks like
It snaps it off.
he keeps it, so
Not a
looks like
bowmaker here.
both players on 7 cards for this hand, so that's a nice change. So here come the 1-mana creatures from both players. Oh, there's a second land. Here is Searing Blood, your
Ooh,
Elvish
that feels
Mystic, and
good.
yeah, that's
Yep, all right.
that one feels real good. Greg down to 16 now. Greg, of course, would have much preferred just a Lightning Strike go at it.
Yeah.
Or anything but Searing Blood. Searing Blood is rough. Here's another Botanical Sanctum. At least his mana's pretty free. The Scavenging Ooze looks pretty good to me
Patrick's
here.
got 2 lands.
Oh, he does. There's a shock.
He has
Yeah.
a Chandra in his hand.
This is just Lightning Strike you on main phase?
Because
Why?
it's Geechu Lava Runner.
No, didn't we had a Searing Blood and a shock?
No idea.
Yeah, I'm really off main phasing this Lightning Strike here. I just don't think there's any reason to do it. And like,
Now we're going to play Oko.
yeah, now we're really gonna wish we could Lightning Strike Oko.
That's not true. We wouldn't even kill it. Now we just have to play this Chandra and take up our Chandra.
Yeah,
and
like
go to town.
that's gonna be our game plan here. But I don't know. I'd take Oko in this position over the Chandra, to be honest. So we'll see how the game plays out, because I did mention the Oko being a big deal. So Castle on Breath will get exiled.
So Greg's going to 7.
Greg's-
which is only kind of true. He's got this food.
Yeah, I assume that Patrick attacked Oko. He did. So
did.
Oko went down to 4. Greg went down to 9. I agree with this attack. I don't think you can't really ignore Oko. It doesn't really work.
Oh, that's fair. He gets to trade the food for the ski too.
Yeah, it just like doesn't work. You can try your best to ignore Oko, but like every time you're let Greg just make a food with Oko. He's gaining 3 life, and it's rough. Oh, Oko is at 6. My bad. So Patrick did go face. Looks like that just only got updated now.
Okay.
Now it's 7. Here's Steel Leaf Champion, and
that dies to the Chandra.
yeah, almost certainly. Ooh, Glorybringer's in hand for Patrick. That's a good one.
He brought in the Haymaker. Oh, he made 2 mana.
Oh, yeah.
That's gas.
That's pretty sick. So here comes
Soul Scour Mage. And now one floating Glorybringer.
Yeah, and then we'll cast the Glorybringer.
Oh, man. Haymakers.
Oh, boy. This looks pretty good. Okay, so here's the Exert. It's going to take out the Steel Leaf Champion. Why are we attacking with our Gitu Lava Runner? It's like just going to get blocked, right?
No, it dies. What?
Oh, he has 2 food, not...
Yeah.
Wait, no. Yeah.
What just happened?
Yeah, that was not a good attack. Patrick just jump attacked his Gitu Lava Runner into a 3/3 elk, I think, is what just happened.
Oh,
so,
that's an elk?
That's an elk, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was another food token.
Yeah, I do believe that is an elk, so...
Got it.
Puts Greg 2-1.
So Chandra take up next turn, kills him.
Well, we've got Oko, so we can make food.
That's
and notably, the Glorybringer is not untapping next turn, but we're probably going to have to elk it pretty soon. Getting pretty risky now from Greg's side.
He has a Great Henge in his hand. Is that what I see?
I would be surprised if that's true, but it could be possible. He's got another Oko in his hand, that's for sure. So here comes a food.
Oh, that's another Oko. Never mind.
That's certainly the autopilot answer here. We're all like, Greg's going to have to crack this food this turn to be able to survive, most certainly. So that's why we see Greg set that 2 mana off to the side there. He knows he's gonna have to
so he's wondering if
sack.
he plays this Oko here or keeps that Oko alive. He does play
He's gonna go ahead and play another Oko. So interesting what he's doing. He's just gonna make another food. Makes sense to me. So now we've got 2 mana, gonna ship the turn back. Patrick, no cards in hand, but he does have a Chandra Plus. So
yeah,
he's got an elk to block
if he
with.
just draws a burn spell, this game's over.
Well, not quite.
I think.
Yeah, Patrick, notably the draw step for Patrick is pretty rough. So here comes Chandra to 7.
Okay,
Very dangerous.
By
Yep.
going to 4.
Patrick does do the
Wizard's
correct
Lightning.
thing. Responds. Okay, Wizard's Lightning.
Skewer the
And
Critics
Skewer.
in.
And that will do it. So double burn spell off the top for Patrick. Does clean it up. So well done, Patrick. He manages to take down Greg in that 3-game match. That was pretty close. We saw the Glorybringers and the Chandra kind of doing work there.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Patrick what he took out for all of his. Yeah, all of
I wonder
that.
if he didn't bring in Goblin Chain Whirlers.
Yeah, that's
potentially
possible.
It's plausible. I think that the Goblin Chain Whirlers were one of the best cards, so hopefully we would have seen that, but I'm not entirely certain. All right, so we're gonna continue our theme of giveaways for tonight, right after we talk about Paradise Games, where you are watching this. So Paradise Games, we are located in Bellingham, Washington. We stream every Monday, Thursday, and Friday, Modern, Pioneer, and Standard, respectively, at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You can see we're streaming our Pioneer 1K right now. That's us. We're live. If you are interested in playing in any of our events, or you just like watching the stream, make sure you guys come and check us out. We have Twitter, Facebook, all the usual. You can find it all on our website or in the description down right below where you're watching this currently. If you've missed any of our Pioneer 1K coverage or any of our previous coverage at all, make sure you go, guys, check us out on YouTube. If you just search up the PodVod, you'll be able to find it really easily. And if you are watching this on YouTube, well, then I highly recommend you come and watch us live, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, Monday, Thursday, and Friday. So make sure you guys check us out. We don't always have 1Ks, but we do stream 3 times a week at a minimum, and hopefully we're gonna have more frequent 1Ks as well going forward. So we'll be sure to keep you guys updated. It's not going to be every week or anything crazy like that, but hopefully monthly, bi-monthly, something along those lines. So we really look forward to these 1Ks, and with that, I promised you guys a little bit of trivia, so let's get into it. All right, so we have friendly face there, and we want you to name his band of merry men. And if you are answering this question correctly, you will win a Gideon's Spellbook. It's like, what, a $25, $30 value?
Yeah.
So definitely a big giveaway here. And if you think you know the answer, email it to promotions@paradise.games with the subject heading Kithian Trivia. And as per usual, I've got a little bit of lore to go along with it here to hopefully let you guys know, give you a little bit of a hint. So let's see what we got. Kithian toiled for 4 years in prison. When the Colophon came under attack by harpies and cyclopses, Gideon's teacher, the prison warden Hixus, freed the prisoners that were willing to defend the keep. Kithian saved the day, leading his band and using his newfound hieromancy. Afterwards, he was championed by the god Heliod to defeat an even greater menace, the Titan of Erebos, who was also another god. Using Heliod's spear and with the help of his troops, Kithian accomplished this. Impelled by his hubris, he then threw the spear at Erebos himself. The god easily changed the course of the spear, killing all of his friends. Shocked and shamed by their deaths at his own hand, Kithian then made his first planeswalk to Bant. There, he became known as Gideon's. What title did Kithian's band take? So go ahead and let us know if you think you know the answer to that question. Once again, email us at promotions@paradise.games with the subject heading Kithian giveaway, and we'll be sure to announce the winners of this. So once again, this is a pretty high value package here. So if you're definitely going to want to win this one, and you're welcome to take a stab at all of them. So I recommend you submit your answer for all of them, try and get your winnings in, and maybe you'll get lucky and take them all down. So with that, we're gonna leave you guys with some time machine matches. We'll be back for round number 4 here very quickly. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back to round number 2 here for Thursday night Paradise Games Pioneer. We have Brad versus John, so gonna be a nice fun match. Brad's playing a little bit of red-green blitz. It's playing hexproof creatures. Quite notably, that's their adaptation, or that's Brad's adaptation on the archetype. He's trying to make his creatures difficult to interact with, and trying to just cast a load of pump spells on them. Oh boy, my words really got away from me. In an effort to get his opponent dead quickly. So, meanwhile, John, on the other hand, he's playing blue-black artifacts. I'm not certain why he's titled it Demir Whales, but John's got some nice ones in his deck. I'll leave a lot of the surprises to be encountered as we get there, but I'm pretty certain that I'm gonna need production to let me know what a good few of these cards are, because John did some digging through the depths to find some good ones for this deck. So looking forward to it. Looks like John's on a mulligan to 6 here. Oh, looks like maybe another mulligan here. Looks like Brad's got a nice 7. I see Gore-Clan Rampager, Season of Growth, some lands. Looks pretty good to me. Can't really be too ashamed with any of that. I also think I see a Paradise Druid there in Brad's hand, so definitely starting with the Boggle theme. Got his hexproof creatures and all that, so all right. Brad's giving us a nice look here at the hand. I saw it was a little fast. I saw Gore-Clan Rampager, Stomping Ground. There's definitely a couple hexproof creatures in there. Bassara Tower Archer, that's the one. So, oh, it is not a Paradise Druid. My bad. For some reason I thought I saw a Paradise Druid, but I'm clearly mistaken. Looks like Stomping Ground tapped is going to be how we start this game off. John, after his mulligan to 5 here, his hand's looking admittedly subpar as the usual, so John will lead us off with the tap land as well. There's Gladecover Scout off the top for Brad, and here comes Season of Growth from Brad. So this is definitely one of the engines the deck is built on, and for those of you who need to read it, I'm sure we're going to have that one up on the screen here very shortly. Essentially, it just rewards you for casting pump spells at your creatures. You're going to draw some extra cards. The creatures scry you towards your pump spells you're looking for. It's very similar to like a Reverse Shaper's Sanctuary, so looks like John's going to play an island, send it back over to Brad. We'll see what Brad manages to do now. Temur Battle Rage off the top. And here's Basara Tower Archers. When it enters the battlefield, Brad will scry 1 off the Season of Growth. Looks like that one's going to stay there, though I didn't get a good look at it. I saw it was red. I assume it's a pump spell of some kind, so. Here's a card off the top for John. I can't see what that one is. I think the glare's a little bad on that one. I think it might be the black puzzle box from Kaladesh, but I'm not entirely certain. Oh, it is. It's Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot. Hey! That was right. Let's go, me. Alright, so when Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose a life. 3 mana, sack it, you draw a card and lose a life. So, the traditional Puzzle Knot text, so. Looks like here's going to be Gladecover Scout. Brad will go ahead and scry 1 off the Season of Growth. Looks like he's giving this one a think. His hand looks pretty powerful, and he's got a Temur Battle Rage, so anytime he manages to find any real relevant anytime he manages to find relevant threats in the form of pump spells, he's going to be able to double it. So here comes Titan Strength. He's going to draw the card he scryed to the top, then he'll scry off the Titan Strength and put that one on the bottom, Forest for turn. Presumably he scryed that one to the top, and then he's going to go ahead and bash John down to 15, so pretty effective there. That Titan Strength replaced itself, dealt 3 points of damage, and scryed a card to the bottom. Gotta be feeling good about that if you're Brad. Although he does look a little bit Temur Battle Rage flooded. He does need to find another land to be able to Goreclan Rampager plus Temur Battle Rage, which I believe he has like two of those, I think, from a quick flip through here, so. Alright. Looks like we're back over to John's side now. Looks like he's hitting us with a Servo Schematic. Boy, John's really got these Kaladesh uncommons on lock here. So when Servo Schematic enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from play, you make a 1/1 colorless Servo. So John's got his 1/1 colorless Servo game on lock. He's trying to look to block, but this does not seem like it's going to be a particularly effective plan here against Brad. Here's another Basara Tower Archers. He's going to go ahead and scry 1 Forest on top. He's going to send that to the bottom. That leads me to believe he's probably found another land already, because if he didn't have his 4th one, I'd be inclined to draw it. Alright, so here is attack with Gladecover Scout and the Basara Tower Archers. John's going to go ahead and make the tempting block. Brad's going to give him the bad news with the Titan Strength, so Brad will draw a card, it's Bone Crusher Giant, then he'll scry 1 Season of Growth to the bottom. John's going to take some more damage, but he is looking real rough on this mulligan to 5 here. It's going to be really hard for me to imagine a real world where John's going to be able to come back from this one knowing the contents of Brad's hand. And it is possible, but this next turn needs to be very large. I mean, we're thinking, I want to see like a Bantu's Last Reckoning or something similar in order to see John get back in this game, but I don't think that he has anything like that. So here's Scrabbling Claws, or Scrabbler's Claws, if you'll excuse me. It's essentially a discount relic of Progenitus. It only scries, and but other than that, it essentially does the same thing, although it does exile itself, which is somewhat noticeable in Modern, where I've seen some people try and play it instead of Relic of Progenitus so that you can loop certain artifacts, instead of Tormod's Crypt. Alright. So now we'll see what Brad wants to do. Looks like he's going to Temur Battle Rage his Basara Tower Archer. He's got a trigger here, so he's probably looking to draw something to be able to pump. Looks like it's Mountain. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to play the Mountain before the Temur Battle Rage resolves. So we might be missing out on the Ferocious here from the Temur Battle Rage, but that's probably not the end of the world. So the Temur Battle Rage will resolve. Brad's going to play a Mountain. Then he'll go ahead and attack. Then he's going to Blood Rush the one that got Battle Raged with the Gore Clan Rampager. So that's giving it +4/+4. It has Double Strike. That looks like lethal to me. Brad and John agree, and with that, we're going to go to the sideboard here. So let's check out what Brad's got in his sideboard. Looks like he has 4 Destructive Revelry, 3 Gruul Spellbreaker, 2 Feed the Clan, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 1 Gore Clan Rampager, 1 Collision Colossus, and 2 Lava Coil. So Brad saw some artifact shenanigans going on, so the 4 Destructive Revelries look alright to me, although admittedly, none of the artifacts looked particularly like I wanted to be Destructive Revelrying them. I mean, we saw like a Servo Schematic, that's obviously not hitting that. Metalworker's Puzzle Knot, that doesn't even feel very great either. So looks like Brad's probably going to bring in some number of that, but I think 4 is almost certainly too many, which is somewhat strange against the artifact deck, but that's just given what me and Brad saw that game. I could easily see going up to more if we see some extra stuff that we really need to deal with in the post board, so I think I like that. The extra Gore Clan Rampager seems okay. Looks like our opponent's lacking a little bit on removal, but they are playing blue-black, so we might not want to go too crazy here, so the Feed the Clans, no thanks. Scavenging Ooze, didn't see any real reason. Lava Coil doesn't seem excellent. I mean, we didn't see any real reason to need Lava Coil here either, so I expect a little bit of light sideboarding from Brad after that game, whereas John, let's take a look what he's got. He's got 3 Yahenni's Expertise, 2 Never to Return, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Drown in the Loch, 3 Negate, and 2 Disdainful Stroke. For John, I'm a big fan of the 3 Yahenni's Expertise. The Wrath effect seems very important in this matchup, even if on most board states Brad's planning on just having 1 or 2 creatures. You're really looking to be able to, sweep those away and give yourself a reprieve, and being able to develop on the turn that you're also playing the Wrath seems exceptional to me. The 2 Never to Returns are another one that stand out to me. Once again, we do need ways to deal with all of the creatures. Negate is an interesting one. It definitely has targets that are relevant, but I'm not certain that that's the battle you want to be fighting. I think against these heavy pump spell decks, you want to be fighting against the creatures and less so against the pump spells. And, Never Return's a little awkward because a lot of those creatures have hexproof. In fact, all of the ones Brad played did. So you're not certain if you can really find the targets for it. So you might just have to rely on the Yahenni's Expertises to get you through. But hopefully, from John's side, 1 well-placed Yahenni's Expertise is going to be enough to, kind of stabilize the board and let him take over with a more powerful late game than Brad has. And, Brad does have some very explosive turns in him if he has a lot of mana, but I believe that John should be at an advantage if he gets to just play the game out and, make 6 or 7 land drops without his life total being under too much duress, so we'll have to see how it plays out, though. Of course, this is why we play the games. Hopefully, John manages to avoid any further mulligans. That's obviously no good every time that happens, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like Brad's decided his plan already. We'll see what John's up to as well. Looks like he could be giving it a little more of a think. I think he's got a pen and paper out now. Not certain what he's thinking about or what he's writing down. Maybe he's taking notes. We'll see. Okay, so Brad, all right, so we got an update here. Brad is giving John notes during the match. So Brad's helping him out in the middle of the match so that he can improve. So that's awesome to see. Glad Brad's helping him out. Looks like Brad's just giving him, various cards that he should look to add to his deck, so makes sense when we're seeing, Metalworkers not and, Servo Schematic. Brad's certainly the person that I know who would just snap off weird Kaladesh artifact that looks good in this deck. He's absolutely the best person I know at that, so it makes a lot of sense that he's probably got, random Khans of Tarkir common that would look good in John's deck or whatever, so let's see what we got going on. Looks like Brad's got a pretty reasonable hand. Some lands, Basara Tower Archer, a couple Collision Colossus, or a couple Seasons of Growth, and a Bone Crusher Giant, Collision Colossus as well, so seems alright. Oh yeah, we've got, yeah, here's the production letting us know. Looks like Brad recommended warped physique to John, and this is what I'm talking about. I don't know what warped physique does. Like, what the heck is this card do? Target creature gets +X -X until end of turn, or X is the number of cards in your hand. Sure, yeah, whatever. It looks like a weird removal spell. Looks like John's gonna start us off with an island and a blast zone, and he's gonna have a Metalworker's Puzzle Knot hit the field. There's Glade Cover Scout off the top for Brad. Forest will be the land for turn, and here's Season of Growth. He'll send the turn back over to John. See what John's up to now. Looks like both players managed to keep 7-card hands this time, so hopefully we'll see John make a third land this game, which he unfortunately never got to do in the last one. All right, what do we got? Looks like here's a servo schematic from John. He'll go ahead and put a 1/1 into play. He's still missing any way to sacrifice that artifact. I'm curious what ways he has in his deck to enable the second servo to come out of the servo schematic, and whether or not it's really worth it, because at face value, servo schematic, even if you can consistently play it and get it off the battlefield to make the 2/1/1 servos, you're not super thrilled about. You have to be doing something good with the sacrifice ability, so I'm definitely interested to see what he is up to in order to see if I'm really about this servo schematic. So here's Glade Cover Scout. It's going to scribe bottom. That's all for Brad. He'll ship it back over to John now, who takes a draw step. Looks like a blue-black tap land here. Dimir, Fetid Pools, Dimir something. I'm not certain exactly which tap land that is, but we'll see if he has anything else he needs to do. John considering an attack. It is Choked Estuary. Thank you, production. Looks like he's not going to attack. On the end step, Brad's going to go ahead and stomp down the servo. John, take a think about that one. Looks like it's just going to resolve, so Brad definitely getting use out of his mana here. Feeling pretty good about that. There's Titan Strength off the top, I believe. He'll take 2 off a Stomping Ground, so John's got to be expecting some action. Here's Season of Growth. Oh boy, now Brad's really in danger of going off hard here. With double Season of Growth, he's got to be feeling pretty threatened about Brad's ability to cast like one pump spell this turn and then untap and kill him. Seems pretty likely. So here's Colossus. It'll give +4/+2. Brad's going to draw 2 cards off the Seasons of Growth, regardless of whether or not the Colossus resolves. So he'll draw 2. They are Forest and another copy of Collision Colossus, and then presumably John will be taking 5 here if he has nothing to say about it. Of course, 5 not the biggest of hits, but it is solidly in threat range for next turn. So here's Metallic Rebuke. He'll counter that, just take the 1. He still drew the 2 cards, however, so Brad's got to still be feeling pretty good about this. Top card for John looks like another copy of Choked Estuary. So more tap lands from John. Looks like he's prioritizing making his mana functional over, just a bunch of basics and Watery Grave or whatnot. I'm sure he's got the Watery Graves and whatnot in the deck or whatever, but he's really just making sure he has access to all of his colors with these tap lands, and that is definitely some of the price you pay for playing cards like Blast Zones. So we'll see if it really comes back to bite him. Here we've got Reverse Engineering. It's going to draw him 3 cards. Reverse Engineering, another Kaladesh All-Star here. John's whipping out the Kaladesh block constructed here. All right, Titan Strength's going to power up the Glade Cover Scout. Here comes Colossus. That'll give another +4/+2. Oh boy, Brad's really going off now. So we've given our Glade Cover Scout 7 power already this turn between Titan Strength and a Colossus. Here's a land. Temur Battle Rage would be very close to lethal. Not quite, unfortunately, for Brad, but we'll see if he's got anything else. Looks like it's just going to be the attack for 7 and a Basara Tower Archer to follow things up. That's an attack for 8. So John will go down to 10 when the Basara Tower Archer enters the battlefield. Brad will scry 1 twice, so it's going to be bottom for him. And then he'll ship the turn back on over to John. All right, John drew 3 cards last turn, so hopefully he manages to find something to deal with these threats. Yehini's expertise on this turn looks really good. Oh, and I think he might have drawn it off the top there. Yehini's expertise would be phenomenal right now from John. It would leave Brad with no threats on board, and of course, Brad's still got that Bone Crusher Giant hanging out in the Adventure Zone. He's got a couple Gore Clan Rampagers in his hand. He's drawn a bunch of cards off the Seasons of Growth, but still, that's definitely a step towards clawing back into this game. He's got a Saheeli in his hand as well. So we'll see what he wants to do. Looks like this might be that Yehini's expertise. It is. So here comes Yehini's expertise. Brad's creatures will go away, and I expect John to put a Saheeli into play off this. This is very good, admittedly. Like, I think if he has a follow-up, like any 1-mana artifact here, he's going to be in really good shape. And even if he just ships the turn back over to Brad, which it looks like he will be doing, I don't hate his position from this point. So we'll see what creatures Brad wants to deploy onto the battlefield to begin re-threatening. But if John has a really good turn next turn, he could easily run away with the board state. And even the amount of pump spells in Brad's deck, if he doesn't find ways to give trample like Temur Battle Rage, he's going to be out of luck. So here comes the Bone Crusher Giant. He'll scry a couple times, send some lands to the bottom. I expect we'll see a Basara Tower Archer and a Glade Cover Scout as well from Brad. I believe he has both of those cards. Looks like he taps... he has to tap the double green, but only has the mountain to be able to... so he's unable, to cast the Basara, or to cast the Glade Cover Scout in his hand. So I do think he has a Stomping Ground, though. I think Brad probably should have shocked in the Stomping Ground instead of play the mountain there and cast the Glade Cover Scout. It's worth noting that potentially he's playing around the second copy of Yehini's expertise with this play. But I think with double Gore Clan Rampager in your hand as well, I think we have a reasonable enough backup plan of just start casting my Gore Clan Rampagers next turn. That I think I like casting the Glade Cover Scout, especially because we get the Scry 2 out of it, so doesn't seem too bad. Oh, this is a Barkhide Troll, excuse me, not a Basara Tower Archer. So Barkhide Troll, certainly an all-star. He's leaving up the 1 mana to be able to remove a counter from it to protect it. Even still, I think I would have preferred to see the Glade Cover Scout here, because we're presenting enough threats that we're not too worried about any one of them getting taken down. But regardless, if John doesn't have another copy of Yehini's expertise, he's going to be really hurting right now. And 2 Gore Clan Rampagers is admittedly not the worst thing Brad could have in his hand for John. They don't draw more cards off of the Season of Growth because they don't cast themselves. So Blood Rush is not a cast. Ooh, is this Demon of Herald of Anguish? Something like that? I'm not certain which demon this is. I definitely recognize the art. It's the Kaladesh demon for sure. I'm just not entirely certain what it is. Oh, it is Herald of Anguish. Let's go. All right. So 7 mana, 5/5 with Improvise and Flying. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent discards a card. 2 mana, sack an artifact. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. So the Saheeli looks like John wants to use the Saheeli to downtick on the Herald of Anguish in order to make Brad discard an extra card on end step, and that seems pretty good to me. I mean, having Brad discard 2 cards as opposed to just the 1, not bad at all. Definitely a worthwhile use of our Saheeli's loyalty. We'll see if he ends up doing just that. Of course, looks like he doesn't really have anything going on. It looks like at the end of his turn, Brad's going to go ahead and discard Stomping Ground. Looks like John decided against making a copy of Herald of Anguish, so just going to leave the Saheeli at 5. All right, here are the attacks. I assume that these are both at John, as he does have lethal here. Depending, whichever creature does not get blocked, Brad can just go ahead and double Gore Clan Rampager for lethal here, and I don't think that John's going to have an answer to that, so I think we're going to see Brad take the match in 2 here, assuming I'm not missing something. So Gore Clan Rampager and Become Immense on the Barkhide Troll means that we're just going to see lethal. There's the handshake. Brad takes it down with the good old green-red Blitz deck, and this deck looks pretty sweet. I'm pretty in, I think. And granted, I don't think that this is probably the absolute best thing that you could be doing in this format. I think there's a little bit too much interaction floating around still, even if we're trying to do the hexproof thing in the form of there's a lot of Settle the Wreckage and Supreme Verdict flying around, and I'm not certain we line up super well against that. And also, it looks like the deck probably just isn't quite fast enough to really compete with the likes of Nexus or whatnot, though I'm sure it has draws that can, and you probably get blown out pretty hard by Fog. But maybe if we see the Nexus of Fate's decks leave the format, we could end up in a place where this green-red blitz deck looks pretty all right. So let's go ahead and thank our second sponsor for the evening, Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice is the absolute best in metal dice. If you like D&D tabletop games, anything like that, you absolutely have to get a set of Die Hard Dice. They are perfect for all of your role-playing game needs. I thoroughly enjoy them at D&D sessions. They're awesome, and they just look really cool. They feel great to roll. They're just pretty much great. I just don't have anything else to say other than that. They're awesome. So thank you so much to Die Hard Dice for supporting the stream. And if you are looking to get your hands on some Die Hard Dice, make sure you keep tuning into the stream as we will be giving away multiple sets tomorrow and Saturday.
The bottom fell out of the clouds today, and the rain came down like a mirror. One big sheet and it shattered on the ground. Now it's 7 years of bad luck all over this town. It's collection time on all of your debts, and you can't get by just talking. Your smile don't work, and your car don't start, and your doors ain't keeping you alone. No, not even if you lock them. No, not even if you lock them. When you're tapped into that bit of vein, just about anything feels good. The sun tried shining on a lost boy's eyes. They reflected oh so pretty, but it's cold behind them golden shores, and the sweet light wasn't nothing more than their own damn wishing, 'cause they just don't listen. Now wish on your candles, pray to your God, cry for your mama, put $1 on the bar. It feels like breathing, but the only good feeling ain't a gamble is a sin. So I think I'll play it safe and get a gin. I'll take the devil for a spin. When you're tapped into that bit of vein, just about anything feels good. For some the morning brings another day, but all it does for me is shine an ugly light around in the room that I've been hiding in. Now I take the easy way, yeah, that gets harder every day, but I ain't here to fix myself. I'm just trying to blind these eyes from hell. When you're tapped into that bit of vein, just about anything feels good.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone to round number 2 here, Monday Night Modern at Paradise Games. Joining me now is James.
Hello.
Thank you for joining me, James.
Hey, welcome. You looked lonely.
I feel lonely. no longer lonely. So, we've got a little bit of Blue Moon Mirror.
Great.
Here, you showed up just in time for the Blue Moon Mirror.
I can't wait for these fellas to board out their blood moons.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah. All right, so got a little bit of Blue Moon versus Fairy Moon. So there are some differences here in these two decks. We got a bunch of fairies, and in fact, the Kiki Jiki combo kill. On John's side, whereas Nathan's just playing the more traditional controlling build with, like, Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, I mean, like, it could go either way. I'm more inclined to say that, I don't know, maybe John has more of a chance. I think he has more creatures inside of his deck.
He has significantly more creatures, yeah.
So I feel like he's more at an advantage now.
I think
with
I
his
tend to
flash
agree.
fairies and everything.
The Flash Fairies seem quite good in this matchup. And look, James, the chat loves you.
Everyone loves me.
Yeah. So
I'm like Raymond.
I think you're like Ross from Friends.
Oh my god, I love David Schwimmer.
Yeah,
Have you seen that schnoz, my dude?
He's great. Yeah, exactly. You're like the Bellingham.
It's like a built-in motorboat.
You're the Bellingham David Schwimmer. He's not that cool.
David Schwimmer?
Or James.
No, definitely David Schwimmer.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
not
amazing.
as cool as James. All right, a little bit of action going on here. We got just a couple of Serum Visions over from John, and Nathan's doing a whole lot of nothing so far. James is not as cool as David Schwimmer.
I hope he's...
What do you have to say to Queen Elsa of Arendelle?
I hope he's
Who says
referencing David Schwimmer and not David Pierce.
All right. So,
Who is this woman?
who is this woman? I don't know.
Oh.
All right.
Looks like we're resolving a fetch on the end step here.
Yeah, and just spending 8 years shuffling? Come on, Nathan. We had an entire rant about David Schwimmer in the time it took you to shuffle your deck.
All right, moving on. Looks like he drew Island.
Oh, yeah, we know who Blonde and Bougie is. That could be none other than Danielle.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious.
None other than Eye Candy herself.
Oh, the one. All right.
And you. That's the mystery woman.
I don't know who Queen Elsa of Arendelle is. Yeah, I'm not certain.
I haven't even seen Frozen.
You haven't seen Frozen?
No.
What? I know what we're doing after this.
Going home.
Also Danielle. All right, got it. Got it. So we've got Danielle and Danielle.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say the chat will no longer like me.
Yeah, I think we should watch Frozen so that we can go see Frozen 2 together, because Frozen 1 is phenomenal. It's like really actually very good.
I hear that.
Yeah,
I just like don't watch movies that often.
It's very, very good. All right. So
100% honest review by Wandering Benser himself. It's like we're cracking this bed.
The Frozen movie party. Everyone in chat's invited to James's Frozen baptism.
Yo, who has Disney Plus?
We're gonna dunk him in some Idina Menzel. It's gonna be great.
What's been Cass's game? Like Serum Visions?
Yeah, I got Nubtub the God has Disney Plus. Paradise Games has Disney Plus. Okay, okay.
God.
Frozen chocolate chip cookies? Man, I'm excited for this. This looks great.
You know, I'm okay with people not liking me because this party sounds fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like not watching Frozen for 6 years is about to finally pay off in chocolate chip cookies. So like
in 6 years?
Sounds legendary. Easily.
I am so old.
Yeah, I know, right? Same. Alrighty, welcome back for round number 4. We got Zach versus Patrick here. Zach is playing a little bit of Mardu Fires of Invention. This deck looks really sweet. We've got the deck list in front of us, and I am about it. Arthur, on the other hand, just running up a little bit of red-black aggro, so not too bad. So let's take a look at Zach's hand here. He's got, I see Chandra, Kalitas, Fires of Invention, Murderous Rider, and a land.
Yeah,
I think that's
Temple.
Yeah, it looks like Temple of Silence.
Yeah.
So, the pretty usual goings-ons here. Looks like
I feel like this hand gets pub stomped by the aggro deck.
red-black aggro.
Yeah.
It seems somewhat likely. I mean, if that Kalitas looks somewhat threatening to me at a glance.
Thoughtseize.
Yeah, but thankfully we have a Thoughtseize on the stack. Yeah, so hopefully we'll see that one get removed here from Arthur. Looks like he takes the Murderous Rider. So that tells me that he probably has a way to deal with the Kalitas in his hand, and he just wants to make sure that Zach doesn't have any spells that he can cast before turn 4. So looking forward to that. So it looks like Zach's going to go ahead and sacrifice this Fabled Passage here.
Probably find a mountain.
Yeah, I'm just going to do this before he plays his Temple so that he doesn't have to disrupt his Scry for any reason. Makes enough sense to me. Pretty usual play. I don't think it'll matter here as he would have no open mana if he wanted to use any, but still just kind of a good habit to get into to make sure you use your shuffle effects before you scry so that if you're scrying top, you get to draw the card you actually want to draw. All right, another swamp off the top here for Arthur. Let's see how he decides to make this happen moving forward. Here is a Mountain and a Glint Sleeve Siphoner. So it's been a while since we've seen this card in action. It used to be quite the standard card, but we haven't seen it around since Kaladesh. But it does a pretty good job at what it does, to be honest. It attacks, it draws cards, it's great.
It has menace for no reason.
It's got menace for sure. All right, there's a Scrap Heap Scrounger off the top. So here we'll see Arthur get a nice attack for 2 in. Assuming that Zach hasn't found any answers here, I assume that he's just going to be taking the 2. And then at Arthur's next upkeep, he'll get to draw a card and lose a life. So that's definitely something he's going to be interested in doing.
So here we see Zach found a Dragon Skull Summit. So if he has another land in his hand, he gets to go land, fire Chandra, which is...
Or fires Kalitas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is pretty bad for Arthur to say.
Very
at the very
spooky.
least.
Very spooky.
So we're hoping he has some interaction.
Yeah, I assume that Arthur has a way to deal with the Kalitas. I don't
Another
think
Glint
that...
Siphoner.
Yeah, I just don't think that you can really leave the Kalitas in your opponent's hand as a red-black aggro deck if you don't have a plan to be able to beat it. So here comes
Fires.
that. Ooh, Deafening Clarion was a draw for Zach. So that's going to clean up the Glint Sleeve Siphoner, which means that no cards are going to be drawn from Arthur in the meantime. That's rough for sure. Let's see what he has to redevelop. I think that was a Hazoret the Fervent off the top there for Arthur.
Yeah.
Quite a ways away from being able to turn that one on, but I don't think Zach's deck has too many clean answers to Hazoret once you do have it online,
Yeah,
however.
I think it in fact has 0 main deck ways to kill it.
Yeah, notably Zach's deck does contain the card Mastermind's Acquisition.
That's true.
So he could go find like a Liliana Dreadhorde General out of the sideboard or something along those lines to be able to deal with it. I also see Ugin the Spirit Dragon hanging out in the sideboard there, so... regardless, let's take a moment on what's going on now. Looks like Arthur just elected to pass with mana up. So, interesting decision here. We'll see what he ends up casting. Here comes Chandra from Zach. It finds Cavalier of Flames. And he's just going to play it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Seems great. He's going to be able to give it haste and just attack with it. So this is a callback to, well, I guess a current call to one of the better decks in Standard currently, the Fires of Invention Cavalier deck, commonly referred to as the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's kind of been running it up here, and it looks like Arthur's just going to Swift End the Cavalier. Ooh, that feels kind of bad. I mean,
Yeah,
he definitely passed.
Chandra Kalitas.
Yeah, he definitely passed, hoping to be able to Swift End like a Chandra or a Kalitas, and he just ends up having to.
And draws another land.
Ends up having to fire it off on the Cavalier. He's just not going to be able to win the race against it, but it is what it is. It'll put him down to 14. Unfortunately, that's 2 damage from the Cavalier trigger and 2 damage from the Swift End itself. So we'll see what his follow-up is now. More lands are not the worst thing in the world when he wants to be emptying his hand to be able to get into this Hazoret range, which is, I think, probably his end game plan here.
Yeah, but you really want to be able to Hazoret this turn and beat this Chandra down.
Yeah.
This thing's ulting soon enough.
We're nowhere near
6
that.
already?
We're nowhere near that. Yeah, I think we're just going to...
right?
It's at say... Or no, the Chandra's a 5. It just came down in plus this turn. And...
No, he played it with Fire's Invention last turn.
No, he played Fire's Deafening
Oh,
Clarion
Fire's
last
Deafening
turn.
Clarion. Never mind. Yeah. Okay.
Rick's Monty Reveler. Okay. So this one will allow him to improve the quality of his hand, maybe turn those lands into something a little bit better. I think that was Goblin Rabblemaster off the top there from Arthur.
Oh, punish.
Yeah, so that seems pretty good here. Now he's going to be able to start chipping in at that Chandra. He discarded a Scrap Heap Scrounger to the Rick's Monty Reveler, also
now
notably.
we get to see Zach untap, play his Kalidas,
Yeah,
minus his Chandra, kill the Rabblemaster, make a zombie.
that looks like you're doing a pretty good job stabilizing the board. That being said, if Kalidas is the only spell Zach has, he might be tempted to plus to try and find more action. But yeah, it looks like he's going to go ahead and use the minus on Chandra. Oh, he drew a Fatal Push as well. That's very good. So exile both of those and make 2 zombies. That's going to leave Arthur with a single 1/1 Goblin token. And now Kalidas is just going to be big enough to be able to brawl with Hazard.
Is Rick's Monty Reveler only a 2?
It's a 2/2, correct?
No, is it only a...
CMC2? Correct. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now the situation gets pretty difficult for Arthur. How are we supposed to deal with Kalidas? Now, this is definitely one of those, a callback to that turn 1 Thoughtseize there. Like,
Yeah.
we definitely did not, have...
Yeah, no, we're not talking about Chandra anymore.
Yeah, and we also aren't even talking about Chandra. Like, we do not have a way to deal with this Kalidas, it looks like. And the Kalidas has gotten out of hand, and on that turn 1 Thoughtseize, maybe we need to look at the Kalidas instead. We did take the Murderous Rider Swift End, which, certainly would have done something this game. It would have been good, but I don't think it would have been quite as dominant as this Kalidas is. Deafening Clarion, the reveal for Chandra. I think this one's just going to be you take 2 from Zach.
Yeah, I'm pretty on board with that.
Yeah, not really interested in... I mean, we could cast Give Creatures Lifelink as the only mode.
Yeah, but our Kalidas already has lifelink.
Yeah, exactly. That's like kind of the biggest problem. So it looks like Zach's going to agree. We'll have Arthur take 2 down to 12. I think I'm pretty about just turning this Deafening Clarion into a shock. Now we've got our Chandra. It's threatening ultimate now. So like,
And minus.
yeah. But even with it being at minus, like Arthur just has no way to present pressure on it. Like it's going to be threatening on ultimate here very soon.
Kalidas here?
Yeah, I mean, he can
played
sacrifice
Flame.
a zombie.
He can sacrifice 2 zombies.
He can sacrifice a zombie and just, gain a bunch of life. So we'll see. Looks like Arthur goes ahead, blocks the Kalidas. So we'll go ahead and pump the zombie into the Kalidas. Turn it into a 5/6. So he's just going to gain a nice 5 life for his troubles here. It'll allow Arthur to swing back. And then Zach presumably to block and sacrifice once more to the Kalidas.
So Arthur here, to get out of this pickle, he needs to see another Swift End.
Yeah, we absolutely have to start with a way to deal with Kalidas.
This is pretty neat, though. He gets to crack and kill the Chandra here.
Yeah, Goblin Rabblemaster looks pretty good here. Oh, we aren't attacking with the Hazoret? Oh, no, now we don't get to kill Chandra?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't love this. I think we had to make that attack. It's rough there because then certainly, Zach's going to make the block sack and all that. So,
Yeah,
oh, God, Eternal Catcher.
Okay.
Oh, my Lord.
We had our window, it is closed.
Yeah. That is a 3/6 with double strike. And anytime Zach casts a creature spell, it's going to make a 4/4 zombie with Vigilance. Yeah. This one is going to be hard to beat. So end step, we'll see Arthur go ahead and return the Scrap Heap Scrounger. So, he's got a little bit more action going on here. Zach decides he does no need to attack. And at this point, Zach's plan is just hang out and wait for a relevant spell. So his Chandra is going to be digging him to them. And his Chandra is upticking every turn as well. So, theoretically, eventually, Zach can find a Chandra ultimate. But probably Arthur's just going to die before that, more than likely. So we've got Zach giving this a little think. He's wondering, obviously we don't have any good attacks here, unfortunately. We could start discarding cards to Hazoret, like excess lands and the like, to be able to try and get in there. We also have this Murderous Rider still hanging out in the Adventure Zone that we could potentially, get back into play.
I'm so bad at remembering when I put
Your adventure spells? Yeah.
I put them in exile. I don't know.
And they're gone. I always just like slap them sideways, like right in front of me on the boards.
That makes sense.
So that you really can't forget about them. And then people are like, "Is this in play?" I'm like, "No, it's on adventure."
So
They're like,
much
"Can you
easier.
move it?" And I'm like, "Now I'm gonna forget about it, man. Come on,
Don't do this to me.
come on, man. You're making me forget." All right.
So go to
This is
combat.
also really awkward because every turn Arthur has to attack with the goblin tokens
And just his opponent 7.
give his
5.
opponent 5 life every turn. It's really awkward. Obviously, these goblin tokens are just gonna, be sent to their demise. But if I'm Zach, I don't think I'm anywhere close to killing a goblin rabble master anytime soon. Like, you could just have that one,
Yeah.
That card's gaining me 5 life every turn. Pretty insane.
He's crunching.
Makes sense that Arthur is attacking with the Goblin Rabble Master here, so he probably recognizes the fact that this Rabble Master is in fact a downside, not an advantage. So Zach's gonna go ahead, block the Goblin Rabble Master with the zombie. I expect that we'll see Zach sacrifice the zombie here to the Kalitas to keep the Goblin Rabble Master alive, but it looks like he actually doesn't. He just lets damage go through. He'll kill the Goblin Rabble Master. He'll make another zombie in the meantime, and then he'll take out the 2 goblin tokens. So this is fine. I think I would have just let Arthur keep the Goblin Rabble Master. To be honest, I would have just sacked and gained 7. Ooh, Kalitas of his own.
All right, that's cute.
Yeah, definitely cute. So here's the draw from Zach. I assume we'll see a Chandra Plus shortly following.
Let's take this up.
See what we find. Looks like
lands.
Sacred Foundry. So that'll mean Arthur takes 2, down to 10. And now plan...
Bone Crusher Giant.
yeah, go ahead and stomp the Scrap Heap
Exile
Scrounger. It'll
your
get
Scrap
exiled.
Heap Scrounger.
That's a good one. And then
my
he'll even
4/3.
be able to play it. So that's quite good. Nice draw. Nice little draw there from Zach. These adventure creatures are really, really powerful.
Yeah,
And,
insane, actually.
Even in Pioneer here, we see just the pure value by being able to get a spell and a creature out of one card is just so innately
The
good.
creatures are all costed fairly.
Yeah, it's
then
like totally reasonable. I mean, like Bone Crusher Giant's a totally reasonable threat.
Order of Midnight's just a 2-minute 2/2.
Yeah. Like the bodies are reasonably sized, and they're not the best at what they are, but they're quite good. So, anyway, we've got, Arthur's just done. He's done
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Doesn't need to see anymore. Zach's got a just absurdly
So I
commanding
think
board
that game would
presence
have
there.
been actually have gone Arthur's way if he would have taken the Cleaves with the Thoughtseize.
I'm not 100% certain on that, but he probably would have been able to effectively pressure the Chandra and then not fallen quite as far behind on board. And the Swift End would have been good on turn, on turn 3 there
Yeah,
from Zach. It probably
It would have been.
would have been able
But
to
then
take
his
out a...
Rabble Master would have actually done something.
Hopefully, yeah. Well, the Rabble... I don't know. It's rough, because you probably still get Deafening Clarion on turn 3, and then the Swift End probably comes down and takes out the Rabble Master after that. But that's probably fine, all things considered. Regardless, it isn't how the game played out. So
Yeah.
let's take a look at the sideboard here for Arthur. Arthur's got 2 Duress, 2 Gulligan's Command, 2 Glorybringer, 1 Hazard the Fervent, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Davriel Rogue Shadow Mage, 2 Chandra Acolyte Inferno, 2 Lava Coil, and 1 Ember Cleave. What sounds good
man,
here?
This is a loaded sideboard. So
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff to digest here.
Bring in the Hazaret. Your opponent couldn't beat it.
He clearly beat it, but it didn't look super easy to beat. The
Yeah.
Kalitas kind of made it look silly. I think I like the Duresses as well.
Yeah, me too.
Deal with Fires of Invention and the like, and we can expect our opponent to be going up on interactive spells in a post-board game against us.
And I'm pretty in on the Glorybringers, I think.
They fly, it's relevant, but we didn't really see any 4 mana or any 4 toughness
We saw
creatures
Kalitas.
except for Kalitas.
But that card might just be a big enough deal.
Yeah,
And also
you're
flying
totally
over
right.
to hit their Planeswalkers is just enough.
Yeah, you're totally right. That could be pretty good. The Chandra Acolyte Inferno could be something that we're interested in as well. And I could also buy the Ember Cleave theoretically as well. Notably, your opponent, when they have the Fires of Invention in play, aren't going to be able to interact with your creatures in combat on your turn.
Yeah.
So you can just go ahead and just slam an Ember Cleave and try and win combat with it. And that could probably punk out Zach pretty hard if he's not prepared for it. So... All right, let's take a look at Zach's sideboard over on Mardu Fires. He's got 3 Thoughtseize, 3 Hour of Devastation, 3 Lost Legacy, 1 Realm Cloak Giant, 1 Obnixilis Reignited, 1 Ashiok Dreamrender, 1 Nahiri the Harbinger, 1 Ugin the Spirit Dragon, 1 Liliana Dreadhorde General. Can you tell this is a wishboard?
Nope, not close.
I think it's pretty obvious that this one's got some funny stuff going on. All right, what sounds good here?
Hour of Devastation slaps.
Yeah, Hour of Devastation looks pretty good. It's kind of an odd... I think that he's just supposed to bring in the 3 Hour of Devastations and just, like, not worry about...
Yeah, I don't actually hate bringing in a Liliana either.
Yeah, the Liliana looks pretty all right. The Ugin can stay where it is.
Yeah,
the Realm Cloaked Giant, that one maybe... I could see just bringing in the Realm Cloaked Giant. Yeah, I mean, Zach has Mastermind's Acquisition in his main deck, but I believe it's only 2. So, yeah, it is 2 Mastermind's Acquisition. So... with only 2 Mastermind's Acquisition, you aren't really hell-bent on leaving your sideboard wishboard targets in your sideboard to wishboard for. You can definitely just bring them in if you think they're going to be effective in the matchup, and then leave your, niche bullets in the sideboard. Maybe one time we end up with enough mana for Ugin. Sure, maybe one time I look down and I want a Nahiri. Great, whatever. I got all that.
Nahiri does answer Hazoret pretty well.
Yeah, Nahiri's pretty good, and there's, times where you're just going to be at a board stall and you're like, I'm just going to Nahiri take it up and like go get a Cavalier of Flames or something and try and kill my opponent with it. So, all right, looks like players have decided. Sideboards are submitted. Let's take a look at their hands here for game number 2 now as we go into the post board. Looks like Arthur's going to be on the play with this hand. Not getting a great look at it, but it looks like he'll keep it. Zach's going to have to take a mulligan.
I forgot Hour of Devastation says they lose Indestructible. That card slaps Hazoret.
Yeah, it does. It also kills Planeswalkers, which is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't see... Did we see any Planeswalkers from Arthur? I don't think so,
I don't think he has it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, like, a Hazoret or whatever out of Arthur's deck. We did see... a Chandra Torch of Defiance. We did see Kalidas in his deck, so it seems... I believe I would put Chandra in Arthur's deck before I would put a Kalidas in it. More than likely, but I guess we can actually just look and see. There
are 2 Chandra Torch of Defiances in this deck.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And there's also the Davriel. He
in the sideboard, yeah,
that's... But hoping to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem that bad. Against that Fire's Invention opponent, it's probably triggering almost every turn. It's a reasonable clock. It's taking cards out of their hand. They need their lands and they need spells. So, I definitely don't hate Davriel out of Arthur. So, I'm not certain if you have a lot of real air you just need to bring out. Then I could definitely see Davriel making its way into the deck here for game number 2. Let's look. Right. See it. Zach is going to keep this 6-card hand. He put a God Eternal Oketra on the bottom. Arthur leads things off with a Swamp. He'll ship the turn back.
All right, no Thoughtseize or Duress here.
Yeah, unfortunate. He could still have those cards and just have elected to play them on a later turn. So here comes... Ooh, value. Value. We're going to get a draw card right away. That's pretty sick. Hopefully he doesn't need the mana. Hopefully he doesn't need the color. So, Glintsleeve Siphoner is going to be able to trigger on his next upkeep.
Or not.
Too bad.
Every
Too bad.
time.
Why does it never trigger? You just want it to trigger. There's Thoughtseize off the top. That's pretty important, I think. But I don't think he needs to play it until next turn before the Fires of Invention can really come out. So I think he has a turn to develop a threat here. Rabblemaster, the threat of choice, and it is a good one. So I'll put Zach down to 19.
And for a lot.
Yeah, if Zach doesn't have an answer to deal with this Goblin Rabblemaster, he's going to get punched really hard next turn, especially if he's relying on a 4th turn answer, like Fires of Invention plus something, and the Thoughtseize gets to disrupt that. That's going to be really, really good for Arthur. So I think Arthur's just in the hope I untap camp right now. Like, please, just let me untap. Just let me untap. Because I think if Arthur untaps here, he's going to be winning by a lot. That being said, let's see what Zach's got. He's got Colors of Mana. There's an Hour of Devastation off the top. And there's the Deafening Clarion. Yep, gotta do what we gotta do. Sometimes you pray they don't have it.
Yeah.
Looks like he had it, so that's too bad. And with an Hour of Devastation as backup, I don't think Zach can really be too scared of whatever's coming next. But here's Thoughtseize. We'll get a look.
Fires, Cavalier, Hour. No other lands.
Oh, boy. That is a meaty hand.
Yep.
I'm taking the fires here.
Yeah,
I
take
think.
fires and pray.
Hope they miss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming our hand has enough pressure to be able to realistically kill our opponent
Even
in
if
the
it
time.
doesn't, you can't take a Cavalier and still try to win this game.
Yeah, I think the fires is the easy pick here. Looks like Arthur agrees. He'll play his land. Hopefully he's got a nice aggressive threat here as well to tie it up. Glintsleeve Siphoner, not a bad one. I'm reasonably happy with that one if I'm Arthur. That's going to draw me 2 cards over the course of the next 2 turns, and there's no real, like, unless the top of Zach's deck is a Fatal Push or something, it's not going to get removed, so...
And even at the top of Zach's deck is Fatal Push.
Yeah, are we really that
okay
unhappy?
with that,
Yeah, exactly. So...
Oh, it's land, so...
Okay, well... That's a spooky one.
Yeah, we
for
don't
sure.
want to see another one of those.
Yeah, that's our one land we hope to have Zach draw. If he misses for the rest of the time, that's going to be a-okay. So, notably, Zach could draw another card that's not red, or another land that isn't a red source, and not be able to play his Cavalier of Flames.
Well, that's true, but he does get to play his Hour Devastation, which is still bad for us, but. I think the Cavalier of Flames is much worse.
Yeah. All right, so we've got an attack for 2. He'll gain another energy, and then he just sends the turn back. That's unfortunate.
No, Sacred Foundry.
It's a Sacred Foundry,
no.
yeah.
He did it.
Sacred Foundry. Oh, land, huh?
So do you play Cavalier here?
I think you just have to, yeah. Cavalier looks so good. You just get to discard a card if you want to. Looks like Zach's content to keep Hour of Devastation and Cavalier in his hand. I might have been to the Hour of Devastation for a new card there. Just try and gun your opponent down really quickly here and assume that things are going well. Is that draw for turn? Oh, draw from the Glintsleeve Siphoner.
There's a Castle Lockwind in his hand. That card's spectacular.
Yeah, quite good. Hopefully he doesn't have to activate it, though.
Cut to Ribbons in Arthur's hand as well.
Cut to Ribbons? Oh, my. Well, that one looks, unfortunately, yeah. Yup. Cut only does 4 damage, unfortunately. Not the full 5 needed to take out the Cavalier of Flames.
What does its flashback say?
Ribbons, it deals...
What does Ribbons do? Double black X?
It's double black X damage.
So he could cut and Ribbons it?
It's only drained a player. Oh, yeah, Ribbons is only drained a player. So, he's just gonna double cut it. So, that works all right.
Okay.
That'll take out the Cavalier. I think Zach...
Take out the first Cavalier.
Yeah.
But
the first
actually,
of 2.
double Ribbons is just lethal.
Yeah. It will be pretty soon, but not in the face of Kenrith, though. Of course, Kenrith's got the ability to gain a lot of life. He just drew Rixmati Reveler. Yeah. So we've got the 2 ribbons hanging out in our graveyard. That's definitely something that Zach's going to have to remember. We're getting a real... This is so sweet. It feels like we're watching the, best standard deck now versus the, one of the best standard decks in the past, face off against each other. It's so sick. It's so sick. Here's Swift End. That takes out Kenrith. That's really important. Now Zach's going to be unable to gain the extra life he needs. And with all that...
yeah. It wasn't Rixmati Reveler, it was Rabblemaster.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, crunch.
That is a good one. Up another energy.
Now, what can Zach do again? These ribbons are just,
Oh, Zach
he gets to play this Hour of
Devastation. Yeah, you have to play the Hour of Devastation this turn. Almost certainly.
But if Arthur draws a land, he needs to go Ribbons you for 5, Ribbons you for 5.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach's going to have to hope to find a way out of this, so we'll see if he can find one.
Oh, there's the land, right?
Here's the land. Oh, I wonder if Arthur's going to want to cycle it away with the Rixmati Reveler, but looks like he doesn't.
I think you just Ribbons and then hope your opponent doesn't get any
Ribbons. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, you have pretty good idea what the contents of his hand are. So you know he's got Cavalier Flame Unknown. Yeah. So let's see how this goes. Yeah,
Ribbons.
Looks like that's what he elects to do. Here's Ribbons for 5. Zach's gonna go down to 5. He'll take an untap step. See what he finds. I don't think that's it.
Yeah, I don't think any of that game's in life.
I see a Bone Crusher Giant, the Cavalier, and I don't see what the last card in his hand is. I think it's just another Bone Crusher Giant. Yeah, double Bone Crusher Giant. So all Arthur has to do is just flash back another Ribbons here. I think he drew Hazoret. That's tempting. I mean, it's going to kill Zach pretty much no matter how he cuts it here. But he's probably just running through what his best play is. I think probably just cast the ribbons and make your opponent do something about it. Ribbons for 5. That's going to be enough for Zach to pick up the cards. This match is sick. I'm so into this match.
Yeah,
this is so cool.
so tight.
This is so cool. It's like we've been showing time machine matches between rounds, but like this match feels like we're like in a time machine. We get to watch the best standard deck from like 2 years ago just going off against the best standard deck now. And like, yeah, there's marginal upgrades in there for both players, but like, oh, it's so sick. Pioneer is awesome. I'm really about this. All right, so we got to watch another game there. You thinking any changes on sideboarding here between play draw or any change in theory?
No, Zach's deck did exactly what it did game 1.
The Thoughtseize looked quite good. That game from Arthur, it was well timed. Got to take the Fires of Invention out of Zach's hands.
Changed the course of that game.
Oh, for sure. If Zach had a Fires of Invention, he would have been able to play double Cavalier on that turn,
man.
and he also would have had the mana to just like double pump and then attack for like 16.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's super gross. Yeah. I mean, he probably would have just killed Arthur just straight up.
Arthur was at 14.
So, yeah, he probably would have just killed him. So pretty gross. But looks like shuffling up here for a game number 3. I do believe that this is a winning into top 8 as well. So,
yeah, that sounds
so
right.
there's quite a bit on the line here for these two players in this game number 3. So we'll see how this is going. Once again, this is a 5-round tournament, 5 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8. So we have got... this is round number 4. So we'll be bringing one more round of Swiss. Presumably we'll be... hoping to find a winning in and get it on camera, and then we'll have a nice little top 8 after that. So it's gonna be awesome. All right. Oh, update. Arthur is at 7 points and Zach has 6. So Arthur is 201. Interesting.
So this is really winning in for him.
Interesting.
And I think still winning in for Zach.
Yeah, I believe that both players are still at a winning in. So I believe that
if Arthur loses, his chance to win next round and
get in is still
are far higher.
Yeah, I believe that if Arthur loses, he'll still have a winning in next round, and Zach, on the other hand, might end up if Zach goes loss win, he might end up getting 9th, 10th on breakers or something like that. So
yeah, which is heartbreaking.
All right, regardless, let's go ahead, take a look here. Looks like they're still shuffling up, but
yeah,
I am very excited for game number 3. I mean,
we'll
see Zach on the play this time. Should make a big difference, but we'll see if... I really think that Arthur's hoping to draw like 2 forms of hand disruption here.
The second duress or Thoughtseize effect can
really good.
put
Yeah,
Zach down.
First one take the fires, the second one takes the most relevant non-fire spell, and then you just hope that you can just get there. Yeah. Those cut to ribbons were definitely interesting in that last game. So the actual cut part on the cut to ribbons looked pretty mediocre. I mean, we saw Zach play just only deploying 5 toughness creatures. But, we know he has Kalitas in his deck and whatnot, so we're not going to get too crazy. But, against those 5 toughness creatures, they look a little awkward, but we just watch the ribbons drain them out for 10 as well.
Yeah.
So it's definitely hard to put a value on that card. I could see...
Also, Arthur with all his little dudes, just like a little dude plus a cut, we'll do it to any one of Zach's creatures.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So even just that might just be worth it. And
take a look. Upside. All right, we got opening hands now coming out for both players. I see Red-White Temple,
Zach's hand
Dragon Skull Summit.
Missing a fire.
Yeah, it has Deafening Clarion and lands, though.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. The hand looks pretty reasonable from Zach. It might be a little land heavy, though. Let's take a look at Arthur's hand here. I see Murderous Rider. Looks like both players did keep their 7, so looks like
another land off the top. Yeah. I think Arthur's hand's also a
little
land heavy.
But yeah, I agree. I think both players a little land heavy. There's Chandra.
Chandra. Okay.
Yeah, Torch of Defiance off the top here for Zach. That's a pretty good draw. He's now really just looking for that fire.
There's a Rabble Master from Arthur.
I'm about the Goblin Rabble Master.
There's just sweet permanents being thrown.
Oh yeah, all of these cards are so sick. Like it's like standard formats going at each other. Also, by the way, like a couple
Arthur.
cube all-stars just getting like slotted in. Like, I'm so about it. This hand's particularly slow here from Arthur. We'll see what he's got on the end of Zach's 3rd turn here. Looks like it's going to be Stomp You.
Okay. Well, let's hope he casts...
Still slow, yeah.
Another land.
Yeah, if Arthur's hand doesn't have Duress or Thoughts, he's here. If he did, I think he was supposed to play them on his last turn, because this turn he really wants to tap out for Goblin Rabble Master, but it's really awkward because if Zach just untaps and jams a Fires, you're going to feel really behind Luckily for Arthur, I don't think Zach has Fires of Invention, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, Davriel. Here's the Davriel. Okay, we mentioned that this one could potentially be coming in, so we'll see a minus. Zach's going to have to discard a card. This doesn't look like an easy discard, to be honest. Looks like Plains is going to go away. Yeah. He's got one more land in his hand, but after that, I think the Davriel is going to get really awkward.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Arthur's supposed to mulligan for some hand disruption and didn't do so.
Well, Davriel kind of counts, but he did draw the Bonecrusher Giant, so Zach could just stomp the Davriel. He does, in fact, decide to do that. And this has got to be a sigh of relief for Arthur, because obviously Zach does not have Fires of Invention, so he probably feels like he's getting away with something here.
Yeah, possibly murder.
Possibly murder. Probably not murder, but possibly murder. All right, so
now we've got a second. Okay. So Slam Round Master. I think Arthur has 2 Murderous Riders in his hand right now.
I think I agree. I think that was his draw for turn. So here's the Rabble Master, attack for 1. So now Arthur's, hoping to dodge the Deafening Clarion or whatever. Ooh, Zach has Mastermind's Acquisition in his hand. Oh yeah. Oh, there's Fires of Invention off the top. Oh man. Baby. So we're going to get to see Fires plus one of Chandra or Mastermind's Acquisition this turn, whichever he thinks is better.
Chandra. It feels really bad to slam Chandra and Route Master because it just dies. Chandra goes down to 1 to minus.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like he elects to just deploy the Bonecrusher Giant to try and protect his own life total. It makes enough sense to me. I mean, this Goblin Rabble Master is really very threatening, so Zach's trying to line up a block, and then next turn he'll be able to, assuming he draws a land, like Mastermind's Acquisition for Hour of Devastation, and
Zach missed his land drop that turn.
He did. He needs to find a land,
Yeah, that's true. But here, I really do enjoy just Swift and Smack.
Yeah, I'm pretty into that as well. It costs us. It hurts us for 4. Oh, cut is even better for sure. Yeah. So we're gonna take 2 from the Bonecrusher Giant down to 18. If we have any additional threats, I'm pretty into those as well. It's rough because if Zach draws a land, he's gonna be able to Mastermind's Acquisition plus Hour of Devastation.
Yeah.
To be able to clean up this board, but he really needs to find that land.
Does he have Stomp in his hand? Does he have a?
He has a Fatal Push, but he doesn't have any way of triggering Revolt currently.
Okay, shocks.
At least not on his turn.
Does he play this giant here?
No, he's just holding up Swift End. He has a Wild Slash in his hand as well.
Okay.
God, Eternal Oketra off the top. That's no good.
Not a land.
Zach could Mastermind's Acquisition for lands here
and play it, and then
God, Eternal Oketra.
That looks like what's happening.
Unless there's something better. I mean, Deafening Clarion does a pretty good job of cleaning this up too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to the sideboard. Let's see what he finds. Yeah, it looks like it was a Deafening Clarion, I believe. So
he sided out Clarion.
He must have sided out 1, I assume. Which, I'm not a huge fan of myself, but it looks all right here. I mean,
I guess he cast a Deafening Clarion.
Yeah, that was a nice 2-card Deafening Clarion. Took his whole turn, but he's more than happy to have it. So no Swift End, no Wild Slash or anything like that from them. All right, we've got here comes Bonecrusher Giant. Pass. Still got the Swift Ends lined up. And there's the land from Zach. Fabled Passage. So now he can go ahead and deploy some of his bigger threats. So here's the God Eternal Oketra. And then, assuming that he just casts another spell. Kalitas? Oh, my. Well, that is absurd.
All Zach plays is Haymakers.
Yeah, these are all just such bombs. Oh, man, we were really sweating it for Zach here for a little bit, but now this looks
very close.
Absurd position.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no time window for Arthur to Swift End the Oketra before he gets the zombies, so Zach intelligently, sequencing his spells and turn correctly there to make sure that he gets the 4/4 no matter what. And now Arthur has a really tough decision on what do you Swift End here? It's got to be Oketra, right?
Yeah, you Swift End Oketra, untap.
Hopefully have an answer to Kalitas.
So he has another Swift End, yeah or no?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely has a Wild Slash. So the only card I don't know is the last one in his hand. Only a single unknown there for me. So it looks like
he does kill the Oketra.
Swift End Oketra. I agree. You do have to do this. Zach responds by using his Fabled Passage so that when the Oketra gets shuffled or gets put back into his deck, he isn't going to have to shuffle it away once again. Well-timed fetch lands here from Zach. Consistent well-timed fetch lands, so good choice from him. Okay. Oh. Okay. So he sacked it to Kalidas.
Oh, it's a zombie.
That makes sense.
My lord.
Okay.
That's
So
insane.
I didn't know that. I would have got blown out there too. Holy crap.
Yep, zombie god.
Yeah, it sure is a zombie. Wow, that's absurd.
Okay.
This match is tight. I'm pretty into this. All right, so that is a sick synergy. I'm so about that. How many God Eternal Ketra are in this deck? One moment. If you'll excuse me, I've got the deck list here. There's 3 God Eternal Ketras in this deck. Oh my god. So I'm sure this is an interaction Zach's had come up multiple times.
Yeah.
He just like snapped that one off, but wow, that's really sweet.
And it just like tosses 4/4s onto the back.
And they're all zombies too. This is so absurd. Oh man. All right. So notably also the Murderous Rider then goes to the graveyard. So it's not going to be able to cast the actual Murderous Rider half of it. It's just going to have to no adventure means that no 2/3 will be able to come down.
Arthur's hard in the tank here, wondering what he can possibly
He's
do
up the
with
creek
this
without a
save.
paddle right now, to be honest. I mean, what does he have like even in his deck that he can really hope to do to come back from this? I mean, are we in plan like Ribbons him out? I mean, we have to deal with this Kalidas first, right?
Yeah, it's 5/6 lifelink.
Yeah. Looks like he just passed. Oh no. I mean, if Zach gets an attack in with this Kalidas, I think the game's going to be over. So I really hope that Arthur has like a Swift End or something to be able to deal with this Kalidas.
There's a Chandra.
All right.
This means he's going to find his God Eternal Catcher next turn.
Yes, he's going to draw God Eternal Ketra for the next turn. That's very relevant for both players to keep in mind. So he'll plus. Oh, not casting that one, I don't think. Yeah, that one will stay exiled. We are casting it?
Why is he spending his mana?
And then sacrificing?
Oh.
So this is going to trade Chandra
And a 4/4.
and a 4/4 for Bone Crusher Giant. I mean, the 4/4 like kind of gets reincarnated in the form of 2+1/+1 counters. This is interesting. I mean, this play is like really bad. If Arthur has like a Swift End here,
Yeah.
it is really, really bad. So I think that, Zach's definitely taking a calculated risk here.
I don't even know if it's calculated.
Don't know if it's calculated. It's certainly a risk. I mean, there are a lot of ways that this could go very poorly. Double stomp Kalidas. Stomp Wild slash Kalidas is really good too. So now everything dies.
There's man. Nice.
And then Zach doesn't have another play.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. And now, all of a sudden, I think Arthur's might be winning
well,
again.
He still has to deal with the God.
Yeah, the God Eternal Ketra
Ketra
that's coming down next turn is certainly a problem, but obviously Zach doesn't have really anything more going on. I guess he didn't play anything. He could have certainly just like sandbagged a creature in his hand for next turn when he can play a Ketra plus the creature, so I guess that's worth considering.
I'm still just lost.
Oh, I think Zach should not have cast that Hour of Devastation there. I think he was so far ahead on board. And notably, now there's still the ribbons in the graveyard and the life gain's gone. So if Arthur can find like just a couple more points here, Zach's going to be in the danger zone for just getting ribbons out. I mean, we've got ribbons for 5 already queued up, right? And every land is going to be an extra point.
Yeah.
And, it's not like spells are not going to do damage, right? Like,
Interesting enough, Arthur doesn't have any like bolts or anything like that in his deck.
he's got Wild Slashes, I think, are kind of the only notable.
Oh, he's got some more Bone Crusher Giants.
Yeah, Bone Crusher Giants.
Oh, and
and
he's got
Stomps.
Hazarets and Chandras.
Yeah, so he's definitely got some more direct damage he can find. He's got a Rixmati Reveler in his hand right now, and I think that's what he's tanking on currently. Looks like he plays the land. That's a hard decision with the ribbons in your hand, whether you want to cycle the land or not. I think I would cycle the land. I think I'm still looking for spells at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty okay with just play my land, play my Rixmati, and does Rixmati say...
Rixmati. Oh, duh, of course.
It just draws you the card?
Yeah, it's discard a card, draw a card. So obviously correct.
Okay,
Yeah. You don't. It's not a if you discard then draw. He draws another land, notably, which I don't think he's disappointed with.
Yeah, no. All right, well, now we're passing to Zach, and this board
We've got ribbons for
Arthur.
7 lined up currently.
All right, well, just Windmill Slams to Soketra.
Yep. we've got this zombie token hanging out, which the zombie token being around is very relevant. Yeah, Fatal Push, quite good. Another land is the card in hand for Arthur.
Oh, that's a spell.
Yeah, so
Not
no
sure
good
what spell it
attacks,
is,
unfortunately. But, I mean, at this point, Arthur's just trying to buy time and he's just trying to find a way to deal 1 or 2 points with, spells and then ribbons out Zach for lethal.
I think.
We could see a castle activation as well this turn. That seems very likely.
Oh, Castle Lockthwain.
Yeah, Castle Lockthwain is one of the lands. That's pretty relevant here.
Yeah, that's
it does hurt Arthur a little bit, which is somewhat
enough.
unfortunate, but yeah, not enough.
Is that he cast Despise.
He cast Despise
To save
just
himself
to
a
get
life.
to save a life. Definitely agree with this choice. Oh, Bone Crusher Giant.
That's what that
I
was?
think that was Bone Crusher
thought that
Giant.
was
That's
Mountain.
huge. Oh, maybe it was, but I thought it was Bone Crusher Giant. Maybe I'm just getting too hypey
I think
here.
you're getting way too
Maybe
hyped.
I'm too hyped. This seems so sick. All right, he passed the turn back. What's Zach found? Zach's found a Castle Lockthwain of his own.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Okay, taking 1 damage though, very relevant.
that's-
Let's do the ribbons math here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
X is 7 right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 mana. So we have
And he
X is
gets land
7.
in hand too. So
Yeah, so we can do 8 pretty consistently. All right, so here's the untap. So it must have been a mountain because Arthur certainly would have cast.
And that's a
spell
Rabble
there
Master?
if he found it. Rabble Master's good. That can deal damage.
that actually gets in.
Yeah, the Rabble Master can get in for essentially 1 point of damage
which
and then
is-
block the Oketra, which is very relevant. And yeah, he played the land this turn. He could also activate the castle again, only taking a single point of damage, which will put him down to 7. That is not lethal from the Oketra. Yeah, so here's this attack. So now Zach is forced, nearly forced to chump the Bone Crusher Giant here from threat of the ribbon. So he's going to go ahead and make that block. He'll take 1.
Castle
to 9.
Lockthwain. Actually, that loses with 3. Yeah, we totally activate this.
Loses us
here.
1 life, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we have 3 mana with which to
Yeah.
spend on any spell we drew. I think notably Arthur already played a land this turn as well.
He did.
So if we find a land, that's not going to be able to.
He just
do
passes.
and he just sends it back.
Ah,
Interesting. He values the 1 life. Interesting choice that. All right. So
wondering-
Cavalier of Flames looks like it would certainly be lethal here.
And it would always be lethal.
Here comes land for turn. Activate
well,
castle.
Zach
So
says I'm dead if you untap.
yeah, he acknowledges that he's dead if he untaps, which is true. He doesn't have
Fires
enough
of Invention
blockers.
land. That's all Zach
Fires of
has.
Invention means he's just gonna have to send the turn. Oh my god! And Arthur's gonna be able to find lethal with the ribbons.
Yeah. Arthur just won
Holy
this
crap!
game.
This match is so sick. Oh my god!
Wow.
What an absolutely insane match. This was super tight. Oh man, I am all about this match. This is so sick. Now we just got to make sure that Arthur sees the ribbons line. He's counting up his mana,
yeah,
makes sure he
he-
has it. Here's the Aether hub. He's got the mana necessary. Zach's,
He's
making him
tanking,
see it.
making sure he doesn't miss
Maybe your
anything.
opponent forgot about it. It's totally reasonable. I've won many a game back in the standard format when my opponent forgot about the ribbons, but
Or flame jab.
looks like he did not forget about it. Here's the X7 ribbons.
Oh.
Zach shows him the land. Wow. That was an awesome match. That was sick. I'm
guess-
so about that
I
match.
guess Zach should not have brought an Hour of Devastation.
I think that Zach should not have cast that Hour of Devastation. I mentioned when he put it on the stack that there's a lot that could really go wrong here, and then that happened, and he ended up losing the game because of it. So definitely, I think the story of like a single mistake from Zach, and then Arthur just capitalized on it really hard and managed to steal that game away from Zach. I thought Zach was so far ahead. But yeah, that was awesome. I was sitting there like, man, I don't know how Arthur can ever win. But he managed to find the way. So, great job to Arthur for winning that super tight match. With that, I want to talk a little bit about Die Hard Dice. Die Hard Dice is the absolute best for dice. If you like dice, these are the best. They have awesome metal dice. They have glow in the dark dice. They have plastic dice. They're awesome. So, if you guys are interested in getting yourself a pair of Die Hard dice, then I think you guys should be interested in this trivia that we're going. So we've already done this one once, but if you missed it, then you should really check this one out because you can win that sweet set of dice. We're looking for the artist for these 4 pieces. And if you think you know the answer, go ahead and email us at promotions@paradise.games for a chance to win. And if you don't quite know what it is and you think you need a little bit of a hint, well, you can go ahead and check out the VOD later where I went into detail about a little bit of the lore behind all of these pieces and the actual card names. So that ought to help you out. But if you're interested in that, then make sure you check out the PodVod later. It'll be up on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So if you think you know who the artist of these 4 Magic the Gathering pieces is, go ahead and email us at promotions@paradise.games with the subject line Angel Giveaway, and you can win this awesome set of dice. So thank you so much to Die Hard Dice for allowing us to do this, supporting the stream, giving us these things to give away, and they even donated the grand prize for our event, which we'll get into a little bit later, but don't want to give all of our secrets away just yet. With that, we'll be back for our 5th and final round of Swiss here after
very shortly.
very shortly. We're going to leave you guys with the time machine. Until then, thank you guys for tuning in. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 3rd and final round of Pioneer here at Paradise Games. We got Brad and James, both of the winners of the last 2 matches, facing off now in the feature match for the 3rd and final round for the undefeated trophy. Let's see how this plays out. We got Blue-Green Eldrazi versus Green-Red Blitz. This one in theory is definitely a little puzzling to me. So I can easily see James kind of just taking over the board state with too many large creatures for Brad to be able to effectively punch through, but I could also easily see Brad just having pump spell after pump spell after pump spell after pump spell in order to just keep getting over these creatures and James eventually running out of relevant threats. So we'll see how this goes. I think that the Stubborn Denials seem pretty good in this matchup for James, as Brad's probably going to be forced into trying to get his creatures through in combat, so we'll see how it goes. I also think that potentially Brad could just not have enough pump spells that pump toughness. He's got a lot of +3, +1, +4, +2-esque effects, but without First Strike or like Teamer Battle Rage gives Double Strike, for example, his creatures are probably just going to be trading with the large Eldrazi, and that's usually not as good. You're essentially 2-for-1ing yourself if you don't have a Season of Growth or something. So here is a Troll. Of course, it's going to be a 2-mana 3/3, so bigger than what James is up to currently, although I expect that to change going into James's next turn. He's got that Lovestruck Beast hanging out. James does have the ability to turn it into an Elk. It would turn it into a 4/4 Elk, of course, but it would remove the ability for it to gain hexproof, but I doubt James really cares about the hexproof of Brad's creatures so much in this matchup. He really doesn't have that much interaction for creatures in his deck. It's mostly Stubborn Denial and, creatures from James. So here is Thought Not Seer. Here goes Brad's hand. It's got a couple of mountains to start. I see a Teamer Battle Rage under those mountains as James makes us work through it slowly. Here's a Season of Growth. Interesting that we saw Brad to play the creature first. Gore Clan Rampager, and then a second Teamer Battle Rage are the other 2 cards in hand. So this is an interesting choice. If I were James, I'd probably lean towards taking either the Season of Growth or the Gore Clan Rampager. Leaving him with double Teamer Battle Rage is pretty scary against our deck because we really want to be blocking with our larger creatures, but Gore Clan Rampager +4/+4 is definitely big enough to threaten your creatures, and also the double Teamer Battle Rage don't do anything on their own. So looks like James agrees Gore Clan Rampager is going to hit the bin, and there's Titan Strength, the draw from Brad. That's a pretty good one now, because I bet James is going to be pretty tempted to block, but looks like Brad's just going to go ahead, play the Season of Growth, ship the turn. He's not willing to trade the Troll plus a Titan Strength for the Thought Not Seer, interestingly enough. All right, let's see what James finds himself up to now. He could also theoretically try and tick this Blast Zone up to 2 at some point. That seems very effective against what Brad's got going on. CMC 2 tends to be the kind of the sweet spot for all of Brad's creatures. So here's an attack for 4. Brad's just, didn't want to offer the trade then, not willing to offer the trade now. Gonna go ahead and take the 4 down to 15. James will ship it back. So we could see potential extra counter going on. James has a Reality Smasher in his hand. Wonder what else he's got going on. I wonder if we're holding up a Stubborn Denial or something similar here, along with just shipping the turn with potential Blast Zone threat, or if we're mostly just on empty here and looking to hit another land to be able to really cast our threats. Notably, James could have deployed a Lovestruck Beast, so that's got to be pinging on Brad's radar that he must have something, and as a matter of fact, I talked myself to it, so James must have something here, and it's likely not just put counter on Blast Zone, although it easily could be just put counter on Blast Zone. That does seem quite good here, so I expect to see no blocks here from James. And James is probably just going to be preparing himself to take like 10 this turn or something, assuming that Brad had drawn any pump spell. Certainly far from ideal, but looks like that's what we got. So here is a 1/1 jumping in front of the troll. Looks like Brad just says okay. Interesting turn here, and then James puts a counter on the Blast Zone. So sure enough, that was all that was going on here. So here is activate Blast Zone. Brad's going to cycle a Teamer Battle Rage off the Season of Growth in response. And then James will just be able to get in for 4 uncontested here. He strip mines himself here, and he is missing land drops. So James is definitely banking on Brad not having anything relevant here, looking for Brad to be missing on creatures and the like. But
All right, guys, welcome back. We've got our 5th and final round of the 1K here.
Yeah.
Half K.
Yeah, we've got Zach versus Henry, and this is notably the 5th and final round of Swiss. After this round, we will be cutting to the top 8. So I do believe that, if my math is correct, these players are playing for a top 8 slot. So tables 1 through 3. Drew in / should just be in. I think we've got some people playing for seeding up there, but all things considered, should be okay. Which means that this is table 4 we stole. They should be playing for a seed, and I believe table 5 as well should theoretically be playing for a spot. So
yeah, all that map checks out.
Yep.
So we've got Zach again. Marty
Yeah.
Fires running it back.
Henry looks like he started off with a mulligan, but he is on the play. We've got Simic Devotion and this Mardu Fires deck again. We just couldn't leave this one. We had to watch a little bit more. I after that last match that was so sweet, I just had to watch more. I'm doing my best to remain impartial here in the booth, but man, do I want Zach to win. This deck's so sweet. All right. So we've got turn 2 Oko. Boo.
I'm pretty partial to that magic card.
Hit him with your Fires of Invention, Zach. Come on. Beat him down and crush those dirty net deckers. All right. Anyway. All right, I'm done. I swear. Okay. So, Fatal Push your Llanowar Elf, and now we're going to see Zach probably struggle to beat turn 2 Oko, as per usual. It's really, really hard to deal with the amount of pressure it puts on. That being said, Fires of Invention does have a pretty reasonable plan of just go way over the top of like whatever Oko's doing, so that you just don't care. Yeah, playing enchantment is another pretty reasonable part of that plan, so...
We shocked his breeding pool.
Yeah, so we're going to see some
Champion.
Relevant threat here. It looks like Jade Light Ranger.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jade Light Ranger is going to reveal a Light and Llanowar Elf. Obviously none of that. Elvish Mystic, same boat. This is a lot of pressure, though, all of a sudden. If Zach's missing a potential Deafening Clarion on the next turn, we could see him be in a world of hurt here, just taking a lot of damage. And the fact that he fetched out Swamp means that, well, he's already got the Deafening Clarion rolled up, or he could just be missing any of that altogether. So
yeah, maybe
we'll have to see how this goes. He's got Castle Lochthwain. I think I see a Sacred Foundry in that hand as well. All right, so here's the draw from Zach. It is a Sacred Foundry, I do believe.
yeah.
So we'll go ahead and play that one.
Oh, it's
Shock means that we should see a Deafening Clarion come down. Yep, here we do see it. So he's going to be able to deal with the Jade Light Ranger and that Elk. So pretty handily defeated that, at least the pressure that Oko's putting on currently. There's a Walking Ballista in Henry's hand, as well as some other stuff I didn't get a good look at. Here comes a food token. Breeding Pool
Shock
untapped
again.
once again.
Wicked Wolf go.
That seems pretty loose. Looks like it's just Ballista for 2. This makes sense. It's definitely pressure, and he needs to find something. But if this is all the pressure that he's got, then I think Zach's going to be pretty happy, assuming he's got the Fires of Invention lined up here. Ooh, looks like he might be missing it. I see a Kalitas and a Mastermind's Acquisition, though. Mastermind's Acquisition much worse without
Invention.
without Fires of Invention.
Also, Cletus much work when it's just an elk.
Oh yeah.
And Henry was on the mulligan this game.
Yeah.
Oh, Swift and your Oko.
Yeah, Swift and Oko, that looks like it's probably where he has to start, right? We're trying to deploy our Kalitas at some point to try and stabilize the board. Means
So-
that the Oko's got to be gone first.
Fun question here. So he does have a Wicked Wolf in hand. Does he play that? Or does he just grow his Ballista by 1, hit for 3,
I like Grow Ballista by 1.
and just have that game plan?
Yep, looks like he agrees. Grow Ballista, smack you for 3. This is a pretty fast clock, actually. If he just puts a counter on his
super,
Ballista
yeah.
every turn,
So
Zach's going to be
at
dead
10.
in 3 turns. So, pretty relevant. And the 3rd turn, he doesn't even need combat, so. Alright, we've got... Here's a Temple of Skrylance. Just going to take a look at the top card. Zach's hand's pretty stacked. A little land light, though. So, we've got... looks like a Scry top here. And then he's just going to go ahead and deploy the Murderous Rider half of that Swift end. So, it looks pretty good. Alright. 5 mana now. Looks like Zach maybe found a nice threat to play. Ooh, Nissa, who shakes the world. That's one of the best ones he can find. So, Nissa's going to be able to not only generate pressure this turn, it's also going to boost his mana hugely
So
for
now
putting
he gets
counters
to
on the walking list
smack
next
into
turn.
this 2/3.
Yeah, Zach's going to be nearly forced into a block here. I mean, I guess he can theoretically go to 1 effective off the walking ballista pings that wouldn't come through, but it feels like we've pretty much got a block, right?
Yeah.
So Henry's got a little bit of an option
Zach will
here.
just
He
go to
could have
9.
denied the life gain there by killing his own ballista, but that seems a little
That's
loose.
not
So
bad, 'cause now he gets
yeah.
to untap and just kills him.
Yeah, for sure. So here's the draw from Zach. Let's see what he finds. All right.
Oh, yeah, and then Rider would have survived.
Ooh.
Oh, push. Oh, this Blitz is dead.
Yeah, does get exiled, and Zach's gonna make a zombie token here. So now,
Zach just got pinged for 3.
oh yeah, of course. Well, he still makes the zombie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like he will ping Zach for 3, but now he's actually looking okay. The Wicked Wolf, however, is going to be some bad news for Zach, but at least he's going to gain 3 life in the process, right? So there's something. So the Wicked Wolf, Henry, of course, still has this food hanging around from earlier, so that's pretty good. Ends up coming in, being a big factor in this later part of the game. If Henry didn't have a way to remove this Kalitas, I would actually think that Zach's in a pretty okay spot, given that Henry doesn't have a whole lot going on. I mean, the Nissa's a problem for sure, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have too much going on. So, looks like Zach is going to gain the 3 life here, and then he's going to take 6 from Nissa and going down to 3. So, not too bad. Oh, it looks like there's a judge question here. Oh, it looks like we're making sure to check. So it looks like Zach's asking if Henry correctly announced that he was eating the food. So it looks like potentially there could have been some sort of confusion where Henry played the Wicked Wolf, said fight your Kalitas, and then Zach was like, okay. And then Henry was like, no, I'm sacking a food or something along those lines. So just making sure that everything gets worked out. So we've got an excellent judge, Stephen Boston, on the case, so he'll get that one figured out, no problem. Just making sure that everything's going on. This is a competitive rules enforcement level event, of course, so usual comp REL enforcements are being used, but it looks like that is the state of things. So the wolf will grow to 4 power and then take down the Kalitas. Zach does gain the 3 life, though, from the lifelink, so he'll only go down to 3 from this attack, assuming he doesn't want to block, which blocking seems reasonable, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it probably does the same thing next turn.
Yeah. You're dead to Ballista off the top either way.
Yeah,
Probably just still dead either way.
Potentially, yeah, I mean, we're really dead. I mean, we're going to go to 3, and our opponent's going to have 4 lethal attackers next turn.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Nissa that's going to ult here pretty soon, so... Alright, looks like he is going to block. He'll only go to 6 instead of the 3. Looking for Deafening Clarion or better here, to be honest. Is kind of our only looks. He'll scry to the bottom with that Temple of Enlightenment. And now we got a good think about what we're supposed to do. I see Cavalier Flame, Mastermind's Acquisition, and a Murderous Rider. Looks like we're dead to me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I'm sure Zach's going to make his opponent go through the motions. He's been pretty consistent about being dead and, making his opponent do it. But, yeah, looks like even that is just a little too... All you got to do is attack for this one. So that'll be that. Means that Henry's going to take that game number 1. And, yeah, we've seen turn 2 Oko. And, it didn't look like it was, obscene or anything that game, but it still did so much work. I mean, it dealt 3 points of damage, left a food around for later, and traded with a Swift End that prevented Zach from being able to play his Kalidas on a relevant turn anyway, and gave Henry all the time he needed to get in the damage. So let's take a look at the sideboards here. For Henry on Simic Devotion, he's got 2 Lifecrafter's Bestiary, 2 Aether Gust, 1 Unravel the Aether, 1 Reclamation Sage, 4 Negates, 3 Lovestruck Beasts, and 2 Aether Sphere Harvester. What sounds good here?
All right. Unravel the Aether shuffles an artifact or enchantment into his opponent's deck.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm putting it on Rex Sage, and Aether Gust, and I could see Negates or Bestiaries.
I think the Negates look pretty good in this matchup to me. I mean, we get to counter Deafening Clarions, Mastermind's Acquisition, which granted Henry didn't see any of that game, but there was plenty of interactive spells over on Zach's side of the battlefield, and I don't think he actually didn't see a Fires of Invention either.
He might not even bring Negates based off the information he's seen.
Assuming that Henry is going totally in the dark here with what Zach is playing, which I think is probably a little... I think that is likely untrue. I assume that Henry knows what Zach is playing. It usually happens at a later stage in these tournaments that you kind of know what the other people are playing. It's just how it goes. But assuming he doesn't know, I could see the Negates maybe not coming in, but I think he probably does know. So I think we'll see Negates come in, and I think we'll see the Unravel the Aethers, the Aether Gusts. The Lifecrafter's Bestiaries are definitely an interesting one because you are expecting to have to grind a little bit against this Fires deck, but at the same time it feels like if it goes on for any longer, you're probably gonna die because there's gonna be a turn where they just play a bunch of Power of Haste dudes and kill you. And the blue-green Devotion deck has a lot of late game power and prowess in the forms of Nissa and a bunch of X spells, but that doesn't prevent you from just dying and to Cavalier pump them all, kill you, which definitely happens a lot out of these Fire decks. They don't get trample, but they do just get huge. So, all right, let's take a look at Zach's sideboard once again. He's got 3 Thoughtseize, 3 Hour of Devastation, 3 Lost Legacy, 1 Realm Cloak Giant, 1 Obnixilis Reignited, 1 Ashiok Dreamrender, 1 Nahiri the Harbinger, 1 Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and 1 Liliana Dreadhorde General. What do you like here?
Okay. So you're on the play, so I want you to bring in Thoughtseizes.
I buy that.
On that line.
Yeah.
I think you
deal with Okos, Nissa,
etc. And I think you cut it there.
Yeah,
I
agree.
I could see a world where you want a Lost Legacy or something like that for Nissa, who shakes the world, because that card's just like the Stone Cold.
Card's really good, but I don't think we can really Lost Legacy Nissa, who shakes the world.
Exactly. So
that doesn't seem like a realistic plan.
And Hour Devastations and call it a day.
Yeah, I think I agree. So let's where we're going to see. Let's see how these post-board games line up. Of course, once again, this is a win-in for the top 8 of this tournament, which we will be streaming immediately after the conclusion of the 5th round. So if you're looking forward to seeing who takes down this Paradise Games Pioneer 1K, then make sure you don't go anywhere because, we're going to find out today. I'm pretty excited to see who's going on. We've got what looks to be a pretty stacked top 8 already lining up, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so player shuffling for game 2. Zach's going to play this time. Hopefully we see a nice clean game with no absurd mulligans.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely don't want to see a bunch of mulligans and you're winning into top 8. That one sucks every time. So, all right, taking a look at the hands here for the players. This one looks pretty slow on Henry's side. It's probably going to have to be a mulligan. He agrees. It was just had a bunch of X spells, and the first play was Jade Light Ranger, and those just aren't usually the hands you can afford to keep. You're looking for ramp into payoff, and if you're missing pretty much either half of that, you're probably inclined to mulligan, and I'm significantly more inclined to mulligan a hand with no pay, or to keep a hand with no payoff but the ramp, as I am the other way around. So, but Zach, on the other hand, looks like he found a keepable 7, so good for him. All right, let's check out a 6 here on Henry's side.
And what do we see from Zach's side? Can we identify any cards in his hand?
I think I saw a God Eternal Ketra at a quick flick. Chandra Torch of Defiance in the back, maybe. I think I see a Castle Lochthwain as well. But those are all very quick looks, so
Yeah.
not 100% sure on any of those. So Oko, the card off the top there for Henry, and here comes turn 1 Goose. Uh-oh. We're in danger of turn 2 Okoville once again. Let's see if Zach's got anything to say about that. Yeah, just stomp that Goose. Get it out of here. Good play from Zach there. Make sure he doesn't get blown out by the turn 2 Thief of Crowns once again. Here comes a Breeding Pool tapped. And, man, you got to be happy if you're Zach when you see that. You know, you just stomped a Goose. You're like, man, I hope stomping that Goose was good. And then they're like, tap, lane, go. You're like, whew. Yeah. We did it. Stomping that Goose was great. All right, so there's a Nykthos off the top for Henry. Of course, one of the main engines in the deck. One of the real reasons it's called this Devotion deck. You're really trying to power up your Devotion to green in this deck to be able to produce absurd amounts of mana with Nykthos.
It looks like he's making that. It looks like he's making another food here. No,
no, just making an elk here.
I was on that line.
Make an elk or
make an elk.
Yeah, make an elk seems pretty autopilot to me. So, attack for 3. Now Zach's under a little bit of pressure. Hopefully he manages to find a Fires of Invention this game. He was definitely notably missing it last game. And these decks all function without Fires of Invention. You know, the Fires decks don't just lose to not finding Fires, but man, is their deck so much better when they have it.
Yeah.
I mean, their deck's just full of huge spells, and only being able to play 1 a turn versus 2 a turn, pretty big deal.
Is he snapping off a Deafening Clarion this turn?
Theoretically, I mean, I assume we're starting with something else. So yeah, looks like Chandra.
Do we want to tick this up, or are we going to snipe this food?
I think tick up seems a little more reasonable than snipe a food token to me, especially with a Deafening Clarion in our hand. Tick it up, make probably just dome our opponent for 2.
Yeah,
seems fine to me, rather than put our Chandra all the way down to a single loyalty counter. Yep, Zach disagrees, so I think both of those plays were totally reasonable, by the way. I certainly don't, hate this line or anything, so. Here's that Nykthos we mentioned. I believe that was a Love-Struck Beast off the top there for Henry. Oh, I'm not entirely certain, though. I didn't get a great look at it. Love-Struck Beast, not a particularly normal include.
Yeah, we're going to bring our food back.
Yeah. So here comes the food again.
So
Henry's got to be pretty happy.
We're just going to make a 5/5 and a 1/1 and send it off.
Yeah, probably, right? I mean, unless we have a better thing to do with our extra 3 mana, but yeah, looks like that is just the case of things. So just developing a nice hefty board presence here. I mean, it's really nice too because we've got this 3/3 that's kind of on suspend, so it can't get Deafening Clarion this turn, and we're just gonna have a huge force that's able to attack Chandra on the next turn. And Zach, still no Fires of Invention anywhere to be seen, means that he's kind of missing out.
Is he gonna So I don't know what's in his hand right now, but killing this 1/1 is practically necessary.
It's pretty important for sure, but it's also so awkward because all of the creature threats in Zach's deck are just bricked off by the Oko just existing, right? Zach needs to find a way to get Oko off the battlefield before he can realistically do anything else. So, pretty awkward. So, he goes ahead and fetches. I assume that he's doing this before he activates his Chandra, which you definitely want to do, because if he flips Hour of Devastation here, we wouldn't be able to cast it. There's no window when you can, fetch to be able to cast the spell.
He's tapping his mana.
Looks like we're tapping mana. Kalitas. Okay.
Push.
Kalitas' Fatal Push looks like a pretty good turn to me, though, too. That one looks excellent. And so we're going to get a zombie, and then our Kalitas is very likely going to just become an elk. Are we making mana with that? No. Just plus.
We're just ripping Chandra off the top and calling it a day.
A little bit of suboptimal sequencing there. I mean, Zach theoretically could have hit either of those 2 cards off of the Chandra plus.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that there's no better card in his deck to do it. So I would have liked to see Chandra plus first, but still, everything's A-okay here from Zach. That turn certainly would have played out exactly how it did.
Oh, there's a wolf.
All right, the Wicked Wolf. Sack the food. Eat the Kalitas. That'll put Zach back up to 20 now. Does, however, mean
Now
that
we get to make this food a 3/3.
we don't have any food anymore.
Oh no, it's a 1/1.
We can make a 1/1 a 3/3 and attack Chandra, which I think we're probably still
Yeah,
going to do. It
I
seems
like
quite
that.
good. It's basically going to remove a 2/2. Let's be honest. Like,
Yeah.
It's basically kill target 2/2, and
The
also
Chandra's at 3.
yes, the Chandra's
Okay.
at 3. So this is a lethal attack at the Chandra. So now Zach has to decide whether he wants a 2/2 or a Chandra. Seems pretty easy to me, and yeah, Zach agrees. He'll take the Chandra. Untap and a draw. So now Zach can actually make mana with the Chandra and be able to deploy the Cavalier Flames in his hand and also give it haste, though I don't think that that's actually enough damage to kill Oko.
Oh no, it's definitely not. Oko has a -1 this game.
Why is Oko have so much loyalty every time? It's just absurd. I mean, what? I can't quite tell what our Oko's at. Hopefully
think it's at
production
8 or
will...
9.
Yeah,
It's at
Oko's
8.
at 8, so...
Yeah. So
Yeah, Zach just doesn't have enough mana. He's got 6 lands. He can go to 8 mana, and that's just a single mana short of being able to kill the Oko, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So here's the plus for a spell.
Oh, he has a Clarion in hand, so he gets a double Clarion.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good here. So he's going to go ahead and fetch out double Clarion. Go ahead and find a Plains in order to enable this, and that's a pretty reasonable turn here. He's fighting the good fight against this Oko, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Now if he finds a land next turn, he'll be able to,
Is that a
Cavalier
Vivian
double
Arcbow
haste.
Ranger? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
We have Lovestruck
it
Beast,
is.
Vivian Arcbow Ranger. So this
Voracious
turn-
Hydra, I think, in hand as well.
Oh, man.
Henry's really just looking for Nissa, who shakes the world. I mean, if Henry finds a Nissa who shakes the world here, he's going to be able to really unlock his hand and be able to just deploy a bunch
His
of
hand's
threats.
hardly
But,
blocked. He gets to untap play this Vivian, and now
It's true.
his Nykthos just really does it.
well, he still doesn't have that many green sources, but the Vivian Arcbow Ranger does a lot of the work. So it looks like he's going to go for the
Jadelight
Jadelight Ranger, hopefully trying to find a land.
And
There's Nissa who shakes the world. That one's hard. Yeah. That's one of the few spells I think that Henry's supposed to leave on top. That I just mentioned how crucially important that will be to his game plan here, but so then we'll see Oko tick up and make a food.
So this Chandra's at
4 now. Yeah, so still in danger.
And Zach's got 1 card in hand or 2?
Zach's got a single Vivian Arcbow Ranger. Oh, Zach, excuse me. Zach
Oh.
has 1 card, I believe.
Okay, so the Chandra's at 3.
Yeah, 3 going to 4,
got
correct.
it.
Yeah, which means it will be threatened by the Jadelight Ranger that has 4 power, so...
Yeah, and it can't minus to kill this Jadelight Ranger without killing itself off.
Yes, absolutely. Very relevant. I expect that we'll see Zach start his turn with plus my Chandra to look at the top card. I think that that's just very likely his best turn. So, yeah, starts here. Fires of Invention. Okay.
We're getting
Probably
somewhere.
going to have to cast that one.
Yeah.
That one's definitely one of the ones that we want in play. So now with the Fires of Invention in play, now we can go ahead and cast our Cavalier Flames for kind of a free roll. Here's a Shambling Vent as the land for turn for Zach. That's a pretty good one. We've either got that or a Bone Crusher Giant that we can deploy. Looks like Zach's going to think about the Bone Crusher Giant. He decides on that one and then passes the turn back. So Bone Crusher Giant, of course, certainly a little bit less significant elk target.
Yeah.
So that makes a little bit of sense. And the Cavalier, of course, can come down with haste and be really big next turn. You know, Zach's really looking for a huge draw next turn, something like God Eternal Oketra that would actually just be lethal.
Yep.
Assuming that, you know, Henry
So
plays into
Henry
it
gets to kill
sufficiently.
the Chandra.
Certainly, yeah. He's going to have to devote some resources to doing it,
Only one thing.
but it's not going to be too bad. So here comes...
Vivian.
He didn't play the Nissa?
He's gonna make his one of his 3 power things deal damage equal to the Bunker Giant, and then smack the Chandra for 4 and smack.
This makes sense, I guess. But, man, I still really love deploying the Nissa. Make sure we get it out sooner rather than later. But this looks fine, I suppose. So here's attacks. Chandra will die. Zach will take damage. And now Zach's looking for a really big draw. Something like God Eternal Oketra. Godless Shrine is not it. Update. Notably, Zach has the ability to, like, animate his Shambling Vent and...
pump his team and gain some life.
Yeah.
He does get to kill.
Yeah, it gets a redraw, which
He
is
gets
nice
to
off the
kill
Cavalier.
Oko or Vivian, but not both.
Also very notable that Zach certainly should tap his mana before he does that draw discard there. It's pretty relevant because with this Shambling Vent in play, you know, you easily could end up spending your mana in a certain way. And you definitely do not want to. What am I talking about? He has Fires of Invention. I'm losing it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I
lost it.
Okay, so it looks like he has to activate event, and then he has to activate Cavalier twice. That still doesn't. He still gets to kill Oko, or Vivian, but not one.
So this is animate Shambling Event, double activate Cavalier. So now we have 8 power on the Cavalier Flame and 4 power on the Shambling Event.
12 at Oko.
Yeah, and then all of it at Oko.
Yep.
And Zach's gonna gain 4 life off of this too. This is a pretty good turn.
Yeah.
Notably, I mean, Henry still has is going to have a pretty strong board here when the Nissa Who Shakes the World comes down and the Vivian Arcbow Ranger's still around. It's going to start making his guys really big as well. So I think Henry's going to be able to deploy the Nissa Who Shakes the World, the Lovestruck Beast, and even potentially something else in his hand on this turn, all because of the Nykthos plus the little bit of extra mana the Nissa's going to give him.
Yeah, and I think he drew a Forest.
Oh, if he drew Forest, then we're certainly off to the races here. But now he's got the interesting decision of how he's supposed to tap for all of this. So looks like he's going to go ahead and activate Nykthos now. So that's going to provide him with 5 mana. That'll be enough to cast the Nissa Who Shakes the World.
All right.
And then presumably we'll just see him untap Nykthos if he needs a lot of mana, or just a little bit. He's going to go ahead and untap Forest. So now he still has the ability to tap his 2 lands that are left behind and cast the Lovestruck Beast, which looks pretty appealing to me, assuming the last card in his hand isn't something good, of course. So
that Lovestruck Beast. Oh, one's on an adventure, one's in exile.
correct.
Got it.
Yeah. Oh, Scavenging Use was the draw. So
that
it looks
card's
like
insane.
he elects to play that one. Now he'll go to combat, and then I expect we'll see a post-combat Lovestruck Beast by tapping the forest that gets to attack
What's
here.
Vivian doing first?
Certainly ticking up. It's a pretty tough question
What's
on
that
what.
cards tick up? Do you put
Distribute 2 plus 1
+1/+1
counters. The creatures each gain trample.
Neat. Okay.
Yeah. So
And it's a wish ult for a dude.
yeah, and then the -5 tutors for a creature you own outside of the game. Correct. So looks like he went ahead and pumped up the Jadelight Ranger. I didn't see if he chose another thing or not, or if he just put 2 counters on the Jadelight Ranger. This is a large attack, though. I mean, after this attack, I don't think Zach's dead on board, but he's going to be going to a very, very low life total. So he's going to be in real danger now. Let's see exactly how low it goes.
Henry feeling?
It was Jadelight Land that got the counters. Okay, thank you. Oh, no post-combat Lovestruck Beast. That makes sense. He's probably playing around like potential sweepers or all
Also,
that.
just like exile, like tap 4 green, and then like eat dude, eat dude, eat dude, eat dude.
Yeah, it could get the Scavenging Ooze out of Hour of Devastation range.
Yeah.
Which is very, very good.
Bone Crusher, Kalitas. We've got
I'm actually
Goose.
Yeah, I'm not certain that.
I think we have 4 dudes. I think he has 2 and we have 2.
Yeah,
there's exactly 4 dudes in graveyards.
Zach just passed the turn. Oh, well, then he's super dead. Yeah, Zach passed the turn. He's going to be very, very dead here. Obviously, he can't play spells on his opponent's turn due to Fires of Invention. Yeah, so he's going to like try and activate Shambling Vent and block with Cavalier as well.
Pump the team once
and I don't think it's going to work. And Henry, with the heads-up play of exiling multiple lands out of Zach's graveyard to make the Cavalier's death trigger worse, is also quite good here. So there's a draw from him. Didn't get a good look at what it was, but I think he's just got this one locked up if he just goes to combat and attacks with everything.
Yeah.
I can't really imagine. I mean, Zach's at 7 effective, right?
Can block a land.
Cavalier on the Jadelight Ranger, and then another thing on the Scavenging Ooze. But, you know, Henry can give both of those creatures trample as well with the Vivian activation. So I think Henry's probably just thinking, what on earth can you have that I lose to?
And the answer is he can't cast spells. So
yeah, the answer is he can't cast anything. So I think Zach's probably just playing to the Henry misplay here. Maybe he's hoping his opponent disconnects. His Wi-Fi gets shut off or something.
So it looks like...
Yeah, so looks like Henry's starting by floating mana and exiling 2 creatures from his own graveyard. So he's going to gain 2 more life, put 2 more counters on his Scavenging Ooze. So it's a pretty reasonable start to any turn. I think Gilded Goose is that card in his hand, so more or less a non-factor, that one.
Yeah, that's a 6/6 goose. It'll be a 7/7 with trample, and then he makes his Jade Light.
Yeah, it could even be an 8/8.
6/5 with trample.
Yeah, pretty absurd how much power that Henry actually has on the full field right now. It's very insane. Looks like Henry's just gonna go ahead and play this goose. Yep. Might as well. Sick goose, bro. Honk. He's just the most cautious goose of all time. He's like, I'm walking straight into a trap, and you're coming with me. Honk.
On a leash, you have to follow.
Get him, boy. Geese are like pretty aggressive.
They're so aggressive.
I've been chased by geese before.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was rough. I was like a young child. It was at a wedding. They just like flocked down and like chased me and the bride. Like she was like in her wedding dress and everything. I was like the ring bearer, and I just like had to run like away and inside from all these geese. It was rough.
So looks like big smack.
Yeah. So Zach's gonna animate here. He can activate the Cavalier twice, so he's gonna be able to go up to 9 effective. Does not look like enough to me. I mean, creatures have trample, creatures are huge, and 9 effective. There's plenty of 3 power attackers to get through. That's assuming he can just block the 2 biggest ones and there's no other effects. I mean, I'm counting 4 lethal attackers past that. I mean, I think that means that we'll see Henry in our top 8 here. Yeah. So congratulations to Henry for taking down the match. Zach's just going through all the options, making absolutely certain he is in fact dead, and I believe unfortunately for him he is in fact dead. So regardless, well fought, Zach. He did his damnedest. He showed up with a sweet deck. So there's the handshake from Zach, and congratulations to Henry. I believe we will see him in the top 8 of this tournament, assuming breakers hold and all that, but I think all things considered he should make it. So yeah, great. With that, let's go ahead and get a little bit more trivia action. So we've been running up the trivia all day. Let's keep it going. If you think you want a pack of Christmas Dragon Shields, all you need to know is name the Naya Dragon that is missing from this cycle. And if you think you know the answer, make sure and email it to promotions@paradise.games with the subject Dragon Trivia, and we'll be sending one lucky winner a set of Dragon Shields for free. That's like, they're $10. Everybody needs sleeves. Everybody always needs more sleeves. You always need sleeves.
These are limited edition.
Yeah, they're sweet. Yeah, so you definitely want these. Trust me on that. You want to get these Dragon Shields, make sure you email us the name of the Naya Dragon that's missing from this cycle. And if you think you need a little bit more of a hint, well, then go ahead and make sure you check out the PodVod that'll go up later on YouTube, where I go over all the lore behind all of these dragons and give you the names of the dragons on screen to help you out. So with that, let's take a look at this one. We got a Gideon Spellbook we're giving away for this guy. This is like a $25, $30 value. It comes with a bunch of sweet cards. Rest in Peace, Path to Exile. You just want this. I mean, it's got a bunch of very important and crucial cards to every Magic player's collection. And even if you have all of them already, then well, it's just value. It's just value. It's free real estate. And once again, same deal. If you think you know the answer of his Kithian's Band of Merry Men, email us promotions@paradise.games with the subject headle Kithian giveaway, and we will once again, I went over a lot of the lore behind how you're supposed to find all of this stuff in an earlier promotion, so I believe that was after round 3, so make sure you go ahead and watch that later on the PodVod if you need some help. So highly recommend doing that. With that, we will be back very soon for the quarterfinals here at the Paradise Games Pioneer 1K. So really looking forward to that. We'll make sure and tell you guys all the people who made the top 8 and all that. Looks like we're probably going to have
a short intermission,
hopefully, before we return. So we'll leave you guys with the time machine, and we'll be back for the quarterfinals here, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Thank you for tuning in. Hey everyone, welcome back to the third and final round of Pioneer here at Paradise Games. We got Brad and James, both of the winners of the last 2 matches, facing off now in the feature match for the third and final round for the undefeated trophy. Let's see how this plays out. We got Blue-Green Eldrazi versus Green-Red Blitz. This one, This one, in theory, is definitely a little puzzling to me. So I can easily see James kind of just taking over the board state with too many large creatures for Brad to be able to effectively punch through. But I could also easily see Brad just having pump spell after pump spell after pump spell after pump spell in order to just keep getting over these creatures, and James eventually running out of relevant threats. So we'll see how this goes. I think that the Stubborn Denials seem pretty good in this matchup for James, as Brad's probably going to be forced into trying to get his creatures through in combat. So we'll see how it goes. I also think that potentially Brad could just not have enough pump spells that pump toughness. He's got a lot of +3, +1, +4, +2-esque effects, but without First Strike or like Team or Battle Rage gives Double Strike, for example, his creatures are probably just going to be trading with the large Eldrazi, and that's usually not as good. You're essentially 2-for-1ing yourself if you don't have a Season of Growth or something. So here is a Troll. Of course, it's going to be a 2-mana 3/3, so bigger than what James is up to currently, although I expect that to change going into James's next turn. He's got that Lovestruck Beast hanging out. James does have the ability to turn it into an Elk. It would turn it into a 4/4 Elk, of course, but it would remove the ability for it to gain hexproof. But I doubt James really cares about the hexproof of Brad's creatures so much in this matchup. He really doesn't have that much interaction for creatures in his deck. It's mostly Stubborn Denial and, creatures from James. So here is Thought-Knot Seer. Here goes Brad's hand. It's got a couple of mountains to start. I see a Temur Battle Rage under those mountains as James makes us work through it slowly. Here's a Season of Growth. Interesting that we saw Brad deploy the creature first. Gore Clan Rampager, and then a second Temur Battle Rage are the other two cards in hand. So this is an interesting choice. If I were James, I'd probably lean towards taking either the Season of Growth or the Gore Clan Rampager. Leaving him with double Temur Battle Rage is pretty scary against our deck because we really want to be blocking with our larger creatures, but Gore Clan Rampager +4/+4 is definitely big enough to threaten your creatures, and also the double Temur Battle Rage don't do anything on their own. So looks like James agrees Gore Clan Rampager is going to hit the bin, and there's Titan Strength, the draw from Brad. That's a pretty good one now, because I bet James is going to be pretty tempted to block, but looks like Brad's just going to go ahead, play the Season of Growth, ship the turn. He's not willing to trade the Troll plus a Titan Strength for the Thought-Knot Seer, interestingly enough. All right, let's see what James finds himself up to now. He could also theoretically try and tick this Blast Zone up to 2 at some point. That seems very effective against what Brad's got going on. CMC 2 tends to be the kind of the sweet spot for all of Brad's creatures. So here's an attack for 4. Brad's just, didn't want to offer the trade then, not willing to offer the trade now. Gonna go ahead and take the 4 down to 15. James will ship it back. So we could see potential extra counter going on. James has a Reality Smasher in his hand. Wonder what else he's got going on. I wonder if we're holding up a Stubborn Denial or something similar here, along with just shipping the turn with potential Blast Zone threat, or if we're mostly just on empty here and looking to hit another land to be able to really cast our threats. Notably, James could have deployed a Lovestruck Beast, so that's got to be pinging on Brad's radar that he must have something, and as a matter of fact, I talked myself to it, so James must have something here, and it's likely not just put counter on Blast Zone, although it easily could be just put counter on Blast Zone. That does seem quite good here, so I expect to see no blocks here from James. And James is probably just going to be preparing himself to take like 10 this turn or something, assuming that Brad had drawn any pump spell. Certainly far from ideal, but looks like that's what we got. So here is a 1/1 jumping in front of the Troll. Looks like Brad just says okay. Interesting turn here, and then James puts a counter on the Blast Zone. So sure enough, that was all that was going on here. So here is activate Blast Zone. Brad's going to cycle a Temur Battle Rage off the Season of Growth in response, and then James will just be able to get in for 4 uncontested here. He strip mines himself here, and he is missing land drops, so James is definitely banking on Brad not having anything relevant here, looking for Brad to be missing on creatures and the like. But bad news for James. Here comes Busara Tower Archer. Busara Tower Archer, of course, is a creature, so No good news for James. James looks like he's still missing on lands. Oko, Thief of Crowns in hand. I see an Elvish Mystic as well. Looks like he's going to attack for 4. Brad happily takes it down to 7. Here comes Oko, Thief of Crowns. I expect that we're just going to make a food this turn. Looks like we will ship the turn back over to Brad. So Brad's going to need to string together some pretty impressive spells here to be able to find lethal in a timely manner. Of course, James representing lethal on board now. So if Brad doesn't have an attack for 20 this turn, he actually can't make it. And with the Bizarre Tower Archer, we need to give 8 power and then cast Temur Battle Rage to be able to get there. I see Rimrock Knight, Titan Strength, and Colossus. That does make 8, but does he have enough mana? We've got 2 mana from the Collision Colossus, 1 mana from both spells, so that costs 4 mana, means that he's missing 1 land to be able to kill James this turn, which is not great for Brad. So if we're 1 land away from being able to kill James, what's our best choice? It looks like we're probably just going to have to pass the turn and try and make a profitable block of some kind. Potentially go after the Thought-Knot Seer, be able to draw a card for our troubles. So here's a land from James. Oh, he's got a Thought-Knot Seer pulled to the front of his hand. That one seems quite good. Be able to take away a Temur Battle Rage, and that'll end up basically eliminating any ways that Brad really has of killing you here in the near future. So I think we'll see that come down. And oh, Questing Beast. Oh, Questing Beast looks much better to me. And yep, that's plenty good. That'll pack it up for Brad. So James manages to find lethal, but he was really close to dead there. Just a single land would have been enough for Brad to kill him, but of course, didn't have it, so we'll see James take the first game in this match. Let's take a look at the sideboards. Brad has 4 Destructive Revelry, 3 Gruul Spellbreaker, 2 Feed the Clan, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 1 Gore Clan Rampager, 1 Collision Colossus, and 2 Lava Coils. So what stands out to me immediately, the Lava Coils seem great. They're going to deal with some bigger creatures like Thought-Knot Seer and the like, but also when they're on the play, they'll probably just get pointed at Mana Dorks somewhat frequently and try and slow James down, really. The Gruul Spellbreakers don't seem particularly good. The Scavenging Ooze, The extra Gore Clan Rampager seems excellent in this matchup. The +4/+4, I mentioned the toughness boost being really important in the matchup, so I think I like that one quite a bit. So I would expect to see the Gore Clan Rampager, the Lava Coils, and that's probably all that really stands out to me. Maybe Brad's got some stinkers that he wants to bring in some other stuff for, but those are the ones that I like. Let's take a look at James. He's got 3 Reclamation Sage, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, a Mystical Dispute, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Negate, 1 Scavenging Ooze, and 2 Feed the Clan. So I think I like the negates from James. Like I said, we're probably just creatures-wise, we're going to be bigger than Brad. So if we can get our creatures into combat and prevent Brad from pump spelling them, we're likely going to win those combats. And Brad's, I believe, going to be forced into some of those combats somewhat frequently. So I think that seems like a pretty good choice to me. The Reclamation Sages are an option. We saw Season of Growth out of Brad. I don't love it, but if we've got cards to take out, I'm pretty into that. The 2 Feed the Clans are other ones that stand out to me as totally doable. Gaining 10 life seems pretty relevant in this matchup. You know, if Brad overextends into a Feed the Clan and ends up dying on the backswing, that seems like something that could easily happen. So it's going to be rough for Brad to overextend into the open mana like that, but it doesn't seem entirely impossible. So, you know, so sometimes Brad's just going to look down at his hand. James is going to have no blocker. He's just going to turn his creature sideways and hope that he gets it through. So we'll see how that ends up working out for him. And of course, James does still have the Stubborn Denials in his deck that are really going to shine in this matchup, I think. The single mana negates are going to be really, really good because, you know, just in the nature of them being turned on, it's going to mean that James is likely winning combat. So take a look at the opening hands here for game number 2. Brad's got, looks like reasonable hand, and looks like James is going to have to ship his back. Hand looked pretty good, but I'm not certain it had any lands, so I think that one's going to have to go. Brad's hand, on the other hand, looks like it's got a Rimrock Knight, Forest, I see a Stomping Ground, Temur Battle Rage, Lava Coil. Looks like a pretty good one. Yeah, Brad's hand looks great all around, honestly. It's got a Glade Cover Scout in there as well. Just looks like everything that Brad wants to be doing over there. I think he might be missing, 1 or 2 pump spells. The Temur Battle Rage looks slightly out of place, but all things considered, I like the Lava Coil. We've got Glade Cover Scout and a Lava Coil lined up for a potential, Elvish Mystic, or if Brad decides that he wants to save the Lava Coil for bigger threats, then that's a totally viable option as well. All right, let's take a look at James's 6 here. Hopefully you can find something more reasonable than the old no-lander of last hand. I see Stubborn Denial. That one stands out. Blast Zone. That one looks like no good either. I didn't get a great look at the rest of the cards, but assuming James's frustrated handshake there, I'm going to guess that Blast Zone might have been the only land in that hand, and that he just didn't have any colored sources, so... Gonna have to ship that one back down to 5 now as James, and I really like Brad's hand against a 5 from James. The Lava Coil looks excellent. Temur Battle Rage is, not excellent on its own, but assuming we have any help from the top of our deck, it's gonna get there. We have plenty of lands. Our draw is always gonna be functional, and that seems pretty good against a opponent mulliganing to 5. So let's see how James's 5-card hand looks. Definitely going to be looking for something special here. There's no Eldrazi Temples in the format, so those really, explosive turn 2 Thought-Knot Seer-esque draws are nowhere to be seen in this deck, unfortunately. Of course, James really wishes he could find something like that, because that's really what you're looking for on a 5, something just absurd, a nut draw, explosive, and... But it looks like he's just going to have to settle for an okay hand. I see Gilded Goose at the front of the hand there, so feeling all right. Oh, there's Oko. Speaking of nuts, he's goose into Oko probably, and we've seen this one many a time, so we'll see if Brad is going to be able to find a way to deal with it. Another Temur Battle Rage off the top. Definitely not quite what Brad was looking for. Here's an attack for 1. James, not willing to risk his goose, will just take it. I expect that had James blocked, he would have just... said okay, that takes 1 and made the same play. But also, I'm sure Brad definitely considered Lava Coiling the goose there instead of what he did. He might regret not doing that here once he sees this Oko come down. So Oko's gonna hit the field. It'll plus to make a food. We'll see what Brad wants to do about that. He could just leave the Oko at bay and try and go at James's face directly, try and have set up for a couple really explosive turns, but it doesn't look like Brad's hand has enough pump spells to be able to realistically do that. So I'm not crazy about that line. I think Brad might just need to send some damage at the Oko here and try and take it out. Brad notably also has a single red mana. That's really awkward. So with only 1 red mana, we can only cast a single card in our hands. Looks like Brad does elect that he has to send the damage at Oko. Rimrock Knight is going to be his 1 spell for turn. Definitely not quite what Brad wants to be seeing. We'll see what James elects to do with his turn. He's got the Oko Blast Zone's land for turn. I think he's probably going to be making that food into an elk. I also see a Heart of Kirin in his hand. That one looks pretty good to me. Odds are we're going to be tossing some blockers in front of these creatures to try and protect our Oko, and we're going to expect at least one of these combats to end not super profitably, but it looks like he goes for the +2 to make the food. All right, here comes the Heart of Kirin. Heart of Kirin, once again, probably going to be tossed in front of something, trying to make a profitable block happen. Here's another Basara Tower Archer off the top for Brad. Not what he's looking for. He really wants to find pump spells, and this is one of the problems of decks like these, is sometimes you just draw the wrong half of your deck. Temur Battle Rage and all creatures, and it looks really awkward. So, all right, looks like we've got 5 damage getting sent at Oko, 1 at James. So Brad fearlessly attacking. Obviously, he's got he's got enough pump spells to be able to get him through this combat profitably for sure. So let's see how this goes. Looks like Heart of Kirin has been declared as a blocker, and Gilded Goose, I think, might also be blocking the Glade Cover Scout. I think I like this block from James, assuming that that is what's happening. I'm not entirely certain that those are the blocks, but we'll see what Brad elects to do. So Temur Battle Rage will take out the Oh, okay. I see. So Heart of Kieran on Basara Tower Archer was the only block. Brad then elected to Teamer Battle Rage the Rimrock Knight to kill the Oko by giving it double strike, and that was the only block from James. So James took the one from the Glade Cover Scout, not willing to risk his goose, but the Oko is down, so Brad managed to trade in a Teamer Battle Rage to kill an Oko, and I think he's feeling pretty good about that given the state of things, although I think James might have another Oko in his hand, which is definitely bad news for Brad, given all of the hard work that Brad just went through to get that first one off the field. And I expect we'll see an Elk on this turn. So James managed to get a pump spell out of Brad's hand. James going to go ahead and crew his Heart of Kieran. Attack for 7. Oh boy, James is on the aggressive now. So he's up and ready to go. Gilded Goose still back to defend if it needs to. Here's a draw from Brad. It's Stomping Ground. Would have been helpful a couple turns ago, but it doesn't look great here. Brad really just needs to find pump spells, though admittedly the red mana source will probably help him cast a flurry of spells on a future turn, but he's already under immense pressure now from the Oko and the Heart of Kieran. I'm not entirely certain that he's going to be able to realistically find that time to cast all of those spells, especially given that the Stomping Ground will cost him 2 life. This is 7 points this turn and 10 points next turn, when Oko makes the other food into an Elk. This is a really tough spot. I mean, Brad cannot Lava Coil the Heart of Kieran. He could Lava Coil an Elk to just get that thing out of the way. This is certainly one of the worst positions for this Lava Coil. It doesn't look excellent here, though. Admittedly, I think it would be quite good most of the time. So he's going to take the 2 damage from the Stomping Ground. Looks like he's got no effects before combat, so we're just going to see him go ahead and attack. So here's these attacks. Looks like I didn't quite see where they were declared, but I definitely saw that the Glade Cover Scout was at James. I'm not certain if the Rimrock Knight is at Oko or at James, but it looks like Rimrock Knight is at Oko. So Rimrock Knight at Oko. We'll see if James wants to fire up a block of any kind or what's going on here. If he decides to fire up the Heart of Kieran and block the Oko, he will end up trading his Heart of Kieran most likely. And this is the block I actually like the most. Just Goose on Rimrock Knight. All right, you're going to need Trample or whatever, but more than likely this is just going to be okay and you're going to lose your Goose, but that's definitely the permanent you least want on this battlefield. So I quite enjoy that block from James. And then here's Brad with a second main Basara Tower Archer. No Lava Coil still, so certainly an interesting choice. So James going to go ahead and crack the Blast Zone that's on 1. He's going to remove the Glade Cover Scout, although I do think that James needs to tap another mana for that, if I'm not mistaken. I think that ability costs 3. Yep, there we go. Looks like he's catching up now. So James has made his food token into an Elk, and now he's got what looks to be a nearly lethal attack lined up. We'll just see how hard he really wants to go. I would expect to see all of these just start rumbling. I mean, what's the worst thing that could really happen? I mean, we're probably attacking into a pump spell of some kind, but looks like it's just going to be the 2, leaving an Elk back. I'm not crazy about this. I think I like, forcing the lethal attack and forcing Brad's hand. Now Brad can kind of just say okay if he wants to and end up having 2 attackers next turn if he ends up with an absurd pile of spells in his hand. I think Brad's still going to be forced to Teamer Battle Rage the Basara Tower Archer and try and trade with a Heart of Kieran, which feels miserable, obviously, but I just don't think we really have much of a way of beating it, and going to 2 here feels kind of like a death sentence, but we'll see if Brad manages to piece that together. Theoretically, if he can get the Oko off the field and kill an Elk, there's only one creature that's able to crew the Heart of Kieran, so that's a potential plan for Brad, but here is Teamer Battle Rage on the Basara Tower Archer. That's what I mentioned. It looks like that's going to make the trade. So Brad will take the 3 down to 6. I didn't catch what the draw was there for Brad, but it's it's Forest. That is not good news. So I think at this point, Brad is certainly forced to Lava Coil a 3/3 Elk. I don't think we really have any options. So there's the Lava Coil, the 3/3 Elk. Looks like Brad's willing to get aggressive. Attack for 3 at the Oko. Elvish Mystic, the draw for James. He's got a couple of those now. So I think James is going to be more than happy to deploy those. Here's a food token. The food token, surprisingly relevant here. Despite, his life total not being under any duress immediately, it's certainly quite good at making sure that he can't end up losing a race at some point. 2 forests, the only cards in hand for Brad, means that spells the end of the game. James, congratulations on running it up here at Pioneer at Paradise Games. Well done, my friend. We saw him clean some house with Oko and making a real case for why Oko is not a reasonable card. So it's definitely always enjoy watching Oko clean up some people in every format as per usual. So good job, Oko. Well done winning the game once again. So with that,
I like to swim at the bottom of the barrel. I like to sleep in hidey holes and barroom stalls. I like to hear the piano playing in the bloody little dawn. I like to wake up with the devil and drink him till he's gone. The queen is drunk and someone armed the pawns. Oh, the truth they say is an acquired taste, a vice I've never thought to own. There is no cleaner left, so we filter it through cigarettes. For the gambler's mercy keeps us blind and fade. Let's burn it down, 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 let's burn it down.
alrighty, welcome back to Paradise Games top 8 of the Pioneer 1K. We have 2-7 here, our first quarterfinal. We've got Arthur and Ziad. We've got a little bit of red-black aggro, and I believe Ziad's playing Esper Control. And you'll have to excuse me, Ziad, if you watch this back and I'm horribly mispronouncing your name. It could be anywhere from like Ziad to Zayad or anywhere in between, probably.
Could just be sad.
Yeah, it could just be Ziad. I don't know. So sorry if I butcher this, but I'm gonna go with Ziad for now. I probably should have asked him before now. But sorry for that one. So, couple of champion playmats showing off against each other.
Yeah.
Players showing up with the things. I believe they're also friends. I think they came in the same car, so Ought to be a nice, fun quarterfinals match here. So go ahead and get to see how this is going on. I believe Ziad will be on the play for this match, or for the first game, as he's the second seed. Yeah, and Arthur coming in as the 7th seed. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. Pretty much looking forward to this. I haven't seen much Esper in Pioneer lately, but apparently he just like kind of ran it up through the tournament. So this ought to be sick. We'll see how he deals with red-black aggro.
The deck looks super sweet. I saw a glimpse of it after one of our rounds here.
Yeah, and Fae of Wishes was in that pile.
Fae of Wishes, Torrential Gear, Hulk, Dig Through Time.
Gideon.
Yeah. It was all hype.
All
no
right.
cap.
So, looks like Ziad's going to have to take a quick mulligan here as he shifts his hand back. Arthur, on the other hand, looks like he's probably just going to keep his hand because he hasn't started shuffling yet. So, looks like we'll see a mulligan to 6 from our control player here. And I think that in general, I would take the aggro side of this matchup. It's pretty hard to slant your Esper Walker's deck in such a way that you're going to be favored against the aggressive strategies. That being said, Arthur's deck is not super aggressive or anything like that, but it is going to attack pretty well, and cards like Scrap Heap Scrounger sound like they might be a problem for Ziad.
He could also just draw his Divest.
Yeah, he could also try his Divest. That's true.
Also, Supreme Verdict's quite the magic card, but Arthur has recursive threats. With Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Absolutely.
And
Glintstleaf Siphoner, another one that's might be a pain in Ziad's side if he can't find an immediate answer to that. But, he's definitely just looking to find a way to stabilize the board. So let's get a good look at this hand here from Arthur. Ooh, 5 lands, Glintstleaf Siphoner, Chandra is the hand from Arthur on the draw. This one's definitely a risky keep, I think. If something like this happens, we're pretty quickly, smashing the emergency glass here, I think. And Ziad's going to go ahead and take the Chandra. It screams to me that he must just have a removal spell for the Glintstleaf Siphoner. So, with a hand like this, if Arthur draws probably even 1 or 2 lands off the top of his deck for the course of this game, he's going to be in real trouble, I think. Yeah. So, let's hope that the top of his deck is kind to him. I didn't catch that card. It's definitely a spell, but I'm not certain entirely which spell it is.
We probably won't be finding out this turn.
And if we are, then it's going to be pretty good.
Oh.
All right, looks like Smoldering Marsh is going to be revealing a swamp. So it looks like Arthur does want that to come in untapped. Okay. So he's sitting here thinking. I wonder what he's thinking about. Is he wondering? It must have been a discard spell of some kind, right? That's the only thing he'd be pondering, whether he's supposed to cast. It seems likely that you're supposed to cast it, given that your opponent left you with the Glintstleaf Siphoner. He must have some sort of way to deal with that. So yeah.
Even found a target.
Yeah, but there's that Drown in the Lock that is going to be planning on taking out the Glintstleaf Siphoner. Oh, it's Despise. Excuse me. So
not the best.
Yeah. Actually has pretty relevant modes. Creature or Planeswalker means that he's going to be able to take Planeswalkers somewhat consistently. But yeah, he managed to find a Fae of Wishes there. That's a pretty good one. So now Arthur, unfortunately, with the 2 spells in his graveyard to turn on the Drown in the Lock for on the Glintstleaf Siphoners. That's a little awkward, but he's gonna pass the turn. Ziad, of course, takes the 2 off the Hallowed Fountain, holds up the Drown in the Lock. Gonna be able to counter the Glintstleaf Siphoner. Don't want him to get that 1 energy, so
no. Get out of here.
Yep. Just counter it while it's on the stack, of course. There's a draw land. So far, I think that might have been a couple of lands off the top for Arthur. I think that he might just have nothing in his hand right now. This is going to be a rough game for Arthur to try and win.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's kind of low on cards after he got, hand attacked, plus, he's been making all of his land drops, but now he's got 2 cards in hand. He's got a Supreme Verdict, and he's got a Dovin's Veto, and now he's kind of just waiting on a Haymaker, right? I mean, if we keep hitting our land drops, that's great. If we draw spells, that's great. I mean, Ziad's far ahead currently, and Bone Crusher Giant is the draw here from Arthur. I expect that we'll see him just main phase stomp you, and then try and cast the Bone Crusher Giant. I expect the Stomp.
The Stomp gets vetoed, right?
More than likely, I think, but I suppose it could just resolve. I don't know. The veto essentially counters a 4/3 as well as the 2 damage, so you're really just countering the 4/3 part of this. Like, you don't really care about the 2 damage, but countering the 4/3 is pretty relevant. Looks like he kind of picked up his pen, but now he's giving it a little bit more thought here. Looks like he will go ahead and let it resolve. So he's willing to give Arthur the 4/3. He values the Dovin's veto at a higher rate than that, which it's rough. I mean, against this red-black aggro deck, there aren't that many spells, so it gets a little awkward on how valuable Dovin's veto is. But cards like Swift End,
seeing a
or
Chandra,
yeah,
can probably psych him out a little bit.
Yeah, and also the Swift End looks pretty good, assuming you're trying to do this whole Planeswalker thing, so makes enough sense. The Swift End can deal with Gideon or Ugin or any of those things, which I've seen. I've walked by Ziad multiple times and seen all of those cards in the meantime, so go ahead and see how this is going.
Looks like he's casting the Verdict. He got a Fae of Wishes in his hand.
He could be casting the Fae of Wishes. Oh, that ain't it. Yeah, it's the Supreme Verdict it is. No cap. Show your opponent the Dovin's veto while you're at it. I love it. All right. So now we'll see if Arthur's got anything else. Ooh, Thoughtseize. That's a pretty good one.
Well, Dovin veto it.
Yeah, well, we're not. Ooh, I think we're gonna have to take this Fae of Wishes here if you're Arthur. I mean, that card just represents too much power. Yeah, he does elect to take that, and then he's just gonna go ahead and play a land and say go. He's
with 2 lands in hand.
Yeah, I think he might have a spell in hand, but I think that spell is Murderous Rider, which he's just holding. Ooh, speaking of spell, hello. That's a good one. Azaret the Fervent off the top here for Arthur. Oh, man, what a beating. I thought he was going to be in real trouble, but when you just draw Azaret like that, well, now Ziad's in, like, just up the creek. He's got to find an answer to Azaret, and there really aren't that many. I mean, he's got 3 mana Teferi that can theoretically deal with it for an amount of time. Opt looks like it's going to be able to dig him a little deeper to try and find answers to this Azaret. But there aren't a whole lot of these, so he's going to need to find it fast also. I mean, end step, Arthur can just discard the card in hand for 2 damage, and then untap, attack, and discard the card in hand for lethal. So I think that unless there's like an Azorius Charm here or something like that, I think Arthur's got this one locked up. It's amazing how fast Azaret kills people. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. He was at like a comfortable 14, and now he's just dead. Now he's dead on board. Like, what happened? Absurd. Looks like he's going to take Dig Through Time.
Oh, that doesn't cut it.
Certainly can't cast it this turn either. Oh, no. Arthur's untapping? I guess it's fine. He's got plenty of mana. Hopefully he sees the line of discard both my cards to kill you.
Well, he has to discard one of them anyway.
He's definitely got to start by discarding a card. I suppose I understand leaving the card. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh.
He's attacked.
That's not how this works.
We'll see. Yeah, we should probably get a judge here.
There was a judge call about this on a Pro
very,
Tour
very
final.
famous. Yeah, it was Pro Tour semifinal. The Azaret player, or as we'll refer to him from now on, our hero, playing against PVDDR. Very, very excited. It was his first Pro Tour. He was in the top 4 of the Pro Tour, playing against Paulo Vitor Damarosa in the red-black mirror. And he has a Azaret, and he needs to draw a Lightning Strike for lethal. And he has a card in hand. He untaps. He draws Lightning Strike. You can see him get visibly excited. He's like jumping in his seat, and then he like turns his Azaret sideways. And then that's rough because, well, now you are assumed, because of the shortcuts and the stops basically automatically placed in Magic, you are assumed to have gone to your declare attack step when you go to turn your Azaret sideways. So there's no chance that you get to, discard anything or do anything like that, and Azaret could not be declared as an attacker. And then he ended up losing the match because of it. So it was pretty rough, but we'll see how this one gets sorted out by our head judge.
Declared missed, it looks like.
Yeah, that is that looks like that same ruling has been upheld. So that's definitely
a big turn of events for
Yeah, I mean, now Ziad gets a lot more looks. I mean, we saw Dig Through Time get taken off of the Narset activation, and he's got a Narset in hand, too. So this is a big deal. So now Arthur's got to decide how he wants to play moving forward now that he's missed the 5 damage here. I think we're certainly going to still be discarding the Smoldering Marsh. Okay, there is that Swift End. I've Swift Ended the Narset. I agree with this choice. And then cast the Murderous Rider. This looks pretty good to me. He's got a land in hand, so Fatal Push going to take out the Murderous Rider. This is pretty much everything as planned here. So Ziad's got a Dig Through Time to try and find an answer to a Hazoret here. I think is just kind of where we're lining up this game to be. I don't think Arthur's going to make that same mistake again.
Yeah, unlikely.
So
all right,
here comes the dig.
Oh, looks like he's going to keep.
Yeah, we'll see how he decides to exile here. He's going to need to exile 6 cards in order to be able to get this for the full discount. So he's going to leave Drown in the Lock and Fatal Push in his graveyard. So look at the top. See if he can find anything good here. He's got 7 cards to try and find an answer to Hazoret. If there isn't one in here, he's certainly dead. So there are a good few answers, but he does have to find one here. And notably, there aren't many answers. Yeah. There's just a few.
He could find, like, land Hero of Dominaria. That's like
land Teferi. Small Teferi wouldn't be good enough, or would be good enough because of the mana restrictions to keep him alive for a turn. So that's worth noting. Oh, boy. Opt? Uh-oh. If we're starting with Opt after a Dig Through Time, that's not good news. Tapped out of blue mana now as well. So now he's just going to have to... I think he might have bricked off, which means I think we're just going to have to see Arthur make the same mistake again to give him another chance. So here comes discard Smoldering, or discard the land here. Attack with Hazoret, discard again. And this time, that's going to be good enough to get him through. But Arthur had to sweat it a little bit after that mistake. I mean, Zed had a lot of looks there at anything. A lot. So he manages to overcome his original mistake there, but still finds lethal. So let's take a look at the sideboards for these players going into game number 2. Arthur's got 2 Duress, 2 Kolaghan's Command, 2 Glorybringer, 1 Hazoret the Fervent, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Davriel Rogue Shadow Mage, 2 Chandra Acolyte Inferno, 2 Lava Coil, and an Ember Cleave.
All right, well, we're going to start with easy things. We want Duress.
Yeah, Duresses are slam dunks.
We want the extra Hazoret. That was clearly unbeatable.
It looks pretty hard to beat. Excuse me. It looked pretty hard to beat there, but I'm not confident that that's going to be the usual case. I mean, I think that Zed's probably got enough answers in his deck that it might not be great. It costs 4 mana. Hopefully you can like counter it on the way down pretty consistently, but still, it looked really good there, so I can't really argue with wanting another one.
I think the Davriel.
Oh yeah, the Davriel for sure. I'm approaching this as if it's a control matchup.
Yeah, and then I think I want the 2 Chandras.
I agree as well. Yeah, get some extra spells.
I could see a world where you
damage.
Like, I want to bring my Ember Cleave to surprise lethal my opponent, but I'm pretty off that world.
Yeah, that just seems really loose. We can't realistically have that many creatures attacking. There's Supreme Verdict in our opponent's deck, a bunch of Fatal Pushes when we're trying to equip. I don't think we want anything to do with that. So
I'm pretty sure those 5 cards are fine.
Great. All right, let's take a look at Ziad's sideboard over with the Esper Walkers. We've got 1 Anguished Unmaking, 1 Narset Porter of Veils, 1 Gideon Ally of Zendikar, 2 Jace Vryn's Prodigy, 1 Hero's Downfall, 4 Noxious Revival, 2 D-Spark, 1 Detention Sphere, 1 Ugin the Ineffable, and 1 Profane Procession. I'm going to assume that Noxious Revivals are Noxious Grasp, because I don't think Noxious Revival is legal in this format.
Yeah.
So let's assume that those are
back on top of your deck.
Let's assume that those are Noxious Grasps, not Noxious Revival. So
all right.
Let's go assuming that.
Okay, sweet. So we want this Gideon.
The Ally of Zendikar?
Yeah.
Let's keep in mind that Ziad does have presumably the full 4 Fae of Wishes in his deck, so that's definitely something that we have to keep in mind while sideboarding.
Yeah, I think we still want the Gideon main deck, because I don't want a Fae of Wishes for my Gideon and cast my Gideon. I don't want my 9 mana Gideon, I want my 4 mana Gideon.
I tend to agree.
These D-Sparks are interesting because we just like got pub stomped by a Hazoret.
Yeah, I think that they probably need to stay where they are.
But I don't
maybe you want 1 in your main deck and 1 in your sideboard so that hopefully you don't have to Fae of Wishes for it.
Chandra too.
Yeah, we saw Chandra.
Yeah,
I think I'm into 1 and 1. You know, if we need to find a D-Spark with our Fae of Wishes, we can, and if we draw it, we'll hopefully be able to find a target in a game. Exactly. Seems reasonable to me.
Let's bring in this Detention Sphere.
yeah, the detention sphere certainly looks good to me as well.
No, I'm pretty chill with.
Yeah.
I guess we can bring this ammunition making if we really care.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It exiles Scrap Heap Scrounger, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
It exiles Hazoret, Chandra, any of the problem permanents that we're worried about. So I'm pretty into the Anguished Unmaking as well. It does 3-us, which definitely sucks, but the exile clause is really relevant. And if we're exiling something like Scrap Heap Scrounger, it's probably gaining us the 3 life back effectively anyways.
Yeah.
So not too upset about that.
But that's about it.
Yeah, I think I agree. And then we can probably... Oh, the Hero's Downfall looks excellent as well.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, I think we want that. I wouldn't say excellent, but it's a 3-mana removal spell, and I think we're just into that in this matchup. Especially it deals with Chandra and potential other things, so... Okay. So, looks like Arthur has decided, Ziad just making a couple last-minute confirmations and revisions here, and then we'll see Ziad on the play once again here for game number 2. Arthur trying to... take it down 2-0 in this quarterfinal match, and not certain how the other quarterfinals are going. We don't have any updates or anything like that for us, so we're in the dark just as much as you guys. And while we're taking a moment, players are still sideboarding, I'd like to remind you guys that we're doing a lot of giveaways. We've gone over our giveaways already today. If you've missed it, make sure you guys stay around for extra giveaways. We'll be for the giveaways. We'll be going over them throughout the top 8 once each more time with the lore and everything. So, really going to be excited for the giveaways. If you guys decided to tune in for the top 8 and you missed the rounds of Swiss, you can go back check them out on YouTube. But the giveaways, we're going to have to go over those again to make sure everybody gets a chance at winning these sweet prizes. So, with that, looks like players are shuffling up. What do you think? Is really going to change looking into this second match or the second game here, Dylan?
All right, so we're gonna have walkers on the play again. I feel more comfortable with Red Black's sideboard plan than I do Ziad's.
Yeah. The duresses are a big deal. There's only 2 of them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'd feel much more confident if we had like the full 4 duresses.
But like we get to bring in duresses and problem permanents in our creatures.
Yeah,
that
for
kill
sure.
our opponent. So I'm feeling reasonably comfortable on Arthur's side here.
You'd be a little worried if you were
got to
Ziad.
take out those despises. Less.
Yeah. I mean, those hit planeswalkers, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, they don't look very good. I think we can get those out of here. That's a nice clean 2-for-2 swap with the rest, I think, in these post-board games. And we won't be able to take Fae of Wishes anymore, unfortunately. But
Whatever.
I think that'll be okay. If our opponent wants to spend 4 mana doing nothing on one of their turns, that's probably fine.
And if they get away with it, we're probably losing this game.
Yeah, more or less. So,
Man, why isn't Cruel Ultimatum in this format?
Cruel Ultimatum?
You heard me.
Oh, jeez.
I want to fire some into my Cruel Ultimatum on my opponent.
There's a lot going. There's a lot to digest in that statement.
There's nothing to digest besides the fact that I want it.
All right, so let's take a look at these opening hands here. See a Fairy Time Raveler. A couple of ops, I think, in that hand as well for Ziad. So hand looks pretty reasonable, assuming he's got any mana at all, but I think he might have just had straight no lands, unfortunately. So a quick mulligan for Ziad, and Arthur joins him. He's got the buddy mulligan going on here. Yeah.
It was a compliment. I was like, that sounds great, but I'll go down with you.
Yeah, just mulligan the nuts. So I don't think that the top 8 of a 1K is the time to mulligan the nuts, but who knows? Maybe it is, but I'm not entirely certain on that one. So looks like we're gonna get a nice competitive 6 here from both players. Of course, last game we saw Ziad on the mulligan, and it definitely mattered. He was kind of low on cards after the Thoughtseize, and ended up pretty much out of gas after casting a Supreme Verdict, and then didn't have a way to deal with Hazoret and died because of it. So hopefully we'll see the players keep functional 6-card hands. We were pretty worried for Arthur there in that last game too. I mean, Arthur was flooding out really hard and was like very, very behind.
Arthur seemed on the back foot almost every game.
Pretty much the entire game, yeah. And then he just like drew Hazoret and suddenly had lethal.
I mean, even on our previous future matches.
Arthur just keeps stealing them. Yeah, Arthur just keeps winning these games that it feels like he probably shouldn't be, but he just keeps winning them. So I don't know. Maybe we should just stop talking.
Yeah.
Maybe when like Arthur's at 1 and dead on board with no cards in hand, he's actually just ahead.
Yeah. Opponent's at like 13. He just does it.
Yeah. All right. So let's take a look here.
This 7 is a little hard to see from both.
Yeah, I can't get a great look at either 7-card hand here. I think that's a drown in the lock at the front of Zad's hand. See Thoughtseize as well, so hand looks pretty good. I think they're both just deciding on what card is supposed to go back. But these 7-card hand or these 6-card hands look pretty reasonable to me.
Oh, drown in the lock gets bottoms.
Yep.
Yes, he doesn't really anticipate Arthur's graveyard filling up.
Yeah, it makes sense. And, maybe you just can't pitch your lands, you can't pitch your Thoughtseize, and you don't want to pitch some threats, so you just, pitch your second answer or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's usually pretty frequent. So here's Swamp Go from Arthur. If he has a hand attack spell, he's deciding that now's not the time to fire it off. Makes enough sense. All right. Dad, on the meanwhile, is just fetching out a nice swamp, so he's going to be able to cast his Thoughtseize on the next turn, but the mana's a little slow in his hand, presumably, so probably...
Seems like he wasn't punished by Arthur not doing anything on turn 1.
Yeah, most certainly. So here's the Thoughtseize. So now we're going to get a good look at Arthur's hand. Ooh, no red mana in Arthur's hand. We've got Goblin Rabblemaster, Bone Crusher Giant, Scrap Heap Scrounger, Glint Sleeve Siphoner, Swamp Castle Lockthwain as the cards in hand. So
takes Rabblemaster, not close.
Yeah, interesting. Does not take the Glint Sleeve Siphoner, which is definitely one of the more important cards in his hand. That screams to me that Zad must have an answer of some kind, or that he just can never beat that card.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem entirely unreasonable to me that he can never beat that card, so I guess I buy it.
It's a powerhouse.
Yeah, it's really good.
Attacks for lots.
Yeah, it attacks for a whole lot. He's going to untapped Watery Grave here, put himself down to 16, and then pass the turn with a Fatal Push in his hand. Ooh, Mountain off the top. I think it's pretty important that Arthur play any land other than Mountain this turn. He does. And here's the Glint Sleeve Siphoner. This one makes enough sense. He could have theoretically played the Scrap Heap Scrounger here to make the mega obvious Fatal Push a little less good here. And Zad probably would have still had to Fatal Push the Scrap Heap Scrounger in this instance, but I think I like that play a little over the Glint Sleeve Siphoner, right? If your opponent's telegraphing the Scrap Heap or the Fatal Push this hard, sure, then Fatal Push my Scrap Heap Scrounger, what are you going to? Yeah, of course you are, but it's definitely better for me. All right, so this is a flip card. Not certain which one this is. Looks like it costs 3 mana.
Yep. All right, you got me.
Profane Procession? Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Right, so we brought that card in.
That's a sick... This was not in his sideboard. This is a main deck Profane Procession.
Is it? I thought it was in the sideboard. I thought there was a Profane Procession in the side.
Oh, was there?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, definitely coming in. I didn't see the Profane Procession. I would have said to bring it in. That's sick. All right, so here comes the Bone Crusher Giant. Just an untapped Plains for Ziad. Passes the turn back. Thoughtseize the draw for Arthur. That one's a little late now. Little late, yeah, with that Profane Procession already in play. But that card's an absolute beating. Oh my lord. All right, so here's Downfall your Bone Crusher Giant. Zad'll still take 2. I'm not even crazy about that. I think I might have just taken 4 and hoped to untap and then just
exile it.
And then just exile it with Profane Procession. But I guess we only do get 3 exiles with it, unfortunately. So
what does it transform into?
It transforms into a land. And you can tap that land and spend some amount of mana, I'm not entirely sure how much, to put a card exiled with Profane Procession onto the battlefield under your control.
And it taps for mana, probably.
And it taps for mana. You can spend 4 mana and tap it. Yeah.
Got it. Neat.
So essentially 5 mana still to just get a card back. So there is a Thoughtseize that'll take the last card out of Zad's hand, which is Fatal Push. And then here comes Scrap Heap Scrounger. So Zad notably at 14. Oh, it shows another opt there. I think he's supposed to top that one.
Yeah.
He's probably not doing anything relevant with his mana this turn. He honestly just wants to find another land.
Yeah.
So
and then carry this game out.
Yeah, and just try and run the game up with Profane Procession here. Scrap Heap Scrounger looks pretty good until you look at the Profane Procession on the other side of the board. It's that says exile, man. That's rough. It looks like Zad's going to top a spell, and so he doesn't find the land. So that must have been a very good spell for him to want to top it here. So here's an attack. Zad will go to 11. 4 mana. Rixmati Reveler. Okay, this looks pretty good. So he'll discard his hand, which is just a Glint Sleeve Siphoner, and draw 3 cards.
That's neat.
That's very good. Ooh, Chandra Acolyte Inferno.
Aether Hub
and something else. So yeah, it's really looking for land here to just be able to activate. What do we got going on here? Thought sees you? That must have been the card for turn.
Wow.
Chandra and Chandra? Oh, boy.
He takes the one that's cast.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're both castable because of the Aether Hub.
Oh,
so that's an interesting choice that he took the 3-mana Chandra instead. I mean, they both do 2 damage. I don't know. I think you should...
I guess he doesn't want to get... Did Arthur use Thoughtseized?
Yeah, he could have gotten Thoughtseized again, theoretically, if his card in hand was a really, really important one. So here's an attack for 5. It'll put Zed down to 4.
Wow. This game turned.
Oof. Man, once again, Arthur, we're just like, oh, Profane Procession. We got to be, like, done here, right?
Yeah, I mean,
now
just does it.
He doesn't have the lands to activate the Profane Procession. I mean, the card is really slow, and we're seeing that here. I mean, but 5 mana exile target creature is probably, at this point, isn't even good enough.
Oh,
flip a Hazoret, yikes. Yeah, put you to 2. So now, despark your Chandra. So Zad must have topped one of Despark or Thoughtseize with that opt, and I think I'm solidly off either one of those, whichever one it was. I mean, the Despark looks pretty fine here, admittedly, because we have to kill this Chandra, but I just wanted to draw land. I mean, we would have been able to draw land, exile Scrap Heap Scrounger, untap, exile Rick's Mighty Raveler. Teferi Time Raveler here is...
That could do it.
Yeah, I mean, we need to find something off the top here, like a Fatal Push.
Exactly, Fatal Push.
Yeah, it needs to be almost exactly Fatal Push. So we'll pass the turn back.
Oh, was that Fatal Push?
I'm not certain.
He hit a Gear Hulk.
A Torrential Gear Hulk? Oh, that's not going to be good enough. I mean, we're going to see Arthur attack for 2 here, obviously. Yep, and there's the handshake from Ziad, means that Arthur will take down that quarterfinals match. Quick 2-0 for him, so congrats to Arthur. He'll be moving on to the semifinals. We also have Jason Crone defeating James Wolton in the semifinals, or in the quarterfinals as well there. And we've got a couple more matches that we don't know the results of. But
Jesse beat Zach.
It sounds like Jesse Chasson defeated Zach Poor. So in the last match, it sounds like it's it sounds like they're actually done. So we're actually all done, but we don't know what the result is, which means that we're going to be bringing the semifinals very, very quickly. So we're going to play a quick song, and then we'll be back with our semifinals round right after this. So we're going to leave you guys with some capacity for a couple minutes. We'll be back right after this song, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back to the semifinals here. We got Arthur continuing to run it up in this feature match area against Patrick on Mono Red. So we've done nothing but see both of these players win up till now. We're going to have to see one of them fall. But, well, we're going to get a red-black aggro deck, or a red-based aggro deck in the finals, and, well, we're going to get a green-blue devotion deck in the finals as well, as the other semifinal is Jesse versus Jason, otherwise known as a nice blue-green devotion mirror. So, not certain how that one's going on quite yet. Regardless, we did have to say goodbye to Dylan, who had to leave for work after this last round, so thank you to Dylan for showing up and casting with me all this while, but gonna have to fly it solo here for a little while here. I'm sure we'll find a second person at some point, but until then, it's just gonna be me. We got Patrick on the play here, as he is the 3 seed versus the 7th seed Arthur. He's gonna lead with Bomat Courier. So Patrick is certainly the significantly more aggressive red deck in this match. Oh my gosh, speak of the devil. So 1-drop, double 1-drop here with Bomat Courier into double Monastery Swiftspear. Arthur's going to have to wild slash down the Bomat Courier. Makes enough sense, but it's still going to put him all the way down to 17 now. With double Swiftspear in play, means that the oncoming barrage of spells that usually follows starts like this up is going to be very, very hard for Arthur to beat. Oh, but he's got the removal spells necessary, so a cut takes out the secondary Swiftspear, and now it actually looks like Arthur's in a pretty reasonable spot here, as Patrick looks like he doesn't have too much left. So he's got Shock and Skewer this Critics. Oh boy. Presumably all going upstairs. So this is going to be an attack for 5, damage for 5. Going to put Arthur all the way down to 7. Patrick, no cards in hand. Arthur with all of the cards. Now he's just got to find a way to stabilize. And wow, just hard cast Murderous Rider. That's a pretty darn good start as far as I'm concerned. So Arthur looks pretty much like he's getting away with it here, so he's going to go ahead and block the Gitu Lava Runner. This attack is certainly curious, seems like a shock to me, as it is, so Arthur's going to stay at the same life total, and Patrick's going to trade a shock and a Gitu Lava Runner for the Murderous Rider, and I think Arthur's going to be ecstatic about this trade. So now he's got a bunch of cards left in his deck, or left in his hand, that he's going to be able to try and take over the game with. Oh no, is that a Kalitas? Oh boy. Well, this seems really rough for Patrick now. I think that this is probably just going to be the end of the game. I mean, the Kalitas is... I don't think there's really any cards in Patrick's deck that are really going to deal with it. And now Arthur's just going to be able to start clocking Patrick. I think he drew a Wild Slash this turn as well, which is an excellent draw. It's going to be able to kill the Monastery Swiftspear and make a zombie. This is going to be rough. All right, here's the Goblin Rabblemaster. It looks like Arthur might have missed his make a zombie trigger here, unfortunately. for him, so no zombie. That's the bad news, but still attacks for 4 with a Goblin Rabblemaster and a Kalitas means that I don't think it really matters. I think we're gonna see Arthur be able to take this one down. Ooh, maybe not. Hazoret. Okay. Hazoret's the one that we'll keep playing for, I think, so. We'll see Arthur at 10 now. Here's an attack for 5 with Hazoret, with Arthur at 10. This is interesting. Arthur's got an interesting choice here of whether he's supposed to chump block with Goblin Rabblemaster. I think I like go to 5, but I'm certainly not in love with that option. Go to 5, and then, we're going to have a pretty big smack next turn coming up, especially if we have any relevant threats in our hand. Looks like Arthur agrees. He'll go ahead and take the 5 down to 5. Not in danger, of course. Patrick with no cards in hand, so there's no chance of dying or anything like that. Scrap Heap Scrounger off the top. Good card, but unfortunately not super helpful in this specific situation because, of course, Scrap Heap Scrounger cannot block. So when we go to combat here, we're going to see an obvious Kalitas plus 2 1/1 goblins getting in there, I think. Those are the easy attacks for Arthur. I think that Arthur's likely supposed to get in there with the Goblin Rabblemaster as well, assuming he has any other card that can affect the board in a meaningful way in his hand. If he doesn't, then it gets a little more awkward because we might need to try and block the Hazoret so that we don't die to Lightning Strike plus Hazoret or any 3 damage burn spell plus Hazoret if we don't have any way of blocking it. So, because, if Patrick draws any card that isn't those, it looks like he'd be able to put Arthur down to 1, and then Arthur would have a lethal attack on the crackback, but if he were to draw a 3 damage burn spell, then we would see Arthur take it away. Let's see what we got going on. Looks like Arthur went ahead and went to combat, and now he's doing that exact same thought process himself. So looks like coming in with everything. So this is going to be 4, 5, 6, 9 damage here from Arthur, and Arthur's going to gain 3 life back up to 8. So now he's got lethal set up really well for next turn. Now we need to see if he's got anything defensive he can play on a second main phase. Here's that Scrap Heap Scrounger I talked about. He just passes the turn. I think that if Patrick finds a 3 damage burn spell off the top here, he's going to have lethal. No, that looked like Soul Scar Mage to me. Certainly is not the draw he's looking for. So here, I'm not certain that Patrick can even attack here. I mean, he can leave the Hazoret back. If he leaves the Hazoret back, he's going to be able to block the Goblin Rabblemaster and take 3, 6, way over lethal. He's also got, assuming he has another creature in play, he could block the Kalitas and the Rabblemaster, and then, he'll only take 6 points of damage, but that doesn't feel like a particularly winning line either, so. But we got to do what we got to do. So Patrick's really thinking about it. Can he attack here? I don't think the answer is yes. I mean, I think you're just dead on board if you do. So I think that assuming the last card in Arthur's hand isn't something unexpected, I think that Patrick had a window here to try and draw a 3 damage burn spell to be able to win the game, but I think he might have missed on it, unfortunately for him, which, it is what it is. I think there's only a single copy of Hazoret the Fervent in his main deck, so certainly very lucky to even end up in a position where he has the ability to have won this game, I think, given the sequence of plays that Arthur made. I mean, Arthur's plays were just insanely good this game. Wild Slash into Cut, into Murderous Rider, into Kalitas is just nightmare fuel for these mono-red decks. So, and this is why traditionally we see these matches get more and more mid-rangey after post-board. And yeah, it looks like Patrick just picks it up. I don't think he was actually just dead there, but I do think that he probably didn't have any realistic way of coming back after having to make bad blocks and then his opponent gaining another 3 life and whatever. So let's take a look at these sideboards here for these players. Arthur's side, we got 2 Duress, 2 Goligan's Command, 2 Glorybringer, 1 Hazoret the Fervent, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Davriel Rogue Shadow Mage, 2 Chandra Acolyte Inferno, 2 Lava Coil, and an Ember Cleave. So for Arthur, you can definitely make a case. So you really do want to go bigger in this matchup, and we kind of saw him doing that in the first match already. And both players are going to want to bring in the big stuff and try and you don't want to be the aggressive deck when you're playing against Kalitas and Murderous Rider and all that stuff. So I want from Arthur, I want to see Glorybringers, Hazoret, and I think the Ember Cleave looks pretty... Oh, excuse me. Glorybringers, Hazoret, Lava Coil, and then the Ember Cleave is kind of in that gray area for me where it could be reasonable. I imagine one of the like most absurd ways to just crush your opponent in this matchup is slap an Ember Cleave on a Hazoret. That seems completely unreal. So maybe something like that is going to be Arthur's post-board plan here. It makes a lot of sense to me, but we'll have to see how it goes. Patrick, on the other hand, he's got 2 Smash to Smithereens, 1 Goblin Chain Whirler, 2 Scavenger Grounds, a 2nd Goblin Chain Whirler, 3 Glory Bringer, 4 Searing Blood, and 2 Chandra Torch of Defiance. So similar here, we want to go bigger, so I'm all about the Glory Bringers and the Chandras. The 4 Searing Bloods are in an interesting position here. There's definitely a lot of threats that Patrick's going to be able to gun down with Searing Bloods, and potentially he wants those 4 Searing Bloods on the play, maybe less of them on the draw. That would make a lot of sense to me. That's probably how I would navigate this sideboard if I were him. The Goblin Chain Whirlers are 3/3 first strikers. The trigger itself is probably not super relevant in the matchup, I don't think, but I am about the actual 3/3 first striking body, so that's another one that I could be interested in. So it's pretty difficult how you're supposed to sideboard. I think Patrick's supposed to trim a lot of his 1 mana dudes and bring in some Searing Bloods, some Chandras, some Glory Bringers, and try and go big. But I could see Patrick's plan on the play being try and just kill my opponent as fast as possible. But I mean, Patrick had a really good hand in that first game, and I thought we were just going to be done there. But I mean, Arthur's hand was just absolutely perfect in the first game. So I think after seeing a showing like that, where Patrick just got absolutely, washed by Arthur, even with one of the better hands he could have, we're probably going to have to see some changes, even on the play. We aren't really going to be able to that efficiently just run our opponent over. So let's see how things end up playing out, though. This is, of course, why we play the games, so we've got a super interesting matchup. This one feels kind of old school. I've mentioned a little bit already earlier, if you caught the 4th round of this tournament, which, oh boy, if you didn't, you're going to want to go back and watch the VOD for that game, for that match. That was a phenomenal round. Anyways, the 4th round, I mentioned a little bit how Arthur's deck felt like it was really sweet because we're just kind of watching a time machine. We're just like watching the best deck in the format from 2 years ago or whatever, just kind of like running it up on people. And like Arthur's really making a case for like why did people not think that this deck was still going to be insane? It seems pretty nuts. So let's go ahead, and looks like Patrick has presented his deck for the second game. So I'm super excited to see how this one plays out. Hopefully we get no mulligans, all the usual from these players. Okay, so from Patrick here, I think I'm looking for a nice Bomat Courier opening. I think those are probably going to be his best draws in these matchups, because his deck is naturally just going to expend its cards faster by being mono red. He's missing a lot of the more expensive cards that Arthur has in his deck, like Kalitas and whatnot. So I think Bomat Courier is one of the better cards that allows him to refuel his hand later on. And for Arthur, we're just looking for a hand that starts with a 1 mana removal spell and has a 2 mana play. So those are going to be the best hands. Wild Slash or Shock, followed by basically any 2 mana spell, is going to be pretty much a snap keep for me, assuming we have the lands to cast our spells. Looking at Patrick's hand here, this one looks pretty subpar to me. Quite a few lands in it, but it looks like he goes ahead and keeps it. No 1-drop from Patrick either. So the fact that Patrick kept this hand signals to me that he had to have decided that the bigger plan was correct in the sideboard. And here is a Despise from Arthur. It's going to take a look at Patrick's hand. It's going to get to take a creature or planeswalker from it. Here we get a good look at Patrick's hand. Double Ramanap Ruins, Shock, Lightning Strike, and Light Up the Stage are the cards in Patrick's hand. I actually think that Patrick should not have shocked Arthur here on end step. I think that on his next turn, Patrick's going to want to play Shock plus Light Up the Stage, very likely. So I don't really like this end step Shock here on turn 1, even though it is mana efficient. And this is the type of hand that I'm very worried about for Patrick. We don't have any creature threats. And oh yeah, there's the Kalitas at the front of Arthur's hand. It's not like Patrick's going to be able to, kill Arthur fast enough with only burn spells that Arthur isn't going to have time to attack with this Kalitas, even on the draw. So I'm quite worried for Patrick, given the state of this game. He also notably played a mountain for turn, which Arthur did not see, I don't think. So Arthur continues to have perfect information on the cards in Patrick's hand, and that's just sloppy. I think Patrick definitely wanted to play the Ramanap Ruins that Arthur knew about there to give some illusion of what you did not draw. And, eventually he'd figure it out, but still, having your opponent, if your opponent isn't keeping perfect track or whatever, then that's good to keep them guessing. So here's End Step Lightning Strike. You Patrick keeping up with the burn plan here, which makes a lot of sense given the turn 1 shock. There is a Viashino Pyromancer off the top. This is a great draw from Patrick. It's going to allow him to play the Light Up the Stage that he kind of stranded in his hand after that turn 1 shock. 2 lands off the Light Up the Stage, though, certainly not what Patrick was looking for at all. He's got another land in hand. It's the Ramanap Ruins, and Arthur knows about it too, so I expect that next turn we're going to see this Castle Embereth come down for Patrick, and that he's going to try and use it to hopefully be able to attack through something like this Murderous Rider. Skewer the Critics was, I think, the draw here. Yeah, Skewer the Critics most definitely. I think I like Skewer the Critics, your Murderous Rider, and then attack for 2. It's leaves our creature in play, which is very important given that we basically don't have any other pressure at all. So I'm all about this. But now I think we're going to see the hammer come down from Arthur, assuming he's got the land for it. There's the Kalitas. Oh, but he might not have the land. If he doesn't have the land, then maybe we can keep talking about this game. But I think if he slam dunked a Kalitas here, we'd be done. But I don't think he has the land for it. So yeah, here comes just another Murderous Rider. Arthur on the block plan, which is pretty reasonable, and he knows that Patrick's essentially just top decking here, and there's a shock off the top. That one obviously pretty subpar. Here's a Ramanap Ruins. Now Patrick has to make the decision, is he supposed to attack? If he attacks, he gets to activate the Castle Embereth and potentially trade with the Murderous Rider. I'm not confident in that line personally, but I think the other option of pass and sacrifice a Ramanap Ruins is totally defensible as well. Of course, doing this allows Arthur to get in an attack, so it's a little awkward. Maybe we're just supposed to force this trade while he's tapped out. All right, I've convinced myself. I think we're supposed to force this trade while he's tapped out, so looks like that is the choice that Patrick makes, and yep, now he's going to go ahead and send the turn over to Arthur, who once again is really hoping to find a land off the top. That's not a land, that's a Bone Crusher Giant. Goblin Rabblemaster, however, is just going to get shocked before it makes a goblin, so the shock ending up working out pretty well. So this line ends up quite a bit better for Patrick. He gets to spend his mana more efficiently. He's looking now for Bomat Courier. That's the real card he wants to see right now. Soulscar Mage, not terrible. You would prefer you'd probably prefer something else, but all things considered, it's a creature, so I think he's going to be happy with that. But yeah, we're kind of in the Bomat Courier waiting room, along with obviously the potential big cards we could have boarded in, like Glorybringer and Chandra. I mean, those are obviously the absolute best cards we can hit here. So here comes Rixmati Reveler. It'll discard another hand attack spell. Obviously, real bad in the face of the no cards in hand for Patrick. Here's a Wild Slash. It'll take out the Soulscar Mage. Didn't get a good look at the draw there for Patrick. It looks like Arthur missed on land again. Patrick just drew a mountain. He's decided to play it for turn. Hazoret the Fervent off the top. Oh boy, still no lands. I mean, it's pretty painful. I mean, Arthur is breaking on his 4th mana, and if he ever draws the 4th mana, he's just going to absolutely smoke Patrick, it feels like. But boy, is it... it feels like he's winning anyway, even though he's just missing on his 4th mana. There's the swamp. All right, so now we see Patrick draw another 2 lands, so just no action off the top for him. He's going to get to sacrifice his Ramanap Ruins for a couple shocks, but here's Kalitas, and now Patrick is going to be really feeling it. It feels like he absolutely has to draw like Glorybringer this turn in order to still be in that game. Soulscar Mage is not it, and it looks like Arthur's going to have even close to a lethal attack here. Oh, it will be a lethal attack if he has a removal spell, a 1-mana removal spell. Fatal Push or a Wild Slash or something would be lethal here because he could sacrifice the zombie he makes for the Kalitas for exactly 11 points, but odds are he probably just doesn't have it. He's used quite a few of that type of effect already this game. But I mean, I guess when you miss on your lands, that is where you end up. So now here comes the all-out attack from Arthur. Patrick with a single Soul Scarf Mage in play. This is tough. I mean, your opponent's going to 12. You've got a Soul Scar Mage. You don't have any good blocks. You probably just have to say no blocks and hope that you draw like Light Up a Stage into probably doubles Wizard's Lightning off the top, and hope that you can, burn down, put 3 -1/-1 counters on the Kalitas, kill the Bone Crusher Giant, make a profitable block. Seems like kind of where you'd have to end up going if you're Patrick, but it looks like he goes ahead, makes the block, and then uses the Castle Embereth to trade with the Rixmati Reveler, which is, of course, certainly better than just chumping. So, but, he still gives Arthur a zombie, and it doesn't feel great. Here's double Glint Sleeve Siphoner, 2 creatures with Menace, and that means that I don't think Patrick has a single card in his deck that's going to get him out of this one. So I think that we're going to see Arthur progress to the finals here. Yeah, well done, Arthur. I think you've played these matches quite well. So congratulations to him. We'll have to see how the blue-green devotion mirror on the other side of the field is going in order to get a real account of the field, and then we're gonna be bringing you a finals. It's gonna be awesome. Patrick, Skewer the Critics, your Bone Crusher Giant doesn't know the Bone Crusher Giant has text. That's fine. Yeah, that one, a lot of people missed the text on that Bone Crusher Giant, me included. So with that is going to be the end of this match, and we'll see Arthur in the finals. I want to spend a quick moment here to talk about all of the giveaways we've been doing. So if you have missed any of the giveaways over the course of today, then please go back and watch the PodVods later, and you'll be able to get entered into a chance to win a Gideon's Signature Spellbook, a set of Die Hard dice, and we have a set of Christmas Dragon Seals. And let's go ahead and cycle through the questions here so that you guys can see what you can be winning and know what you need to be answering. So we're looking for the name of the artist that did these 4 pieces for Magic the Gathering. They're all about an angel Isabel, and they're looking, so they're pretty interesting lore, so I highly recommend you go back and watch the coverage after round number 1 if you want to hear this lore. But if you think you know who the artist for these paintings is, email the answer to promotions@paradise.games with the subject heading Angel Giveaway, and you can win that sweet set of green colored dice there in the corner. And let's take a look at the next one. We have 4 dragons on screen to go with the Dragon Shield sleeves that we're giving away for this one. We've got a set of holiday dragon shields, and everybody always needs more sleeves, so if you think you know the Naya dragon that is missing out of this cycle of dragons, go ahead and email us promotions@paradise.games with the subject heading Dragon Giveaway, and we'll make sure to send the winner of that a sealed pack of dragon shields. Everybody needs more sleeves, so once again, we're looking for the Naya dragon out of this cycle, and once again, it's got awesome lore, so if you want to hear that lore, make sure you go back and check the VOD for after round number 2 from this tournament, and it'll even give you guys some hints as to what these dragons, or what the name of that dragon is, if you are really stumped. Last but not least, we've got a name of Kithian's Band of Merry Men. With this, we are giving away a Gideon's Spellbook. It's like $25 or $30 retail. It's got a Rest in Peace, a Path to Exile, some other sweet stuff, all custom art. They're all super sweet. You definitely want to win this prize, so I highly recommend checking it out. Email us promotions@paradise.games with the subject heading Kithian Giveaway, and just tell us the band of merry men that Kithian traveled with on his home plane. And if you're looking for the lore there, once again, after round number 3, we went ahead and talked about that one. So go ahead and check out the VODs for all of that if you're interested in some lore, some extra hints and all that. We're going to leave you guys with the time machine for a little while. We'll be back with the finals of the Paradise Games 1K here. So make sure you guys absolutely do not go anywhere. It shouldn't be too long. I'm really looking forward to this. It's going to be awesome. So we'll be back. Hey everyone, welcome back to Hello, welcome back to round number 2 here for Thursday night Paradise Games Pioneer. We have Brad versus John, so gonna be a nice fun match. Brad's playing a little bit of red-green blitz. It's playing hexproof creatures. Quite notably, that's their like adaptation, or that's Brad's adaptation on the archetype. He's trying to make his creatures difficult to interact with, and trying to just cast a load of pump spells on them. Oh boy, my words really got away from me. In an effort to get his opponent dead quickly. So, meanwhile, John, on the other hand, he's playing blue-black artifacts. I'm not certain why he's titled it Demir Whales, but John's got some nice ones in his deck. I'll leave a lot of the surprises to be encountered as we get there, but I'm pretty certain that I'm gonna need production to let me know what a good few of these cards are, because John did some digging through the depths to find some good ones for this deck. So looking forward to it. Looks like John's on a mulligan to 6 here. Oh, looks like maybe another mulligan here. Looks like Brad's got a nice 7. I see Gore Clan Rampager, Season of Growth, some lands. Looks pretty good to me. Can't really be too ashamed with any of that. I also think I see a Paradise Druid there in Brad's hand, so definitely starting with the Boggle theme. Got his hexproof creatures and all that, so. Alright. Brad's giving us a nice look here at the hand. I saw, it was a little fast. I saw Gore Clan Rampager, Stomping Ground. There's definitely a couple hexproof creatures in there. Bizarre Tower Archer, that's the one. So, oh, it is not a Paradise Druid. My bad. For some reason I thought I saw a Paradise Druid, but I'm clearly mistaken. Looks like Stomping Ground tapped is going to be how we start this game off. John, after his mulligan to 5 here, his hand's looking admittedly subpar, as the usual. So John will lead us off with the tap land as well. There's Gladecover Scout off the top for Brad. And here comes Season of Growth from Brad. So this is definitely one of the engines the deck is built on, and for those of you who need to read it, I'm sure we're going to have that one up on the screen here very shortly. Essentially, it just rewards you for casting pump spells at your creatures. You're going to draw some extra cards. The creatures scry you towards your pump spells you're looking for. It's very similar to like a reverse Shaper's Sanctuary, so looks like John's going to play an island, send it back over to Brad. We'll see what Brad manages to do now. Teamer Battle Rage off the top, and here's Bizarre Tower Archers. When it enters the battlefield, Brad will scry 1 off the Season of Growth. Looks like that one's going to stay there, though I didn't get a good look at it. I saw it was red. I assume it's a pump spell of some kind, so. Here's a card off the top for John. I can't see what that one is. I think the glare's a little bad on that one. I think it might be the black puzzle box from Kaladesh, but I'm not entirely certain. Oh, it is. It's Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot. Hey! That was right. Let's go, me. Alright, so when Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose a life. 3 mana, sack it, you draw a card and lose a life. So, the traditional Puzzle Knot text, so. Looks like here's going to be Gladecover Scout. Brad will go ahead and scry 1 off the Season of Growth. Looks like he's giving this one a think. His hand looks pretty powerful, and he's got a Teamer Battle Rage, so anytime he manages to find any real relevant anytime he manages to find relevant threats in the form of pump spells, he's going to be able to double it. So here comes Titan Strength. He's going to draw the card he scryed to the top, then he'll scry off the Titan Strength and put that one on the bottom, Forest for turn. Presumably he scryed that one to the top, and then he's going to go ahead and bash John down to 15. So pretty effective there. That Titan Strength replaced itself, dealt 3 points of damage, and scryed a card to the bottom. Gotta be feeling good about that if you're Brad. Although he does look a little bit Teamer Battle Rage flooded. He does need to find another land to be able to Gore Clan Rampager plus Teamer Battle Rage, which I believe he has like two of those, I think, from a quick flip through here, so. All right. Looks like we're back over to John's side now. Looks like he's hitting us with a servo schematic. Boy, John's really got these Kaladesh uncommons on lock here. So when servo schematic enters the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from play, you make a 1/1 colorless servo. So John's got his 1/1 colorless servo game on lock. He's trying to look to block, but this does not seem like it's going to be a particularly effective plan here against Brad. Here's another Brasara Tower Archers. He's going to go ahead and scry one Forest on top. He's going to send that to the bottom. That leads me to believe he's probably found another land already, because if he didn't have his 4th one, I'd be inclined to draw it. All right, so here is attack with Glade Cover Scout and the Brasara Tower Archers. John's going to go ahead and make the tempting block. Brad's going to give him the bad news with the Titan Strength, so Brad will draw a card, it's Bone Crusher Giant, then he'll scry one Season of Growth to the bottom. John's going to take some more damage, but he is looking real rough on this mulligan to 5 here. It's going to be really hard for me to imagine a real world where John's going to be able to come back from this one knowing the contents of Brad's hand. And it is possible, but this next turn needs to be very large. I mean, we're thinking, I want to see like a Bantu's Last Reckoning or something similar in order to see John get back in this game, but I don't think that he has anything like that. So here's Scrabbling Claws, or Scrabbler's Claws, if you'll excuse me. It's essentially a discount relic of Progenitus. It only scries, and but other than that, it essentially does the same thing, although it does exile itself, which is somewhat noticeable in Modern, where I've seen some people try and play it instead of Relic of Progenitus so that you can loop certain artifacts, instead of Tormod's Crypt. All right. So now we'll see what Brad wants to do. Looks like he's going to Temur Battle Rage his Brasara Tower Archer. He's got a trigger here, so he's probably looking to draw something to be able to pump. Looks like it's Mountain. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to play the Mountain before the Temur Battle Rage resolves. So we might be missing out on the Ferocious here from the Temur Battle Rage, but that's probably not the end of the world. So the Temur Battle Rage will resolve. Brad's going to play a Mountain. Then he'll go ahead and attack. Then he's going to Blood Rush the one that got Battle Raged with the Gore Clan Rampager. So that's giving it +4/+4. It has Double Strike. That looks like lethal to me. Brad and John agree, and with that, we're going to go to the sideboard here. So let's check out what Brad's got in his sideboard. Looks like he has 4 Destructive Revelry, 3 Gruul Spellbreaker, 2 Feed the Clan, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 1 Gore Clan Rampager, 1 Collision Colossus, and 2 Lava Coil. So Brad saw some artifact shenanigans going on, so the 4 Destructive Revelries look alright to me, although admittedly, none of the artifacts looked particularly like I wanted to be Destructive Revelrying them. I mean, we saw like a Servo Schematic, that's obviously not hitting that. Metalworker's Puzzle Knot, that doesn't even feel very great either. So looks like Brad's probably going to bring in some number of that, but I think 4 is almost certainly too many, which is somewhat strange against the artifact deck, but that's just given what me and Brad saw that game. I could easily see going up to more if we see some extra stuff that we really need to deal with in the post board, so I think I like that. The extra Gore Clan Rampager seems okay. Looks like our opponent's lacking a little bit on removal, but they are playing blue-black, so we might not want to go too crazy here, so the Feed the Clans, no thanks. Scavenging Ooze, didn't see any real reason. Lava Coil doesn't seem excellent. I mean, we didn't see any real reason to need Lava Coil here either, so I expect a little bit of light sideboarding from Brad after that game, whereas John, let's take a look what he's got. He's got 3 Yahenni's Expertise, 2 Never to Return, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Drown in the Lock, 3 Negate, and 2 Disdainful Stroke. From John, I'm a big fan of the 3 Yahenni's Expertise. The Wrath effect seems very important in this matchup, even if on most board states Brad's planning on just having 1 or 2 creatures. You're really looking to be able to, sweep those away and give yourself a reprieve, and being able to develop on the turn that you're also playing the Wrath seems exceptional to me. The 2 Never to Returns are another one that stand out to me. Once again, we do need ways to deal with all of the creatures. Negate is an interesting one. It definitely has targets that are relevant, but I'm not certain that that's the battle you want to be fighting. I think against these heavy pump spell decks, you want to be fighting against the creatures and less so against the pump spells. And, Never Return's a little awkward because a lot of those creatures have hexproof. In fact, all of the ones Brad played did. So you're not certain if you can really find the targets for it. So you might just have to rely on the Henny's expertises to get you through. But hopefully, from John's side, one well-placed Yahine's expertise is going to be enough to, kind of stabilize the board and let him take over with a more powerful late game than Brad has. And, Brad does have some very explosive turns in him if he has a lot of mana, but I believe that John should be at an advantage if he gets to just play the game out and, make 6 or 7 land drops without his life total being under too much duress. So we'll have to see how it plays out, though. Of course, this is why we play the games. Hopefully, John manages to avoid any further mulligans. That's obviously no good every time that happens, so we'll see how that goes. Looks like Brad's decided his plan already. We'll see what John's up to as well. Looks like he could be giving it a little more of a think. I think he's got a pen and paper out now. Not certain what he's thinking about or what he's writing down. Maybe he's taking notes. We'll see. Okay, so Brad, all right, so we got an update here. Brad is giving John notes during the match. So Brad's helping him out in the middle of the match so that he can improve. So that's awesome to see. Glad Brad's helping him out. Looks like Brad's just giving him, various cards that he should look to add to his deck. So makes sense when we're seeing, Metalworkers not and, servo schematic. Brad's certainly the person that I know who would just snap off weird Kaladesh artifact that looks good in this deck. He's absolutely the best person I know at that. So it makes a lot of sense that he's probably got, random Cons of Tarkir common that would look good in John's deck or whatever. So let's see what we got going on. Looks like Brad's got a pretty reasonable hand. Some lands, Basara Tower Archer, a couple Collision Colossus, or a couple Seasons of Growth, and a Bone Crusher Giant, Collision Colossus as well. So seems all right. Oh yeah, we've got, here's the production letting us know. Looks like Brad recommended Warped Physique to John, and this is what I'm talking about. I don't know what Warped Physique does. Like, what the heck does this card do? Target creature gets +X -X until end of turn, or X number of cards in your hand. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Looks like a weird removal spell. Looks like John's going to start us off with an island and a blast zone, and he's going to have a Metalworker's Puzzle Knot hit the field. There's Gladecover Scout off the top for Brad. Forest will be the land for turn, and here's Season of Growth. He'll send the turn back over to John. See what John's up to now. Looks like both players managed to keep 7-card hands this time, so hopefully we'll see John make a third land this game, which he unfortunately never got to do in the last one. All right, what do we got? Looks like here's a servo schematic from John. He'll go ahead and put a 1/1 into play. He's still missing any way to sacrifice that artifact. I'm curious what ways he has in his deck to enable the second servo to come out of the servo schematic, and whether or not it's really worth it, because at face value, servo schematic, even if you can consistently play it and get it off the battlefield to make the 2/1/1 servos, you're not super thrilled about. You have to be doing something good with the sacrifice ability, so I'm definitely interested to see what he is up to in order to see if I'm really about this servo schematic. So here's Gladecover Scout. It's going to scribe bottom. That's all for Brad. He'll ship it back over to John now, who takes a draw step. Looks like a blue-black tap land here. Dimir, Fetid Pools, Dimir something. I'm not certain exactly which tap land that is, but we'll see if he has anything else he needs to do. John considering an attack. It is Choked Estuary. Thank you, production. Looks like he's not going to attack. On the end step, Brad's going to go ahead and stomp down the servo. John, take a think about that one. Looks like it's just going to resolve. So Brad definitely getting use out of his mana here. Feeling pretty good about that. There's Titan Strength off the top, I believe. He'll take 2 off a Stomping Ground, so John's got to be expecting some action. Here's Season of Growth. Oh boy, now Brad's really in danger of going off hard here. With double Season of Growth, he's got to be feeling pretty threatened about Brad's ability to cast like 1 pump spell this turn and then untap and kill him. Seems pretty likely. So here's Colossus. It'll give +4/+2. Brad's going to draw 2 cards off the Seasons of Growth, regardless of whether or not the Colossus resolves. So he'll draw 2. They are Forest and another copy of Collision Colossus, and then presumably John will be taking 5 here if he has nothing to say about it. Of course, 5 not the biggest of hits, but it is solidly in threat range for next turn. So here's Metallic Rebuke. He'll counter that, just take the 1. He still drew the 2 cards, however, so Brad's got to still be feeling pretty good about this. Top card for John looks like another copy of Choked Estuary. So more tap lands from John. Looks like he's prioritizing making his mana functional over, just a bunch of basics and Watery Grave or whatnot. I'm sure he's got the Watery Graves and whatnot in the deck or whatever, but he's really just making sure he has access to all of his colors with these tap lands, and that is definitely some of the price you pay for playing cards like Blast Zones. So we'll see. Alrighty, we are back for the last round of this tournament. We have the finals. We have Jesse Chasson versus Arthur here. A little bit of blue-green devotion versus red-black aggro as promised, and we got a little bit of a storyline to go with this one. It appears that this was the round 1 pairing for both of these players. They've since battled their way through 7 other rounds to get here, and now, let's see how it goes. It appears that Arthur won the first round, the first meeting between these two. So
as I've heard, Jesse got dumpstered.
Yeah, apparently he got dumpstered, which does sound correct. He did describe it to me in a similar way. He was like, He was like, Kalidas, Chandra, and Hazaret.
I don't know.
And yeah, sure enough, Arthur has all of those cards. So we're gonna have to see how this one plays out for the two of them. Jesse looking to get his revenge for that round 1 loss. Jesse's got the true started from the bottom now we hear story going on. So
truly an icon.
The round 1 didn't matter at all. Now they're both here. This is for all the marbles, the final.
Round 1, irrelevant.
Yeah.
Did not happen.
We've got Die Hard Dice, in fact, giving away a set of gold metal dice to the winner, as well as a fantastic War of the Spark sealed weekend playmat.
That playmat was sweet.
It's super sweet. It's super hard to get too. Very rare. So we got a bunch of grand prizes going out to the winner, as well as credit, some store credit, and bragging rights. I'm a little worried because after this, if we go out to dinner with Jesse, we're never going to hear the end of it.
But also on the flip side, if Jesse doesn't do it, he's never going to hear the end of it.
It's true. Well,
which is the worst case for him, because that's going to be like 8 people screaming at him.
I don't think that's true. I think he's always going to be able to ricochet getting second place off onto me. So
no, I'm going to rip him a new one for getting a bye and then ending up in the finals.
All right. Well, let's see how it plays out. We're going to have Jesse on the play, I do believe. So I believe Jesse was the 5th seed coming in, and Arthur was the 7th. So just going to get to be on the play here. This will be the first time for him in the top 8. So that's kind of a nice little bonus for him.
It's basically a biscuit.
Hand looks pretty good. I think I see Goose, some mana ramp, a little bit of payoff action. He's got lands and Nykthos as well, so
cool
probably
card.
Looks like a keep to me. Arthur,
I have no idea.
it looks like all right. Maybe Jesse's hand was worse than I thought, as he sends it back. Maybe it was lacking a payoff or something or other. I didn't get a great look at all 7 cards, so.
I'm pretty convinced I should just start playing Devotion.
I believe that anybody who isn't playing Devotion should probably start playing Devotion. It's probably the best deck in the format, I think. It's pretty hard to argue with all of the results it's been putting up. And also you get to play Oko. And I think if you aren't playing Oko, you're probably doing something wrong. So regardless, we've got Arthur keeping his 7-card hand. This is Jesse's 6, so we'll have to see how this goes. We're really hoping that Jesse doesn't have to ship this one down to 5. Looks like he'll keep this. All right, let's see what Jesse's up to. He's got an Elvish Mystic in his hand. I expect that we'll see that on the first turn of the game. Here's Yavimaya Coast. And an Elvish Mystic. Of course, both players know what the other one's playing. They played in the first round, so Jesse's hoping to dodge Wild Slash or Fatal Push or something here on this Elvish Mystic, but
he is not.
as to be expected, that's hopes are a little too good there. There's another Elvish Mystic off the top for Jesse. He'll be down to 18 off the Yavimaya Coast pings now, and then he's just going to ship the turn back. His hand looks a little thin now. It's got Nissa, Walking Ballista, but not really a whole lot else going on. So he's going to need to find some extra action in order to power through the high octane mid to late game that this deck is really trying to look for. So let's see what Arthur's got going on. What do you think of this matchup, just kind of taking it a look? You played in this tournament, obviously. You made the top 8. Congratulations yourself.
Thanks.
By the
I
way.
had to go to work.
Yeah, you have to concede the quarterfinals to go to work when you're on call.
I don't think I was
every
beating
sometimes.
Devotion anyway.
So, it happens, but regardless, where do you put something like this? A little bit of red-black aggro. This is very similar, this red-black aggro deck. We've been watching it pretty much all day here, but or not all day, but we've seen it a good bit in the feature match area from Arthur, but you haven't gotten a good look at it. It feels very, very similar to like red-black
Madness.
aggro Kaladesh deck.
Yeah, the one with like fiery tempers and
no.
stuff, but I'm assuming there's no fiery tempers in this deck.
Yeah, there's no madness stuff or anything like that. But
Just like Scrap Heap Scroungers, Hazarets, the likes.
Feels a lot like the red-black deck from the Kaladesh era age that was like the best deck in the format.
Sure.
It's got
And
all of
Cut
those
to
cards.
Ribbons?
Yeah, Cut to Ribbons is in there too. Yeah. So,
So I think the game plan. I think I saw a little bit of this match when what's his name? Jason.
1? Oh, Jason. Yes.
Yeah,
Jason,
Jason was playing against him off camera.
Yes.
And I believe the thing is, if you can, is Courser in Jesse's deck?
Courser of Crewfix?
Yes.
I do not believe so. I believe he has Jade Light Rangers in those
Okay,
spots.
I believe Courser of Crewfix is a huge
boon.
huge boon to this deck.
All right. So it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Jesse's looking to spike a land to be able to land a Nissa here.
Yeah, and Jade Light is much less impactful against the red-black aggro deck.
Certainly, although it looks pretty good here, admittedly. He just drew it off the top, so he's going to take a point of damage off the Yavimaya Coast down. Well, that looks really good.
Yeah.
Drew him 2 lands there, so feeling pretty good about that. Here's an attack for 1 from Jesse. I expect we'll see the Botanical Sanctum come down for Slain for turn. Oh, he just didn't play a land?
He did not.
He just didn't play a land.
I was gonna say he played his land for turn, but I
No,
don't think
yeah,
he
he definitely just neglected to play a land, which is a pretty big mistake, I think. Like, there are a lot of cards in your deck that use mana really well, and not putting that tap land into play seems pretty relevant, especially now, because if Arthur wants to just kill Llanowar Elves, he's going to be able to prevent Jesse from casting the Nissa in his hand next turn. That otherwise wouldn't have been an issue. And, ooh, speaking of problems, here comes Goblin Rabblemaster. So Jesse's deck definitely doesn't have a lot of clean answers to the card Goblin Rabblemaster, especially because Jade Light Ranger ended up being a 2-1. It can't even block the 1-1 profitably, so it's probably just going to have to take the 1. Jesse does, in fact, do that. He's going to leave the Jade Light Ranger back to defend. So here we go. Now we'll see the Nissa coming down from Jesse. He's going to animate his Yavimaya Coast, smack in for 3. And now Jesse's really just hoping that he can get an untap step in here.
Ooh, attacking with the Jade Light as well.
Yeah, that's aggressive. I like that attack, actually. Arthur's just got a Goblin Rabblemaster going on. He's clearly missing lands, so you're probably not too scared of something like Kalitas or whatnot coming down next turn, though he could have
Arthur's played a land
every turn. You're right. I'm insane. The games are just so accelerated when you see these Llanowar Elves and whatnot. But yes, I was absolutely mistaken there. You're correct. Okay, so let's see how things go here from Arthur. He has his 4th land. Now he's looking to develop the best thing he possibly can. I think I did see a Kalitas in his hand.
Kalitas, apparently a powerhouse in this format.
Yeah, Arthur's been running it up with Kalitas in the feature match area today, so we'll have to see how he manages to maneuver this board state into a favorable one for him. The Nissa is very problematic, I think, for Arthur. So I expect that we're just going to see all of this at Nissa, and presumably just a block with the Yavimaya Coast from Jesse. Jesse makes the obvious block. Nissa will take 2. And then we'll see what the follow-up is. It is, in fact, the Kalitas. I think that Arthur should have played this Kalidas pre-combat, certainly here, right? I mean,
it still makes blocking really funky.
Yeah, and even though the creature lands are lands, I do believe they still get exiled.
I believe as well.
To Kalidas.
It's any non-token creature.
Yeah, so I do believe that is how that works. Though I would be willing to budge if somebody else told me different, but regardless, here comes the Kalidas. So now we'll see what Jesse wants to do. He's got Nissa plus Nykthos, so he's got plenty of mana to work with here. The question is, does he have anything to do with it? Another Nissa in hand. Botanical Sanctum and one of the other ones. I didn't catch the third card, though. Kalidas looks pretty tough to beat, to be honest. All of Jesse's creatures are 3/3s. Yeah. So here comes the Yavimaya. Jesse didn't even bother floating the mana first, which means that he probably doesn't have anything particularly relevant going on this turn. Botanical Sanctum comes down, and he's just going to go ahead and power out another Nissa, actually. What do you think about this choice?
I'd get another blocker in there. You could double block Kalidas.
Yeah, it looks like the plan. I mean, it doesn't look like we have particularly good attacks, so it looks like Jesse must be planning to line up some blocks here, which is definitely rough given, you're going to try and line up blocks into Kalidas plus a bunch of open mana from a deck that has a lot of removal spells. Yeah. Seems difficult. And now, notably, Jesse, because he played out the second Nissa, he's going to be leaving himself exposed to this Swift End that Arthur has in his hand. So, looks like Arthur's contemplating a Thoughtseize. I think that you can pretty safely deduct that the card in Jesse's hand is not good.
Yeah, otherwise he would have slammed like a Hydroid Crisis.
He would have played something relevant for sure.
Yeah.
And like, even an Elvish Mystic or whatever he would have cast off the Land of Elves. So I just can't imagine any card it could be other than like another land. And like, I think like Jade Light Ranger would have been significantly better than second Nissa, so it would have been that. I think that's kind of what Arthur's thinking about right now, is like, what card could possibly be in his hand right now that he wouldn't have cast? And I think the answer is he can only have a land. So
yeah,
I think that would be a pretty heads up no Thoughtseize. Save yourself the 2 points of life, because it easily could matter, especially with the Swift End going on. All right. Let's see what we've got going on. Looks like Arthur's reaching for the Kalidas. This is a difficult situation for Arthur.
I might be inclined just to say pass here if Kalidas is your wheelhouse for winning this game.
Oof, it's rough. I mean, it feels like you need to get this Nissa off the battlefield so you can Swift End the Nissa.
Yeah.
And then just pass. That seems pretty good to me, I think.
I'm perfectly okay with just casting a sorcery speed Swift End on this Nissa.
On the Nissa, get it out of here.
Yeah.
Then pass. I think it's either that or attack Nissa with Kalidas and try and get your opponent with a bad block. So
we are going to Thoughtseize.
It's like he Thoughtseize, so Jesse manages to get him with the Breeding Pool in hand.
Get punked.
That's pretty important. Yeah. I mean, that's 2 damage. It's quite relevant. I mean, Arthur's got a Swift End in hand. That's going to be another 2 damage, and Jesse's making 3/3s, so getting Arthur down to 6 is quite relevant. So here comes the Swift End on the Nissa. This one we saw coming. And then I assume because he just did that pre-combat, we're just going to see pass. And yep, that is in fact the case. Forest off the top here for Jesse.
That ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, not quite what he's looking for. The lands are pretty relevant. If he ever finds an X spell, hopefully he'll be able to find lethal with them, but
yeah, like a Ballista seems good.
Yeah, Ballista looks excellent on this board if he ever manages to find one. Of course, none currently, so here's just going to be a tapped Breeding Pool from Jesse. Of course, play the card your opponent knows about. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And Jesse's kind of just happy to sit here and play draw go with this deck. It does feel as though Jesse has less hits that are, impactful than Arthur, but the hits that Jesse does have are going to be significantly better than Arthur's. Yeah, they're going to be huge bombs. So, Scrap Heap Scrounger's a relevant card on this board, but if Jesse untaps and draws Hydroid Crisis or something, it's going to be huge. Of course, Breeding Pool again, still another pretty big miss here. All right, so once again, we're just going to see tap land go here from Jesse. Of course, the attacks still are no good.
He could sack his Murderous Rider to this Kalidas.
Ooh, Murderous Rider's a zombie?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's sick.
Zombie Knight.
We saw a God Eternal Oketra get sacrificed to a Kalitas earlier.
Really?
It was sweet. You really need to go back and watch the fourth match of the day.
Probably
if you
gonna
haven't.
rewatch this whole thing.
Yeah, it's so good. It was so good. All right, so here's an attack for 3 with Scrap Heap Scrounger. It's an interesting one to choose to be your attacker. I mean, it can't block, so I guess it makes enough sense. Yeah. All right, full stop there. Arthur looking for another relevant thing to do. He doesn't have any ribbons in his graveyard or anything like that. Wild Slash your Llanowar Elves. That's going to make a zombie token for Kalitas, but I think if that's what we were going to do, I would have liked to have seen an attack with the Kalitas. I think we could pretty easily line up a devastating Wild Slash plus eat a zombie token I make scenario there, where we could really punk our opponent into making some bad blocks. All right, but now time's kind of running out. Arthur's got 2 zombies in play that he can sacrifice to the Kalitas to just make it absolutely massive, and Jesse be unable to block it effectively, so Jesse's going to need to find something sooner rather than later here. So, boy, Botanical Sanctum go. So Jesse just keeps drawing lands here. He really needs to find a threat fast. I feel like that last turn might have been the swing turn where that might have been the door shutting for him to be able to find something.
Yeah, I don't think he has any more time to land a haymaker and take over the game.
Granted, Arthur could continue to leave the Kalitas back, and just another attack for 3 with Scrap Heap Scrounger would essentially give Jesse another turn in similar spot. But Cut to Ribbons is the draw for Arthur. That's a very good one as well. It's going to take out the Yavimaya Coast. I think that, small detail, I believe that Arthur should have targeted Botanical Sanctum there. But, whatever. All right. So now Arthur's got some pretty clear, very good blocks, I think. So, or very good attacks, excuse me. So I'm just all about jam here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just send them all in. Yeah. I think send them all in. But Arthur makes a significantly more conservative attack here with just a Scrap Heap Scrounger and a Kalitas. I think that we should have seen every legal attacker get in this turn, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Jesse would have lined up 2 mediocre blocks, probably eat your Murderous Rider, trade with zombie token or whatever. That just doesn't seem profitable, and then you can sacrifice the Murderous Rider even to get the Kalitas bigger or whatever. But regardless, Jesse needs a big card absolutely right now. Nissa Who Shakes the World looks like it was the draw.
I agree.
Yeah, and this, I don't think it's gonna do it. It might be able to get Jesse through to another turn, but with the ribbons in the graveyard for Arthur, I think he's just gonna be able to turn his card sideways and be able to ribbons Jesse out here.
Yeah. Agreed.
So I haven't quite done the math, but I certainly assume that this is gonna be lethal. Jesse will have 4 blockers with which he can block Kalitas, Scrap Heap Scrounger, Murderous Rider, Zombie Token, and then he'll be taking 4 damage from Double Zombie Goblin. Oh, wow. But it looks like Jesse's just going to go ahead and make some aggressive attacks. So he's going to trade the Botanical Sanctum with a zombie, and the zombie will get remade because of Kalitas, and then Zombie Token dies. Other than that, he's just going to send the turn back, and then I think that that's going to be the end of game number 1 here for Jesse. So yeah, he's dead. It's the finals. Make your opponent do it. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Yeah, I mean we've seen lethal get missed once already on camera, with the classic go to attack with Azaret with 2 cards in hand. So just gotta make sure that your opponent doesn't pull one of those on you. So, here comes a Bone Crusher Giant, stomp out the Jade Light Ranger, but that will be enough for Jesse to pack it in. And now we'll see these players head to the sideboard here. We've got Arthur with Red Black Aggro. He's got 2 Duress, 2 Goligan's Command, 2 Glorybringer, 1 Hazard the Fervent, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Davriel Rogue Shadow Mage, 2 Chandra Acolyte Inferno, 2 Lava Coil, and an Ember Cleave. What sounds good here?
I like bringing in the Lava Coils and the Fatal Pushes because,
definitely,
at least from what I gathered today, Devotion relies a lot on the double symbol creatures to really buff themselves up. Also, Fatal Push is another target for their turn 1 elf, and elves are just insane.
Oh,
in
Llanowar
this
Elf
deck.
is just the best card in the deck, and you need to kill it on site every time.
Yeah.
For sure.
And so you just have another way to do that. Let's see, is there anything else I would put in? Maybe Glorybringers, get an over-the-top kind of attack, kill the lands that Nissa makes.
Yeah, I totally buy that as well. It seems entirely reasonable. Hazoret the Fervent is another one that could be reasonable.
Yeah.
They can often end up with creatures that are larger than your Hazoret will be.
But
it's,
Hazoret is indestructible.
Yeah, it's a really hard for the blue-green devotion deck to actually deal with Hazoret, outside of exactly Oko, of course.
And
which,
and all your lands become shocks at that point.
yeah, which is really nice. So.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Jesse's sideboard here. We've got 2 Lifecrafter's Bestiary, 2 Questing Beast, 2 Aethersphere Harvester, 1 Return to Nature, 1 Reclamation Sage, 4 Negate, 2 Aether Gust, and a Mystical Dispute. What sounds good here?
Aether Gust is a tempo card. I don't know if that's what we're looking for here. But I could just be wrong on that. Questing Beast seems nice.
Yeah, Questing
Bunch
Beast
of small power dudes.
looks excellent to me as well.
Aethersphere Harvester is another good one.
Yeah, I like the Aethersphere
Yeah.
Harvesters. They're going to gain you some life. They're going to fly. All those things. They brawl pretty well. It's a 3/5. It's like very big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3/5 with lifelink
yeah.
most of the time.
Yeah. I'm pretty into that. And the Lifecrafter's Bestiary is definitely an option if you expect that these games are
Yeah.
going to be ending up going a little bit longer, rather than, you know, viewing the red-black deck as a true aggro deck, where you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't want that. But Arthur has a lot of removal spells and stuff like that, so I think you can expect the games to end up being a little bit grindier and more mid-rangey, like that last game we
Yeah.
watched. I would expect that to be more of the flavor of an average match, so I could buy the Lifecrafter's Bestiaries coming in as well.
Sure.
It doesn't seem like
not
great
the
or anything.
most out-
Yeah, but if we've got some stuff to take out, I would not blame anybody for slapping a Lifecrafter's Bestiary or 2 in your deck to try and grind a little bit. So
Yeah, agreed.
the red-black aggro tag might be a little misleading. It definitely feels more like red-black mid-range.
I'm sure it
with
can
the-
get pretty aggressive.
It definitely has aggressive starts between Glintsleeve Siphoner and Scrapheap Scrounger, but the existence of Kalitas in your deck, like, if you have a Kalitas in your deck, you're not an aggro deck. I'm pretty willing to slide to... I think I'll die on that hill, as a matter of fact. All right, so we can see Jesse giving this one a think. So he decides what needs to come in, what needs to go out here. Pretty interesting matchup in general, I would think. I'm not certain. Notably, Blue Green Devotion has kind of been tearing it up online and in events, and so
Deck is very good.
deck is very, very good, and it definitely is probably the best deck in the format currently. If I had to pick a favorite, you know, there's other quite good options. Nexus of Fade, the Strike Black aggro deck seems to be tearing this deck apart. So obviously, props to Arthur for showing up with this one as well. So I'm interested to see if this red-black aggro deck kind of catches more steam after events like this, where we just watch it, you know, potentially just tear through a couple versions of this blue-green devotion deck. So
Yeah. And yeah, I want to point out, if those Jade Light Rangers, or the Jade Light Ranger he had, was a Courser, that probably could have been just like a very different game.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
probably. I mean, we saw Jade Light Ranger get Thought Seized, and the second Jade Light Ranger just drew 2 lands or whatever, and then was a 2/1.
Yeah.
And the fact that it was a 2/1 was very relevant, because it could not block Goblin tokens profitably, and it ended up basically just doing a whole lot of nothing the entire time. We also saw a pretty aggressive attack from Jesse when he got in for 2, that ended up making sure that which ended up resulting in him having to block with the Nissa land, the Yelvamaya Coast, as opposed to being able to block with the Jade Light Ranger. So that was an interesting choice as well.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like Jesse's decided. He's all sideboarded up here, just waiting for Arthur to present the deck to go to game number 2 here. Of course, we have Jesse, who is down 1 game, so Jesse needs to rattle off both post-board games in order to become the champion here.
And being on the draw is not great.
Yeah, he's definitely not looking forward to being on the draw in game 3, but regardless, 1 game at a time here, 1 game at a time. So Arthur managed to break serve there with that on the draw win, so props to him for that. All right, let's take a look at these players' opening hands here for the second game of the finals. This one looks pretty medium from Jesse's side. I don't see a whole lot of acceleration. I saw Walking Ballista, as well as there is that Lifecrafter's Bestiary that I mentioned bringing in. So looks like Jesse did decide that that was the one that he wanted to bring in. So good choice from him. I think I agree with you there, Jesse. All right, let's see what Arthur's up to. Looks like he's got the Smoldering Marsh revealing a swamp. And he's going to start off with a Thoughtseize. So now we'll get a real good look at Jesse's hand. Oh,
Will we?
Never mind. Ooh, right on the glare. Oh, no. Okay, so that is a negate. It's a Ballista, a Lifecrafter's Bestiary, a Yavimaya Coast, a Breeding Pool, a negate. And yeah, I think that's it. Cool. All right, so that's the hand.
Okay.
It's definitely not great. It's lands, it's got a goose. Obviously, the goose is our form of ramp here.
Yeah.
I think if I was Arthur, I'd probably just take this Lifecrafter's Bestiary here.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, it's the only really, like, the only real card that's going to be, like, powering a late game engine here. And obviously, the Walking Ballista is kind of spooky that they have that, but,
you can play around that later.
There isn't any immediate large mana advantage that we can see in Jesse's hand. No Nykthos, no Nissa. So it's probably unlikely to be able to get, some huge X6 or whatever Walking Ballista down in any reasonable fashion. And I think that, the Lifecrafter's Bestiary might even be better in the meantime while he's doing that. And yep, looks like the Lifecrafter's Bestiary is going to get Thoughtseized here. And so now we'll see what Jesse manages to find. Elvish Mystic off the top. I think that's a pretty reasonable draw. He's probably happy enough with that one. He's going to be able to play the Elvish Mystic and hold up this negate, or make a food with the Gilded Goose. Not make a food, because he'd have to sacrifice the food for that, and that seems pretty subpar. Sack this food, try to make a food with my goose, can't. All right, so I'm going to send the turn back over to Arthur. Notably, just doesn't play the Breeding Pool untapped, not willing to take 2 damage to hold up the negate here, so just tapping out of the negate, letting his opponent do whatever this turn.
Yeah, usually probably going to play a Scrounger or some sort of 2-mana creature, like a Siphoner or something. It's not worth holding up negate for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And their removal spell would just get pointed at one of your dorks, which neither look particularly
I'm not gonna gate
incremental. Yeah. They look like they're here. Yep. So Elvish Mystic showed up right on time. Mm-hmm. It's just technically here at work, and well, there's a stomp that's going after the goose. So Jesse did elect to leave the negate down, so that's going to have to resolve. I'm sure Jesse would have happily negated a stomp pointed at.
I guess I forgot about
the Bone Crusher Giant stomp. Yeah, but still, I assume that Arthur would have just chosen a different line had Jesse done this. So let's see what Jesse's got now. Looks like it's just going to be a Ballista for X's 2, and then ship the turn back. So it's definitely got Goblin Rabble Master, kind of checked. There's Hazard the Fervent off the top for Arthur. That's going to be a pretty important card as this game progresses, I think. To know that, while Jesse is the theoretical favored late game deck, that's only if he has the explosive, combo draws. Whereas if things just kind of keep playing out like this, well, I think Arthur's going to pull ahead pretty easily with cards like Hazoret and Kalitas and whatever. So here is Stomp Walking Ballista. Jesse will respond by dealing 2 damage to you. So Arthur just willing to have this Bone Crusher Giant just, all right, this is just a shock now, because obviously, it's not going to be able to go on an adventure after it breaks off or anything like that. So here comes a Blood Crypt untapped, followed by a Thoughtseize. So now we're going to see Negate and Hydrate Krasis in hand. And yeah, sure enough, there goes the Hydrate Krasis. And this Negate does not look very good. I mean, multiple times we've seen Jesse just tap out of it. And, Questing Beast. Questing Beast is a banger off the top.
That's a good draw.
That changes the pace of the game dramatically, as Arthur's now down to 8. Oh, boy. All right, so now that Arthur's at 8 on the back foot against this Questing Beast, where do you think he should start? I mean, obviously we need to get blockers out in front. Do you like this Bone Crusher Giant we've got in Adventure? What stands out to you here?
I tend to use the cards that, if I'm just using the same game plan, I would use the cards that are on an adventure because it's revealed information.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
It's basically like playing with a hand. that your opponent can see that they like Thoughtseized earlier,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like
for sure.
not Thoughtseized. And I just hate having known cards in my hand.
Fair.
So I always tend to use the ones that are revealed as opposed to the ones that are in my hand. Unless they're just like so far better that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so looks like Arthur agrees with you. Here comes the Bone Crusher Giant. This is on Trade with Questing Beast duty. Now we'll see if Jesse is willing to allow this trade. It seems subpar, to be honest. I'm not certain that we want to trade our Questing Beast for Bone Crusher Giant, but at the same time, does it really feel like we have an option?
No, it does not look
Looks
like we do.
Looks like no. So Jesse's just going to use the opportunity to get in for a point with his Elvish Mystic and then ship the turn back over to Arthur. He's still looking to find some sort of Haymaker or anything like that, but it's rough because he only has like 5 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, these Haymakers and Bombs are not the type of unbeatable nonsense when you only have 5 mana that they are when you have 10 or 12 or whatever. So Jesse's probably looking to find like some Jade Light Rangers or something like that to bridge him into some more powerful things. Nissa, Who Shakes the World, obviously would be phenomenal off the top here. He has the exact requisite 5 mana, and then it would, power his mana into the later game. So, but we'll have to see if the top of his deck is that kind. Here comes Scrap Heap Scrounger. Ooh, Wicked Wolf off the top. That's a pretty good one, especially with the food in play already. So here's attack for 1. Arthur will go down to 6. I expect that we'll just see the Wicked Wolf come down here.
Get a counter and stay around, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Assuming that I saw that correctly and that is in fact a Wicked Wolf. I may have misseen. Oh, it looks like Jesse just elected to hold up the negate instead. And yeah, just snaps off the negate on the Murderous Rider. I definitely agree with this. You get to deal with the Murderous Rider as well as keep your Llanowar Elf around.
Yeah.
And here comes Hazoret. So Hazoret's going to be a real problem for Jesse as we see an attack for 6 now, putting Jesse down to 14. And now Jesse's going to be trying and racing Hazoret. It's pretty hard to race Hazoret.
Yeah.
If there's anything that standard format taught me, it's that it's really hard to race Hazoret. So
It's a very powerful card. No one's playing Grass of Darkness.
yeah,
You can elk it,
yeah,
and-
you can turn it into an elk, and that's really your best option. So here's a Hydrate Crisis off the top for Jesse. So now he's got that as an option. Pretty reasonable, all things considered. I still think I quite enjoy the line of Wicked Wolf, fight your Scrap Heap Scrounger, and sacrifice this food, put a counter on it, and then get to attack for 1. That presents a lethal threat next turn, so pretty into that. Then if we draw a land next turn, we'll be able to Hydrate Crisis for 2 cards and 2 life, which I'm pretty about. So here is the Wicked Wolf. It'll take down the Scrap Heap Scrounger, and then I expect we'll see this attack for 1 from Jesse. It's a pretty important one, as it means that if Arthur doesn't draw anything relevant, he won't be able to attack with the Hazoret.
Yeah.
So.
But Jesse debating whether or not he wants to block. But I
Yeah,
agree with
this
the
is
attack.
this is a good attack for 1.
Yeah.
So now it's really all about the 2 cards remaining in Arthur's hand. We'll see what he's got.
Yeah, 5 mana?
He's got 5 mana, and I'm not certain what any of the cards in his hand are. So we're kind of really playing this from Jesse's seat. It feels like not knowing what's going on in Arthur's hand. Trying to get a look, but I didn't see. I think one of them might have been Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is definitely not a card we're willing to play here, I don't think. I think that one's getting
no.
discarded to Hazoret for sure.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, looks like he just has to say go. So this is definitely good news for Jesse. He manages to get that 1 point in, which prevents an attack from Arthur. Here is Heart of Kirin off the top. That one looks great. I think we just want to put that on the battlefield, right? I mean, this is going to be not lethal next turn, but lethal the turn afterwards, or potential lethal next turn if he manages to find
Another creature.
a way to get this Hydrate Crisis into play off a land, where he can, if he draws a land, he'll be able to X's3 the Hydrate Crisis and then crew the Heart of Kirin and then attack with everything and get the 1 point of damage from the Elvish Mystic through, which will be pretty sweet. This is, of course, assuming Arthur does nothing in the meantime. And yeah, Arthur looks like he decided to just throw the Thoughtseize at Jesse at end of turn there. And certainly I agree with that choice from Arthur. Mm-hmm. So now what? I can't see what cards Arthur has in his hand at this angle, so looks like we're just gonna have to sweat it here with Jesse. Oh yeah, there's
Back the
also
Scrounger.
no Scrounger buyback.
And he definitely has creatures in his graveyard, with the Bone Crusher Giant being
Yeah.
fizzled out and
So-
the Murder Spider being negated.
Yeah, probably should have certainly done that. It doesn't look super relevant. I mean, it can't block and it can't attack, so it's probably just useless,
Yeah.
more or less. So like, it's not really a big deal, but certainly a small mistake. So it looks like
Throwing a mountain at Jesse's
Mountain
face.
at you, put you down to 8. Ooh, and an attack. Okay, so now Jesse's got to be worried here. I mean, probably just are forced to block with Elvish Mystic here, I think. I mean,
This opponent could have... I don't know if this plays on E3, but
yeah, this could just
I
be a
think
straight bluff attack, but it seems unlikely.
yeah.
Yeah, and here's the blocker that we assumed would come down afterwards. So Jesse makes the nice block. All right, Walking Ballista. Okay, does that do anything?
That sounds like the game winner, though.
Yeah, it looks like. So now he just cruise, hits him for 1, and here's Walking Ballista. That'll shoot him.
Okay.
Whew. All right. Means that we've got a game number 3 here for the finals. This one's for all the marbles. This one's for the title, the dice, the money, the pride, the mat. It's got everything. Everything on the line here. So we'll have to see how this one goes. Looks like Jesse just confidently reshuffling up. He's like, yep, I know how I boarded. I'm happy with it. Although I might maybe those negates need to be taken a second look at, especially on the draw. Those look pretty bad.
Yeah.
Those negates, I'm not a huge fan of it. It definitely feels like a mid-range matchup, and negates usually a card that you want in those mid-range matchups, but I think with the particular configuration of the spells and the creatures in the red-black aggressive deck from Arthur, I don't think negate lines up super well. It does counter the adventure cards, which is pretty good.
It is good.
Yeah, but especially on the draw, it feels like you're probably just going to have to be tapping out on the turns where Arthur's going to want to be casting those. So usually I just don't think it's going to line up nicely
How
well
you
enough.
want it to.
Yeah. Like you're on turn 1 you're going to cast a dork, right? And then Arthur's going to kill it. Maybe it's with a stomp or whatever. On turn 2 you're going to cast a dork, or if your dork lives, you're going to tap out for Nissa and then, say go, probably. And, maybe you can untap a breeding pool and hold up a negate for the swift end, and that seems really good if exactly that sequence lines up. But that's pretty narrow, and I don't know, maybe you're supposed to leave 1 or 2 in for literal exactly that. It's a pretty interesting take on things that comes up quite a bit in standard with these Simic flash decks and the like, where you want to cast a Nissa, untap your breeding pool, and then say go with negate up. That happens quite a bit, so...
I could see Arthur. He was looking through his sideboard again. I could definitely see him boarding in Colligan's commands now with this Heart of Kieran being revealed.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And the Lifecrafter's bestiaries.
And Colligan's command on that last board state would have been insane. Kill the Land of War Elves, kill the
It would
kill the Heart of Kieran.
would have been messed up. Yeah. And not to mention just the discard mode, like kill a dork, you discard a card, seems like great. Also,
kill Heart of Kieran, get back Murder Spider Swift End.
Oh, that sounds gross. Yeah.
Yeah. Just infinite possibilities.
Yeah, there's a lot that can go on there.
What
so,
a card.
Yeah, I'm about Colligan's command, I think, actually. Given that, especially now that he's seen Jesse's post-board play, and Jesse agrees that we're here to mid-range it out, like, let's go. And
Yeah,
I think we're all about Colligan's command in our mid-range it out battle, so.
Yeah, the card's insane.
Yeah, Colligan's command is nuts.
But it's so fair at the same time.
It's very fair. It only deals 2 damage. You discard a card? That's not even that good.
No.
All right, so looks like Arthur just finishing up with the good shuffle here. Make sure it's the last game of the tournament. You want to make sure your deck is nice and random. No mana clumps and the like, unless they're randomly generated mana clumps and the like.
I love RNG mana clumps.
So... All right, now this is going to be the first game we'll see Arthur on the play. How do you think that that's going to affect the flow of this match compared to the last 2 that we've watched?
He could Thoughtseize a mana dork. If Jesse only has 1, he's really basing that on like ramping up to whatever
Pretty relevant,
payoff he's
yeah.
got. Thoughtseizing a mana dork is great.
Yeah, the Thoughtseizes get a lot better on the play in this matchup, for sure. Whereas, on the draw, you're probably just forced into wild slashing a mana dork or shocking a mana dork, etc. on the draw, so that your opponent doesn't do something absurd. Because, you know, if you Thoughtseize them and they show you like Oko, you're gonna be like, oh man, I'm dead. You know. Oh no. But yeah, that is a big change.
Yeah, I don't know if he has any 1-mana creatures. I haven't seen any.
Arthur?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. No, it's just the Scrap Heap Scroungers, Glint Thief Siphoners.
I guess he just gets that
2.
end step, like a Fatal Push or whatever, to his mana door.
Yeah,
instead
that
of
too.
doing it on his main phase, so he can use his mana efficiency.
Yeah, he'll be able to develop a creature pretty safely on turn 2 as opposed to having to react.
Yeah.
He's also going to be able to more efficiently, like the Thoughtseize is a big deal. He'll be able to, you know, spend his mana probably better and then be able to attack more. So Jesse's life total is likely going to be under fire a little bit more in this match. And now we see Jesse taking a mulligan once more. So Arthur, this is the third time he'll keep his 7-card hand. Jesse's going to mulligan his 7-card hand 3 games in a row. So definitely unfortunate for Jesse, but this blue-green devotion deck does have to mulligan quite a bit. I mean, it's looking to do a very powerful thing, and, you know, the London mulligan and all that is trying to enable the deck to do its thing. You want ramps, and you want ramp, and you want to pay off. And yeah, Arthur's going to be disrupting that flow quite a bit most games, but really those are the hands you're looking for, because if you just get to trade your Llanowar Elf for the Wild Slash, you know, it's mostly fine, and you're trying to end up in a position where you're ahead by doing something overly powerful, because card for card, you are going to get outclassed by the red-black deck. So
Yeah. Agreed.
I agree with the aggressive mulliganing from Jesse. Ooh, uh-oh. That being said, down to 5 is not a good sign. You really do not want to be mulliganing to 5 in Game 3 of the finals.
Absolutely not.
We've all been there. It sucks every time, but you hate to see it. It's the true nightmare scenario. So we're going to hope that Jesse finds a really good 5 here and manages to, you know, put up a competitive game here at the very least. This one looks all right to me. I think I see an Elvish Mystic. I see a Walking Ballista, a couple lands. Looks like he's going to send 2 to the bottom, so this one's going to be good enough. And let's see the hand that Arthur kept. So here comes Blood Crypt and Thoughtseize. So, well, we'll get a good look at Jesse's 5 cards as well. Here comes double Elvish Mystic, Forest, Wicked Wolf, Heart of Kirin. So this has the potential for disaster.
Yeah.
This is a dangerous board, or dangerous hand. Ooh, wow!
Taking the Wicked Wolf.
That's interesting. So, does that mean that Arthur must just have answers for both the Llanowar Elves just lined up already?
I would assume so.
Yeah, that's
Or
probably
at least
bad news for Jesse.
I would hope so.
Yeah. All right, so draws Forest. Okay, so Jesse's probably pretty happy to see Forest. Forest is probably going to be the start of any major comebacks they're going here. Another Thoughtseize is the draw here for Arthur. Looks like maybe we'll be seeing a Llanowar Elf get stomped here, and as a matter of fact, we will. I would say that that's not a surprise to anyone. Ooh, Lifecrafter's Bestiary. That's definitely one of those cards that can undo a mulligan here, so we'll see if that one ends up being good later on in the game. Now Arthur takes another draw. Let's see what he's got going on his side of the field. I assume that we're going to see this Llanowar Elf die again.
I would agree.
Yeah, I sure hope we will, at least. I mean, Arthur's going to know that Jesse's hand is Heart of Kirin blank, and yeah, that's just such a beatable hand. I mean, you just don't want your opponent to untap and play an Oko or something ridiculous, or, you know, a 4-mana spell or anything like that. Get to a Nissa, be able to cast their Nissa ever. Like, Arthur's plan this game is going to be kill my opponent before he can do anything relevant, and just killing the Llanowar Elves is such an integral part of that plan, I think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
When your opponent has a hand like this, so. Looks like Arthur's giving this turn a little bit of thought, though. Apparently not super easy this turn from his side. He does have some pretty tempting plays that are more aggressive, like this one. So there's another Forest off the top for Jesse. So now he's going to get to slam his Lifecrafter's Bestiary, and he's hopefully going to be able to try and recoup some of the card advantage that he had to lose in his mulliganing. So
Colgan's command here would be sick.
oh god, don't even talk with me. Don't even tell me about Colgan's command. Holy god. That would be backbreak. That would be heartbreak. I think we would probably I don't think we would actually see the concession on the spot to Gulligan's Command.
I think you would see it, but it wouldn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. you'd know, and you must not have Gulligan's Command because I think he would
snap
just
that off.
slammed it if he did. All right, so
2 mana. That's disappointing.
yeah. Notably, Arthur has another Thoughtseize in his hand, so he can get that Heart of Kieran out of Jesse's hand if he wants to, but looks like he's just going to go ahead and cut the Llanowar Elves. Send the turn back. Jesse's going to get to scry on his upkeep. He'll get to do this every turn for the rest of the game as long as the Lifecrafter's Bestiary hangs around. He'll set that on the bottom. Now our mana dorks are looking pretty good. They're going to get to draw us cards in the meantime. Here's a land. Not a terrible draw, but of course now he's just hellbent. So no cards in hand for Jesse. He's got nothing but the Scry and the Lifecrafter's Bestiary to keep him going. And his life total is under a lot of pressure. There's a Ribbons in the graveyard, and Arthur has 7 power on board already. So now we're going to see... Oh, Embercleave?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh boy, remember when I said that Arthur has a little bit more pressure on life totals in this matchup, or on the play?
My poor boy.
Oh no.
You're killing him.
Embercleave. That is brutal. Here's Oko. He's certainly Broko, but is he good enough? The answer, I'm afraid, must be no. Means that we're probably going to see Arthur take down this tournament, so yeah.
I agree. I don't see an outcome where...
He's dead.
Yeah.
He's dead. He's mega dead. Jesse's so dead. So yeah, congratulations to Arthur for taking down this Paradise Games Pioneer 1K. This was a cash tournament, so Arthur's going to be walking home with over $100 cash from this tournament. So that's pretty sweet. Well done, Arthur.
Got 45 myself. So.
Hey, not bad. Not bad. Well done. And, obviously, congratulations to Jesse for making it this far. Made it in the finals, but alas, looks like Arthur is going to be his only 2 losses in the tournament, the first round and in the finals. So, happens to the best of us. You can't win them all. So, well played, Jesse.
He can stay alive for another turn, but that means his Ember... wait, that gives
Trample? He can't.
Mind.
Nah, he's so dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's the handshake. So that means that Arthur is our champion. Congratulations, Arthur.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well earned. A well earned victory here from Arthur. I think he played quite well all day long, and we saw him tear it up on feature pretty much all day with this sweet red-black deck. So great job, Arthur. Definitely a well-deserved victory. Enjoy your sweet Die Hard Dice set of dice and your new mat that we will be giving.
The real winner.
The play mat's really sweet.
Die Hard Dice are sweet.
I'm pretty jealous about that. So,
but the mat's sweet.
Yeah, and with that, in case you guys missed any of this tournament, you can watch all of it on YouTube later with the PodVod. And there's that mat. It's so sweet, isn't it? The Cavalier of Night says Mythic on it.
Look at that.
Yeah. It's awesome. So thank you to Die Hard Dice for supplying this mat and the set of gold medal dice that we will be supplying to Arthur for taking down this tournament, along with the cash, obviously, which is pretty valuable.
I enjoy cash.
I hear the cash is pretty good these days. Yeah. It's approximately the value of €1, which is news. That's.
What do you mean you don't accept cash?
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about Paradise Games. Paradise Games is the store where we are hosting this event. We just ran our Pioneer 1K. It's now coming to a close. We streamed the entire thing. If you want to support us, you can buy Magic cards on our website. We have our entire inventory on live through the store. If you want to support the stream, you can go ahead and just follow, tweet it out. If you have Twitch Prime, which you can get simply by having Amazon Prime, all you have to do is link your account. You get a free Twitch Prime subscription every single month if you just have Amazon Prime, and it helps us so much if you guys go ahead and log in and drop the subscription on our channel. It's awesome. So thank you so much for everybody who tuned in. We stream every Monday, Thursday, and Friday at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're live with Live Magic, all of that, and we're gonna leave you guys with a little bit of some hot damn scandal. Once again, I've been Alex. Thank you so much, James, for joining me for the finals here.
That's where I belong.
Yeah, and thank you to Dylan, who was here for most of the day as well. Thank you so much to everybody behind the scenes, all the production staff, the judges, everybody who put this tournament on. A lot of work went into this. It's been in the planning for months, and I think it went off really, really well. I think everybody had a great time, and yeah, honestly, I had a blast casting the whole thing here. So thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for all of our sponsors for allowing us to stream all of this.
Thank you, Atomic Atomizer, for giving us
in
thanks.
In the chat, yes.
I would like to give them a personal thanks.
And thank you. Yeah, with that, I think I ran out of thank yous. I think that's everybody. So we're going to leave you guys with some hot damn scandal. We'll be back on Monday, so make sure you go ahead and follow us on the social media. You'll know when we're live every time. I'll see you guys then.
The bottom fell out of the clouds today, and the rain came down like a mirror. One big sheet and it shattered on the ground. Now it's 7 years of bad luck all over this town. It's collection time on all of your debts, and you can't get by just talking. Your smile don't work, and your car don't start, and your doors ain't keeping you alone. No, not even if you lock them. No, not even if you lock them. When you're tapped into that vital vein, just about anything feels good. The sun tried shining on a lost boy's eyes. They reflected oh so pretty, but it's cold behind them golden shores, and the sweet light wasn't nothing more than their own damn wishing, 'cause they just don't listen. Now wish on your candles, pray to your God, cry for your mama, put $1 on the bar. It feels like breathing, but the only good feeling ain't a gamble is a sin. So I think I'll play it safe and get a gin. I'll take the devil for a spin. When you're tapped into that bitter vein, just about anything feels good. For some the morning brings another day, but all it does for me is shine an ugly light around in the room that I've been hiding in. Now I take the easy way, yeah, that gets harder every day, but I ain't here to fix myself. I'm just trying to blind these eyes from hell. When you're tapped into that beat of vein, just about anything